If you enjoyed my reading of this audiobook and would like to contribute, you can head on over to www.patreon.com/The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. The link is also in the video's description. Star Wars: The Jedi Academy Trilogy, Volume 1, Jedi Search, by Kevin J. Anderson. Read for you by The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. Dedication to my editor, Betsy Mitchell, for giving me the opportunity to play in such a vast and entertaining universe and for helping shape my work into the best it could be. Acknowledgements. Lucy Autry Wilson of Lucasfilm Licensing for keeping watch over 1,000,000 things at once and for suggesting new things faster than I could possibly implement the old ones. My wife Rebecca for all her brainstorming and her sharp editing skills, and her love. Bill Smith for his suggestions and the invaluable Star Wars source material available from West End Games. Ralph McQuarrie for his wild ideas and imagination that sparked more than one avalanche of possibilities. Dave Willoughby for his help in alien geology and the other Star Wars authors, Tom Veachik, Dave Wolverton, Timothy Zahn, and Kathy Tyers for helping my story fit in with theirs. 1. The black hole cluster near Kessel reached out for the Millennium Falcon with jaws of gravity, drawing it close. Even in the mottled blur of hyperspace, Han Solo could see the huge distortion as a bruised whirlpool trying to suck them down to infinity. Hey Chewie, don't you think that's too close? He stared at the Falcon's nav computer, wishing they had chosen a course that would take him a safer distance from the Maw. What do you think this is, an old smuggling mission? We got nothing to hide this time. Beside him, Chewbacca looked disappointed and grunted an excuse, waving his hairy paws in the stifling air of the cockpit. Yeah, well, we're on an official mission this time. No more skulking around. Try to act dignified, okay? Chewbacca groaned a skeptical reply, then turned to his navigational screens. Han felt a pang at returning to his old haunts, reminded of when he had been just on the other side of the law, running spice, being chased by Imperial scout ships, when his life had been free and easy. On one of those frantic missions, he and Chewbacca had practically shaved the bottom plating off the Falcon, taking a shortcut and skimming closer to the Maw cluster of black holes than had ever been before recorded. Sensible pilots avoided the area, using longer paths that kept them clear of the black holes, but the Falcon's speed had carried them to safety on the other side, making the Kessel Run in under 12 parsecs. But that guaranteed sure thing mission had ended in disaster anyway. Han had dumped his load of spice just before being boarded by Imperials. This time, though, Han was returning to Kessel under different circumstances. His wife Leia had appointed him an official representative of the New Republic, an ambassador of sorts, though the title seemed somewhat honorary. But even an honorary title had its advantages. Han and Chewbacca no longer had to dodge scout ships, or duck under planetary sensor nets, or use the secret compartments under the deck plates. Han Solo found himself in the unlikely and uncomfortable position of being respectable. There was no other word for it. But Han's new responsibilities weren't just quaint annoyances. He was married to Leia. Who could have imagined that? And he had 3 children. Han leaned back in his flight chair and locked his hands behind his head. He allowed a wistful smile to cross his face. He had visited the kids as often as he could in their protective isolation on a secret planet, and the twins were due to come home to Coruscant in a week. Anakin, the third little baby, had filled him with wonder as he tickled the tiny ribs, watching an expression of amusement cross the infant's face. Han Solo, a father figure? Leia had said a long time ago that she liked nice men, and that was exactly what Han was turning into. He caught Chewbacca looking at him out of the corner of his eye. Embarrassed, Han sat up straight and frowned down at the controls. Where are we? Shouldn't it be about time to end this jump? Chewie growled in affirmative, then reached out with a furry paw to grasp the hyperspace controls. The Wookiee watched the numbers tick away on his control panel. At the appropriate moment, he hauled backward on the lever that dropped them back in normal space. The mottled coloring of hyperspace fanned into star lines with a roar that Han felt more than heard. Then they were surrounded by the expected tapestry of stars. Behind them, the spectacle of the maw looked like a garish finger painting an ionized gas plunged into multiple black holes. Directly in front of the Falcon, Han saw the blue-white glare of Kessel's sun. As the ship rotated to align them with the ecliptic, Kessel itself came into view, potato-shaped and manned with the tendrils of escaping atmosphere, orbited by a large moon that had once housed a garrison of Imperial troopers. "Right on target, Chewie," Han said. "Now let me have the controls." Kessel looked like a wraith coasting along its orbit, too small to hold on to its own atmosphere. Huge generating factories constantly processed the raw rocks to release oxygen and carbon dioxide, making it possible for people to survive outside with simple breath masks instead of total environment suits. A good portion of the newly manufactured atmosphere escaped into space, wisping behind the small planet like the tail of a giant comet. Chewbacca barked a short, nasal comment. Han nodded. "Yeah, looks great from up here. Too bad it's so different when you get a closer look. I never liked the place." Kessel was a major planet for spice production and seat of heavy smuggling activities, as well as a site for one of the toughest prisons in the galaxy. The Empire had controlled spice production, except for what smugglers managed to steal from under Imperial noses. But with the fall of the Emperor, the smugglers and the prisoners in the Imperial Correction Facility took over the planet. Kessel had laid low during the depredations of Grand Admiral Thrawn and the recent resurrection of the Emperor, keeping quiet and trying hard not to be noticed, answering no one's request for help. A low growl rumbled in Chewie's throat. Han sighed and shook his head. "Look, I'm not happy about going back there either, buddy, but things are different now, and we're the best people to do it." With the Civil War ended and the New Republic once again firmly seated on Coruscant, leaving scattered groups of Imperial warships to fight each other, it was time to reopen negotiations. Better to get them on our side than to let them sell out whenever they can, Han thought, which is what they'll probably do anyway. As representative of the new unified smugglers, Luke's old nemesis Mara Jade had tried to contact Kessel and been flatly rebuffed. The Millennium Falcon approached Kessel, firing aft thrusters to help them catch up with the planet's motion, preparing for insertion into orbit. On the helm scanner screens, Han checked their approach. "Vectoring in," he said. Chewie made a quick comment and pointed at the screens. Han looked down to see blips already in orbit around the planet, emerging from the blanketing clouds of the atmosphere. "I see 'em. Looks like about a half-dozen ships. Too far away to determine the types." Han brushed aside Chewbacca's uneasy growl. "Well, then we'll just tell 'em who we are. Don't worry. Why do you think Leia made such a fuss about getting us proper diplomatic ID signals and everything?" He switched on the New Republic beacon that automatically pinged out their identification in Basic and several other languages. To his surprise, the orbiting ships changed their vector in unison and increased speed to intercept the Falcon. "Hey!" Han shouted, then realized he had not switched on the audio pickup. Chewie roared. Han toggled the switch on. "This is Han Solo of the New Republic ship Millennium Falcon. We're on a diplomatic mission." His mind raced, wondering what words a real diplomat would use. Please state your intentions." The two closest ships raced in, first growing into distinct points of light, then taking on shapes. "Chewie, I think you better get our forward deflector shields up. I got a bad feeling about this." He reached for the communication switch as Chewbacca brought up the shields, but then he looked through the front viewport. The two incoming ships roared toward him at unbelievable speed, spreading out on either side. The sight of their squared-off solar panels and central pilot compartments turned Han's blood to ice water. TIE fighters. "Chewie, get over here. I'm taking the laser cannon." Before the Wookiee could reply, Han hauled himself up the access tube into the gunwale. He grabbed onto the gunner's chair, trying to reorient himself in the new gravity field. The TIE fighters came in for a two-pronged attack, spreading above and below the Falcon and firing their lasers. As the ship lurched from the impact, Han managed to throw himself into the gunner's chair, grabbing for the harness buckle and strapping himself in. One of the attacking ships swooped overhead, and the Falcon's sensor panels howled with the sound of twin ion engines, from which the TIE fighter took its name. The enemy vessel fired again, but the beams streaked harmlessly through space. "Chewie, take evasive action. Don't just fly straight." The Wookiee shouted something from below, and Han yelled back, "I don't know. You're piloting. You figure it out." Obviously, Kessel had not rolled out the welcome mat for them. Had some vestige of the Empire taken over the planet? If so, Han needed to get that information back to Coruscant. Other ships were approaching now, and somehow Han didn't think they were coming to help. Up ahead, the two TIE fighters swooped up in a tight arc, executing a complete 180 and roaring back for a second attack on the Falcon. But this time, Han had managed to strap himself in and power up the laser batteries. On his scope, the TIE fighter made a digitized target, growing larger. The enemy ship came closer and closer. Han tightened his grip around the firing levers, knowing the TIE pilot would be doing the same. He waited, feeling sweat build up on his neck. He realized he was holding his breath. One more second. One more second. The targeting cross showed dead center on the starboard wing of the fighter. The instant Han pressed the firing button, Chewbacca threw the Falcon into an evasive roll. The laser blasts went wide, spraying toward the distant stars. The TIE fighter shot also missed, streaking in the opposite direction and coming perilously close to striking the second TIE fighter. The second fighter managed to readjust his aim quickly enough that his two shots scored the Falcon's shields. Han heard sparks spraying from the control panels. Chewie bellowed a preliminary damage report. Aft shields gone, forward shields still holding well. That meant they had to take the TIE fighters head on. As the first fighter swung around for a third pass, Han swiveled his gun turret as far as it would go and stared at the targeting screen again. This time he would forget about finesse and perfect accuracy. He just wanted to blast the sucker. His lasers were fully charged, and he could afford to waste a few shots, as long as this wasn't going to be a prolonged battle. As soon as the targeting cross touched the image of the fighter, Han squeezed his firing buttons at full power, strafing his deadly laser across the path of the incoming ship. The Imperial fighter swooped in, but could not change its course quickly enough, plowing through the shower of laser bolts. The ship erupted into a flamethrower of exploding fuel tanks and expanding atmosphere. Han and Chewbacca shouted their triumph in unison. Even euphoric, Han didn't sit around patting himself on the back. "Let's go after the other one, Chewie." The second TIE fighter swerved outward in a long trajectory, then headed back toward Kessel. "Hurry, before those reinforcements can get here." He wondered if perhaps he and Chewbacca shouldn't turn and flee immediately, but part of him refused to let anybody take pot shots at the Millennium Falcon and just walk away from it. Chewbacca increased speed, closing the gap between the Falcon and the TIE fighter. "Just get me one good shot, Chewie. One good shot." He was in an unmarked, modified light freighter. Why had the TIE fighters come out shooting at them in the first place? Was it the New Republic ID beacon? What was going on at Kessel? Leia sat around thinking about details like that, analyzing the possibilities and coming up with scenarios. With her tremendous load of diplomatic duties, she was becoming more and more of a thinker each day, trying to solve things by committee and negotiation. But a political solution wouldn't work if an Imperial TIE fighter came in shooting at you. Another ship soared up from behind as they chased the TIE fighter toward Kessel. Han shot off a few bursts from his laser, but they all missed. Then he turned his attention to the ship tailing them. The Falcon had no operational shields back there. Chewbacca called out again from below, then Han got a second surprise for the day. "I see it, I see it." An X-Wing fighter approached from the rear, slowly gaining on the Falcon as they neared Kessel. Han took another pot shot at the TIE fighter. Even from this distance, the X-Wing fighter seemed old and battered, as if it had been repaired many times. "Chewie, contact the X-Wing and tell him we'd appreciate whatever help he can give us." Han pressed his back against the firing chair and focused his attention on his target. The fleeing TIE fighter soared into the wispy tail of atmosphere behind the planet. Han could see a bright pathway as the speed of the ship ionized the gas. Then the X-Wing fired on the Falcon from behind. The laser scored a direct hit, incinerating the protruding sensor dish mounted on the top of the ship. Han and Chewie shouted at each other, scrambling to figure what to do. Chewbacca took the Falcon into a tight dive closer to the atmosphere of Kessel. "Turn us around! Turn us around!" They had to get their unprotected aft section out of the X-Wing's line of fire. The X-Wing shot again, burning metal on the hull of the Falcon. All the lights went out inside the ship. From the lurch of the cabin, Han knew the hit had been a bad one. He could already smell something burning below decks. Emergency lights clicked on. "We've got to get out of here." Chewbacca barked the Wookiee equivalent of, "No kidding." They ducked into the atmospheric tail, buffeted by the suddenly dense gas particles pelting the ship. Around them, streamers of heated gas glowed orange and blue. The X-Wing came in from behind, still firing. Han's mind raced. They could skim around Kessel in a tight orbit, then slingshot back out of the system. With the black hole cluster so close at hand, no one would risk jumping into hyperspace without intensive prior calculations, and neither he nor Chewie could spare the time to do them. With the Falcon's sensor dish slagged, Han couldn't even send out a distress call or try to sweet-talk the traitorous commander of the X-Wing. He couldn't even surrender. Talk about being stuck. Chewie, if you have any suggestions. He stopped talking as his mouth dropped open. As they swept around Kessel, Han detected wave after wave of fighter ships launching from the garrison moon, raising a defensive curtain the Millennium Falcon would never be able to cross. He saw hundreds of ships of every size and make imaginable, salvaged warships and stolen pleasure cruisers. Reaching the safety of numbers, the second TIE fighter did another tight loop to join the rest of the group, and they all came in shooting with the blur of turbolaser bolts that looked like a fireworks display. Despite the motley appearance of the Kessel fleet, Han's sensors showed that their weapons worked just fine. The attacking X-Wing scored a direct hit. The cabin shook. The Falcon took a turn upward as Chewbacca tried to flee the oncoming wave of ships. Han sent a barrage of laser fire into the cluster and was gratified to see the engine pod of a small Z-95 Headhunter fighter burst into flames. The snub fighter dropped out of the attacking fleet and wobbled toward Kessel's atmosphere. Han hoped it would crash. Seeing that it would serve no purpose to keep firing against overwhelming odds, Han dropped back down the access shaft of the gun turret to the cockpit to see what he could do to assist Chewbacca. Then the fleet of ships began pummeling them. The X-Wing fired again, scoring a second direct hit. A firestorm of laser blasts struck their forward deflector shields. Chewie slewed the Falcon from side to side in a futile, evasive maneuver. Han settled himself into the other pilot's chair just in time to see the indicator lights for the forward shields wink out. They were now unprotected from the front and from behind. Another hit rocketed them, and Han's chest smacked against the control panel. There goes the main drive unit. We're space meat in the next barrage. Take us down, Chewie. Get us into the atmosphere. It's the only thing we can do. Chewbacca started to express his disbelief, but Han grabbed the controls and sent them lurching down toward Kessel. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Hold on to your fur. The swarm of attacking ships whirled in space as the Falcon plowed into the white atmosphere of Kessel. Han grabbed his seat as the ship struck the clouds. He suddenly felt the buffeting winds caused by gouts of air escaping into space. From his control panels and the stench leaking from the back compartments, Han knew that his maneuvering capabilities would be minimal. By the groaning sounds from his co-pilot, he knew the Wookiee had realized the same thing. Think of it this way, Chewie. If we land this thing in one piece, our skill as pilots will be legendary from one end of the galaxy to the other. Han said with a humor he did not feel. I knew I shouldn't have come back to Kessel. The Falcon was going down. Both Han and Chewbacca fought to keep a steady downward course that would not burn them up in the insubstantial atmosphere. Kessel's main defensive unit swept into orbit and prepared for an orderly descent. One sleek, insectile ship, which Han recognized as a black market-built Hornet interceptor, peeled off, streaking downward in the Falcon's backdraft. Chewbacca saw it first. The ship, aerodynamically perfect, slid through the atmosphere like a vibroblade, ignoring the heat generated on its hull. The ship fired surgical strikes of turbolasers at the Falcon's maneuvering jets, disabling them further. "We're already crashing!" Han bellowed. "What more do they want?" But he knew. They wanted the Falcon to be destroyed on impact, all occupants erased. Han suspected he didn't need any help from the Hornet interceptor. As they plunged downward, the Falcon approached one of the giant atmosphere factories, a huge smokestack mounted on the surface of Kessel, where immense engines catalyzed the rock and cooked out gases into a cyclone of breathable air. The Hornet interceptor fired again. The Falcon lurched from a near miss. Chewbacca's face was grim. His fangs showed as he concentrated on keeping them alive. "Chewie, pull as close to the plume as you can. I've got an idea." Chewbacca yowled, but Han cut him off. "Just do it, buddy." When the Hornet tried to outflank them, Han swept the ship aside as a towering plume of atmosphere boiled into the sky. The Hornet interceptor tried to second-guess his move, but Han lurched sideways again, driving the Hornet into the roaring upward flow of wind. An airline strut and the delicate insectile wings snapped off and the Hornet spun into the cyclone. Other parts of its hull broke apart as the ship tried to escape but lurched deeper into the danger zone. Han gave a cry of triumph as the ship exploded into flames that were pulled to tatters by the atmosphere of Factory's vortex. Then the surface of Kessel rushed up at them like a gigantic hammer. Han fought with the controls. "At least we'll have a soft landing with the new repulsor lifts we installed," he said. He grabbed at the panel, priming the controls. Chewbacca barked at him to hurry. Han activated the repulsor lifts as he simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. Nothing. What? He slammed his fingers on the switch again and again, but the repulsor lifts refused to operate. "I just had those fixed!" Han yelled above the noise of screaming wind as he fought to bring the Falcon under some semblance of control. "Okay, Chewie, I am definitely open for suggestions." But Chewbacca had no time to answer before the ship crashed into the rugged surface of Kessel. 2. The towers of Imperial City rose to the sky, high above the shadowed surface of the planet Coruscant. The cornerstones of the towers had been in place for more than 1,000 generations, dating back to the formative days of the Old Republic. Over the millennia, higher and higher structures had been built on top of the ruined foundations. Luke Skywalker stepped onto a shuttle landing platform that jutted out from the scarred, monolithic face of the former Imperial Palace. Gusts of wind whipped around him, and he pulled back the hood of his Jedi robe. He looked into the sky, pondering the thin layer of atmosphere that protected Coruscant from space beyond. Wrecked ships still rode in haphazard orbits, debris from the vicious battles when the Alliance had recently recaptured the planet from Imperial control during Civil War, and the remnants of the Empire. Higher than the tops of the towers, kite-like hawk bats rode thermal currents rising from the canyons of the city. As he watched, one hawk-bat swooped down into the dark crevices between ancient buildings, finally emerging a moment later with something cylindrical and dripping, a granite slug perhaps, in its claws. Luke bided his time, using a Jedi meditation technique to quell the anxiety inside him. As a younger man, he had been fidgety and impatient, filled with uncertainty, but Yoda had taught him patience, along with so many other things. A true Jedi Knight could wait as long as necessary. The New Republic Senate had been in session for only an hour, and they would still be working on mundane issues. Luke wanted to startle them after they had been talking for a while. The immense metropolis of Imperial City bustled around him. Little changed now that it was the seat of the New Republic instead of the Empire. Prior to that, it had been capital of the Old Republic. The Capitol building, formerly Emperor Palpatine's palace, was made of polished gray-green rock and mirrored crystals, sparkling in the hazy sunlight of Coruscant as it towered over all other structures, even the adjoining Senate building. Much of Imperial City had been laid waste during the months of civil war following the downfall of Grand Admiral Thrawn. The various factions of the old empire had fought over the Emperor's homeworld, turning vast districts into graveyards of crashed ships and exploded buildings. But the tide of battle had turned, and the new republic had driven back the vestiges of the empire. Many Alliance soldiers now turned their efforts to repairing the damage, his friend Wedge Antilles among them. Top priority had been given to rebuilding the former imperial palace and the Senate chambers. The Emperor's own construction droids ranged through the battle-scarred wastelands, automatically scraping up raw materials from the wreckage for conversion into new buildings. In the distance, Luke could see one of the enormous droids, 40 stories tall, wrecking a half-collapsed building shell and plowing a path where its programming had deemed a new elevated transport path should be routed. Its girder arms toppled the stone face of the building, pulling free metal support structures and feeding the debris into a processing mouth, where the materials would be separated and new components extruded. During the previous year of violent strife, Luke had been whisked away to the resurrected Emperor's stronghold in the galactic core, and there he had allowed himself to learn the dark side. He had become the Emperor's chief lieutenant, just like his father, Darth Vader. The struggle had been great within him, and only with the help and the friendship and the love of Leia and Han had he been able to break free. Luke saw a diplomatic shuttle dropping down from orbit with its locator lights rippling in a complex sequence. Its jets turned off with a whining sound as it coasted toward a landing pad on the far side of the palace. Luke Skywalker had been through the fire now. Inside, his heart seemed a diamond-hard lump. He wasn't merely another Jedi Knight. He was the only remaining Jedi Master. He had survived tests and rigors more potent than routine Jedi training prepared him for. Luke understood more about the Force now than he had ever dreamed possible. Sometimes it terrified him. He thought of the days when he had been idealistic and adventuresome, riding the Millennium Falcon and dueling blindly with a practice remote as Ben Kenobi watched. Luke remembered also the skepticism he had felt as he swooped down upon the first Death Star during the Battle of Yavin, trying to locate a tiny thermal exhaust port. Ben's voice had spoken to him then, telling him to trust in the Force. Luke understood much more now, especially why the old man's eyes had held such a haunted look. Another hawk-bat swooped down into the dark maze of the lower levels of buildings, flapping its wings as it climbed back up, holding a squirming prize in its claws. As Luke watched, a second hawk-bat dove in an intercept course, grabbing the prey out of the first's grasp. Far away he could hear their cawing sounds as they slashed and tore at each other. The squirming prey, no longer heated, fell through the sky, buffeted by rising currents until it struck ground somewhere in the alley dimness. The two hawk-bats, locked in mortal combat, also fell as they struggled with each other, until they too smashed into an outcropping of the abandoned lower levels. A troubled expression crossed Luke's face. An omen? He was about to address the New Republic Senate. The time had come. He turned and walked back inside the cool corridors, pulling his robe tightly around himself. Luke stood at the entrance to the Senate Assembly Chamber. The room swept down to a giant amphitheater in which sat the inner circle of appointed senators and outer rows of representatives from different planets, different alien races. Real-time hollows of the proceedings would be broadcast around Imperial City and recorded for transmission to other planets. Sunlight filtered through the fragmented crystal segments in the ceiling high overhead, fanning out the spectrum in a rainbow effect over the most important people at the center of the room, scintillating around them as they moved, designed, Luke knew, by the Emperor himself to strike awe into those observing him. As she spoke now on the central dais, Mon Mothma, the New Republic's chief of state, seemed uncomfortable in the grandeur of the assembly chamber. Luke allowed a smile to cross his face as he remembered the first time he had seen Mon Mothma describing the plans of the second Death Star as the rebels approached Endor. With her short, reddish hair and soft voice, Mon Mothma did not look like a tough-as-nails military commander. As a former member of the Imperial Senate, Mon Mothma seemed to be more in her element now, trying to forge the pieces of the New Republic into a strong, unified government. Beside Mon Mothma sat Luke's sister, Leia Organa Solo, straight-backed and listening to every moment of the proceedings. Leia had been performing more and more important diplomatic activities with each passing month. Around the dais sat the members of the Alliance High Command, important figures in the rebellion given roles in the new government. General Jan Dodonna, who had led the Battle of Yavin against the first Death Star. General Karlist Riken, former commander of Echo Base on the icy planet Hoth. General Crix Medine, an Imperial defector who had been invaluable in planning the destruction of the second Death Star. Admiral Akbar, who had led the rebel fleet in the Battle of Endor. Senator Garm Bel Iblis, who had brought his dreadnought ships against Grand Admiral Thrawn. Battlefield credentials did not necessarily imply that these brave leaders would be gifted politicians as well, but since the hold of the New Republic was still shaky, as the recent devastating civil war had shown, it made good sense to keep military commanders in positions of power. Finishing her speech, Mon Mothma raised her hands. For a moment it looked as if she was about to give a benediction. "I call for any new business. Does anyone wish to speak?" Luke's timing had been perfect. He stepped into light at the entrance archway and drew back his hood. He spoke softly, but used his Jedi powers to project with sufficient strength that everyone in the entire amphitheater heard him. "I would address the assembly, Mon Mothma, if I may." He walked down the steps with a gliding stride, quickly enough that the others would not lose patience, but with enough grace to imply his own strength of character. Appearances could deceive, Yoda had said, but sometimes appearances could be very important. As he descended the long ramp, Luke felt all eyes turned toward him. A hush fell over the assembly. Luke Skywalker, the lone remaining Jedi Master, almost never took part in governmental proceedings. "I have an important matter to address," he said. For a moment he was reminded of when he had walked alone into the dank corridors of Jabba the Hutt's palace. But this time there were no pig-like Gamorrean guards that he could manipulate with a twist of his fingers and a touch of the Force. Mon Mothma gave him a soft, mysterious smile and gestured for him to take a central position. "The words of a Jedi Knight are always welcome to the New Republic," she said. Luke tried not to look pleased. She had provided the perfect opening for him. "In the Old Republic," he said, "Jedi Knights were the protectors and guardians of all. For 1,000 generations, the Jedi used the powers of the Force to guide, defend, and provide support for the rightful government of worlds, before the dark days of the Empire came, and the Jedi Knights were killed." He let his words hang, then took another breath. "Now we have a new republic. The Empire appears to be defeated. We have founded a new government based upon the old, but let us hope we learn from our mistakes. Before, an entire order of Jedi watched over the Republic, offering strength. Now I am the only Jedi Master who remains. Without that order of protectors to provide a backbone of strength for the new Republic, can we survive? Will we be able to weather the storms and the difficulties of forging a new union? Until now we have suffered severe struggles, but in the future they will be seen as nothing more than birth pangs." Before the other senators could disagree with that, Luke continued, "Our people had a common foe in the Empire, and we must not let our defenses lapse just because we have internal problems. More to the point, what will happen when we begin squabbling amongst ourselves over petty matters? The old Jedi helped to mediate many types of disputes. What if there are no Jedi Knights to protect us in the difficult times ahead?" Luke moved under the diffracting rainbow colors from the crystal light overhead. He took his time to fix his gaze on all the senators present. He turned his attention to Leia last. Her eyes were wide but supportive. He had not discussed his idea with her beforehand. "My sister is undergoing Jedi training. She has a great deal of skill in the Force. Her 3 children are also likely candidates to be trained as young Jedi. In recent years I have come to know a woman named Mara Jade who is now unifying the former smugglers," he amended, "into an organization that can support the needs of the New Republic. She also has a talent for the Force. I have encountered others in my travels." Another pause. The audience was listening so far. "But are these the only ones? We already know that the ability to use the Force is passed from generation to generation. Most of the Jedi were killed in the Emperor's Purge, but could he possibly have eradicated all the descendants of those knights? I myself was unaware of the potential power within me until Obi-Wan Kenobi taught me how to use it. My sister Leia was similarly unaware. How many people are abroad in this galaxy who have a comparable strength in the Force, who are potential members of a new order of Jedi Knights but are unaware of who they are?" Luke looked at them again. "In my brief search I have already discovered that there are indeed some descendants of former Jedi. I have come here to ask—" He turned to gesture toward Mon Mothma, swept his hand across the people gathered there in the chamber. "For 2 things. First, that the New Republic officially sanction my search for those with a hidden talent for the Force, to seek them out and try to bring them to our service. For this I will need some help." Admiral Akbar interrupted, blinking his huge fish eyes and turning his head. "But if you yourself did not know your power when you were young, how will these other people know? How will you find them, Jedi Skywalker?" Luke folded his hands in front of him. "Several ways. First, with the help of 2 dedicated droids who will spend their days searching through the Imperial City databases, we may find likely candidates, people who have experienced miraculous strokes of luck, whose lives seem filled with incredible coincidences. We could look for people who seem unusually charismatic, or those whom legend credits with working miracles. Those could all be unconscious manifestations of a skill with the Force." Luke held up another finger. "As well, the droids could search the database for forgotten descendants of known Jedi Knights from the Old Republic days. We should turn up a few leads." "And what will you be doing yourself?" Mon Mothma asked, shifting in her robes. "I've already found several candidates I wish to investigate. All I ask right now is that you agree this is something we should pursue, that the search for Jedi be conducted by others, and not just myself." Mon Mothma sat up straighter in her central seat. "I think we can agree to that without further discussion." She looked around to the other senators, seeing them nod agreement. "Tell us your second request." Luke stood taller. This was the most important to him. He saw Leia stiffen. "If sufficient candidates are found who have potential for using the Force, I wish to be allowed, with the New Republic's blessing, to establish in some appropriate place an intensive training center, a Jedi Academy, if you will. Under my direction, we can help these students discover their abilities, to focus and strengthen their power. Ultimately, this academy would provide a core group that could allow us to restore the Jedi Knights as protectors of the New Republic. He drew in a deep breath and waited. Senator Bel Iblis raised himself slowly to his feet. A comment, if I may? I'm sorry, Luke, but I have to raise the question. We've already seen the terrible damage a Jedi can cause if he allows himself to be swayed by the dark side. We just recently fought against Joruus C'baoth, and of course Darth Vader nearly caused the death of us all. If a teacher as great as Obi-Wan Kenobi could fail and let his student fall to evil, how can we take the risk of training an entire new order of Jedi Knights? How many will turn to the dark side? How many new enemies will we make for ourselves? Luke nodded somberly. The question had been working at the back of his own mind, and he had pondered it deeply. I can only say that we have seen these terrible examples, and we must learn from them. I myself have touched the dark side, and come through stronger and more wary of its powers than ever before. I agree there is a risk, but I cannot believe the New Republic will be safer without a new force of Jedi. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Bel Iblis stood a moment longer, as if he meant to say something else, but instead he sat down, looking satisfied. Admiral Akbar got to his feet and applauded with his flipper-like hands. I agree that the Jedi's request is in the best interests of the New Republic, he said. Jan Dodonna also stood. After narrowly surviving the Battle of Yavin, Dodonna had treated Luke with complete trust. I agree as well. Soon all the senators were standing. Luke saw a broad grin on Leia's face as she too stood. He felt the rainbows around him from the crystal ceiling, seemingly full of power, and he felt warm inside. Mon Mothma sat, nodding gravely. She was the last to stand up, and she raised her hand for silence. I give you my hopes for the rebirth of the Jedi Knights. We will offer whatever help we can. May the Force be with you. Before Luke could turn, applause from the audience rolled like a storm through the chamber. 3. Leia's quarters were among the most spacious and accommodating in the Emperor's abandoned palace, and the room echoed with emptiness. Leia Organa Solo, formerly a princess, currently the New Republic's Minister of State, felt tired and worn as she returned to her rooms at the end of a long day. The high point had been Luke's triumphant address before the assembly, but that was merely one detail in a day filled with problems. Confusing contradictions and multilingual treaties that even 3PO couldn't fathom. Alien cultural restrictions that made diplomacy nearly impossible. It made her head spin. As Leia looked around her quarters, a frown etched her face. Illumination up 2 points, she said, and the room grew brighter, driving some of the quiet shadows farther away. Han and Chewbacca were gone, ostensibly to re-establish contact with the planet Kessel, although she believed it was more of a vacation for him, a way to relive the good old days of gallivanting across the galaxy. Sometimes she wondered if Han ever regretted marrying someone so different from himself, settling down with diplomatic entanglements on Coruscant. He tolerated endless receptions during which he had to dress nicely in clothes that obviously made him uncomfortable. In conversations, he had to speak with a measured tact that was completely foreign to him. But Han was off having fun at the moment, leaving her stuck in Imperial City. The New Republic's Chief of State, Mon Mothma, gave Leia more and more assignments, letting the fate of planets hang on how well she accomplished her tasks. So far, Leia had performed well, but the 7 years since the Battle of Endor had been filled with many setbacks. The war against the alien Sissi-Rook Imperium, the resurgence of Grand Admiral Thrawn and his bid to reassemble the Empire, not to mention the resurrected Emperor and his gigantic world devastator machines. Though they seemed to be enjoying a time of relative peace at last, the constant warfare had left the Republic on shaky ground. In a way, it had been easier when they had had the Empire to fight against, to unify all the factions of the Alliance. But now the enemy was not so clearly defined. Now Leia and the others had to reforge links between all the planets that had once been crushed into the Imperial boot. Some of those worlds, though, had suffered so much that now they wanted to be left alone, given time to lick their wounds and heal. Many wanted no part of a galaxy-wide federation of planets. They wanted their independence. But independent worlds could be picked off one by one if other powerful forces ever allied themselves against them. Leia walked into her bedchamber and stripped off the diplomatic clothing she had worn all day. This morning had been crisp and bright, but the fabric lost its vigor after too much time under the rainbow lights of the grand audience chamber. Within the next week or so, Leia would have to arrange meetings with ambassadors from 6 different worlds in an effort to convince them to join the New Republic. 4 seemed amenable, but 2 insisted on complete neutrality until their planet's specific issues were addressed. Her most difficult task would be 2 weeks hence, when the Caradian ambassador would arrive. Caradia was deep in territory still held by vestiges of the Empire, home of one of the primary Imperial military training bases. Even though Emperor Palpatine was dead and Grand Admiral Thrawn overthrown, Caradia refused to face reality. It had been a major victory that the ambassador agreed to come to Coruscant at all, and Leia would have to entertain him, no doubt smiling pleasantly the entire time. Leia turned on the controls of the sonic bath and set it for a gentle massage. She eased herself into the chamber, letting out a long sigh, wanting just to blank out the troubles from her head. Around her, fresh-cut flowers from the Sky Dome Botanical Gardens brightened the room with their faint perfume. Mounted on the wall were nostalgic scenes from the planet Alderaan, pictures of the planet where she had grown up, the planet Grand Moff Tarkin had destroyed to demonstrate the power of his Death Star, the peaceful sweeping grasslands that whispered in the wind, the soaring kite creatures that ferried people from one smooth tower city to another, the industry and deep settlements built into the walls of wide cracks plunging into Alderaan's crust, her home city rising from the center of a lake. Han had procured those pictures for her just last year. He wouldn't say where he had found them. For months the images wrenched her heart every time she looked at them. She thought of her foster father, Senator Bail Organa, and her childhood as a princess, never suspecting her true heritage. Now Leia looked on those pictures with bittersweet fondness, as an indication of Han's love for her. He had, after all, once won a whole planet in a card game and had given it to her for the other survivors of Alderaan. He did love her, even though he wasn't here now. After only a few minutes, the sonic bath unknotted her muscles, revitalizing and refreshing her. Leia dressed again, this time in something more comfortable. In the mirror, she looked at herself. Leia no longer spent the meticulous time with her hair that she had when she was a princess on Alderaan. Since then, she had borne 3 children, the twins, who were now 2 years old, and recently a 3rd baby. She was able to see them only a few times a year, and she missed them terribly. Because of the potential power carried by the grandchildren of Anakin Skywalker, the twins and the baby boy had been taken to a carefully guarded planet, Anoth. All other knowledge of the planet had been blocked from her mind, to prevent anyone from prying it out of her thoughts. During their first 2 years, Luke said, Jedi children were most vulnerable. Any contact with the dark side could warp their minds and abilities for life. She activated the small hollow dais that projected recent images of her children. The 2-year-old twins, Jason and Jaina, played inside a colorful sculptured playground artifact. In another image, Leia's personal servant Winter held the new baby, Anakin, smiling at something out of view. Leia smiled back, though the static images couldn't see her. Part of that long loneliness would soon be over. Jason and Jaina could now use some of the Jedi powers to protect themselves, and Leia could shield the twins as well. Within little more than a week, no, it was exactly 8 days, her little boy and girl would be returning home. Knowing that the twins were coming to stay lightened her mood. Leia eased back into the self-conforming chair as she turned on the entertainment synthesizers, playing a pastoral melody written by a famous composer from Alderaan. The door chime sounded, startling her from her reverie. She glanced down to make certain she had remembered to dress herself, then went to the entryway. Her brother Luke stood in the shadows, cowled in his brown hood and cloak. "Hello, Luke," she said, then gasped, "Oh, I completely forgot." "Developing your Jedi powers is nothing to take lightly, Leia," he frowned as if scolding her. She gestured him to come inside. "I'm sure you'll have me make it up with extra practice sessions." When seen from a distance, the huge construction droid moved at a plodding pace, lifting its immense support pods only once every half hour to shuffle a step forward. But standing right beneath it, General Wedge Antilles and his demolition team saw the construction droid as a blur of motion, its thousands of articulated arms working on structures to be disassembled. The walking factory plowed deeper into the morass of collapsing and half-destroyed buildings in an old sector of Imperial City. Some of the droid's limbs ended with implosion wrecking balls or plasma cutters that sent explosive jolts into the walls. Collector arms sorted through the rubble, yanking out girders, shoveling boulders and steelcrete into dispensing receptacles. Other raw wreckage was scooped directly into the churning mandibles and conveyor belts that brought the resources down to elemental separators, which in turn pulled out the useful substances and processed them into new building components. The heat rising from its internal factories rippled in mirage-like waves, making the immense machine glow in Coruscant's star-filled night. The construction droid continued to work its way through the buildings damaged from the devastating firefights during the recent civil warfare. With so much to repair or destroy, sometimes the droid's collector arms and debris nets were not sufficient. Wedge Antilles looked up just in time to see a packed receptacle spilt from its moorings. "Hey, keep back, everybody! Under cover!" The demolition team scrambled under the protection of an outcropping of walls. The debris fell 20 stories. A rain of boulders, transparent steel, and twisted rebars crashed with explosive force into the street below. Someone yelped into the comlink, then promptly silenced himself. "Looks like this main building's going to go any minute," Wedge said. "Team Orange, I want you to keep at least half a block away from that thing. There's no telling what that droid's going to do, and I don't want to shut it down. It takes 3 days to reinitialize and get it working again." Wedge had not been thrilled with using the outdated and unpredictable technology of the construction droids, but they did seem to be the fastest way to clear the wreckage. "I copy, Wedge," the Orange team leader said, "but if we see any more of those feral refugees, we're going to have to try and rescue them, even if they are faster and hide better." Then the comlink channel broke into chatter as he ordered other team members to move. Wedge smiled. Even though he, like Lando Calrissian and Han Solo, had been promoted to the rank of general, Wedge still felt like one of the guys. He was a fighter pilot at heart, and he liked it that way. He had spent the last 4 months in space with the salvage crews there, hauling wrecked fighters into higher orbits, where they would pose no risk to the incoming ships. He had salvaged the vessels not too badly damaged, and self-destructed those that posed too great a hazard in the orbital traffic lanes. Last month, Wedge had requested a ground assignment for a change, though he loved to fly in space. Now he was in charge of almost 200 people, supervising the 4 construction droids that churned through this section of the city, restoring it and easing battle scars from the war against the Empire. The construction droids each had a master plan deep in their computer cores. As they repaired Imperial City in swaths, the droids checked the buildings in front of them, fixing those that needed minor repairs, demolishing those that didn't fit in with the new plan. Most of the sentient life forms had been evacuated from the deep underworld of the ancient metropolis, although some creatures living in the darkest alleys could no longer be classified as fully human. Shabby and naked, with pallid skin and sunken eyes, these were the descendants of those who had long ago fled to Coruscant's darkest alleys to escape political retribution. Some looked as though they had not seen the sun their entire lives. When the New Republic returned to Coruscant, an effort spearheaded by the old veteran of Yavin 4, General Jan Dodonna, had been to help these poor souls, but they were wild and smart and eluded capture every time. The streets, or what had been streets centuries ago, were covered with dank moss and a lush growth of fungus. The smells of decaying garbage and stagnant water swirled around them any time Wedge's team moved. Microclimates of rising air and condensing moisture created tiny rainstorms in the alleys, but the dripping water smelled no fresher than the standing pools or gutters. Wedge's teams deployed floating repulsor lights, but clouds of settling dust from the demolition work filled the air with thick murk. The construction droid paused in its work for a moment, and the relative silence sounded like a thud in Wedge's ears. He looked up to see the droid extending 2 of its big wrecking ball arms. It swung the balls with mammoth force, toppling the wall in front of it. Then the droid levered its support pod legs forward to take a step into the collapsed building. But the side of the wall did not slow inward quite as Wedge expected. Something inside had been reinforced more than the rest of the building. The construction droid tried to step down, but the wall would not yield. The Titanic droid began making loud hydraulic sounds as it attempted to regain its balance. The 40-story tall mechanical factory tilted sideways and hung poised on the verge of toppling. Wedge jerked out his comlink. If the construction droid fell, it would take out half a block of buildings with it, including the area where he had just sent Team Orange to take refuge. But then a dozen of its arms locked together and extended to the adjacent wall of buildings, splaying out, breaking through in places, but steadying the droid's weight just long enough for it to regain its balance. A rustling noise came over the comlink as Wedge's teams let out a collective sigh of relief. Wedge tried to see by the light of the shimmering aurora overhead and the floating lights they had strung. Hidden behind an edifice indistinguishable from the rest of the building stood solid metal walls, heavily reinforced but buckled and ruptured by the enormous foot of the construction droid. Wedge frowned. The demolition teams had encountered a lot of ancient artifacts in the ruined buildings, but nothing that had been so powerfully shielded and hidden. Something told him this was important. He looked up with a start to see that the construction droid had reoriented itself and returned to the reinforced building that stood in its way. Bending down its scanner dome head, the droid inspected the tough walls of the shielded room, as if analyzing how best to rip it to shreds. Two of the explosive electrical claws extended downward. The construction droid knew nothing about what secrets these buildings might contain. The droid merely followed the blueprint in its computer mind and carried out its program modifications. Wedge felt an agonized moment of indecision. If he shut the droid down to inspect the mysterious building, it would take 3 days to reset all the systems and power it up again. But if the droid had indeed uncovered something important, something the cabinet should know about, what would a few days matter? Blue-white lightning flickered on the ends of the construction droid's explosive claws as it reached toward the shielded walls. Wedge picked up his comlink and made ready to shut down the droid, and then his mind blanked. What was the code? Beside him, Lieutenant Deegan saw his moment of panicked confusion and snapped the answer. SGW-0027. Wedge instantly keyed it into the comlink. The droid froze just as it was about to discharge its electrical claws. Wedge heard the hissing rumble as the factories inside went into standby mode, powering down and cooling off. Wedge hoped he had made the right decision. Okay, purple and silver teams, come on in with me. We're going to do a little exploring here. Summoning a cluster of floating lights to follow them, the teams converged at the foot of the construction droid and then moved into the wreckage. Loose dust flickered down. They scrambled over the rubble, careful not to cut themselves on shattered transparent steel and protruding metal. Wedge heard the skittering sounds of small life forms hiding in the new cracks. The patter of falling stones continued to fall as the collapsing walls shifted and reshifted. Watch your backs. This place is still falling apart, Wedge said. Ahead, a wide cave-like gash had been opened in the heavily shielded room, showing only a lightless interior. Let's go in, nice and easy. Wedge narrowed his eyes at the shadows around them. Be ready to retreat at a moment's notice. We don't know what's in there. A deafening screech sounded far above, reverberating in the night. The demolition teams jumped, then forced themselves to relax when they found it was only the cooling construction droid venting waste heat. Wedge stepped to the edge of the darkened hole. The buckled crack in the wall was completely dark, showing nothing. The moment he poked his head into the darkness, the monster lunged forward, all fangs and spewing saliva. Wedge cried out and stumbled back, bouncing against the jagged edge of the opening as the locomotive of claws and fur and armored body plating charged at him. Before he could straighten his thoughts, before he could even imagine shouting an order to his troops, a spiderweb of crisscross blaster fire erupted into the night. Most of the beam struck home with a smoking hiss into the creature's body. A second round of blaster fire lanced out. The monster roared in explosive surprise and pain, before collapsing with enough force to start a small avalanche in the debris. Its death sigh sounded like steam escaping from a furnace. Wedge slumped to the ground and suddenly felt his heart begin beating again. Thanks, guys. The rest of them stood, frozen in surprise and terror, gawking at their own reflexively drawn blasters, and at the heavily dying bulk of the monster that had dwelled within the shielded building. The thing looked like a huge armored rat with spines along its back and tusks coming out of its mouth. It had the tail of a crate dragon, flicking in its final convulsions as black-purple blood oozed around burned craters of blaster wounds in its hide. Guess I got hungry waiting in there, Wedge said. Your fearless leader needs to be a little more careful from now on. He sent the bobbing lights through the opening to illuminate the chamber ahead. Nothing else seemed to be moving inside. Behind them, the giant armored rat shuddered with a last groaning sigh, then sagged. In pairs, they pushed through the opening into the isolated chamber. The metal plated floor was strewn with cracked bones and skulls from the subhumans that lived in the city's lower levels. I guess I found something to eat after all, Wedge said. On the far side of the dark room, they found another tunnel from deeper underground, where a grate had been peeled aside. The grate was rusted, but bright score marks from large claws showed where the rat thing had torn its way through. Not it. A she, Lieutenant Deegan said, and now you can see why she was so upset. He pointed to the corner where the worst damage had occurred. Broken blocks of building material lay piled on the rat thing's nest. Bright smears of blood showed where three of the creature's young, each one the size of an Endorian pony, had been crushed by the boulders. Wedge stared for a moment before he looked around the rest of the gloomy room. Adjusting the light enhancers on his visor, he could see dark gadgets, consoles, bed platforms with manacles and chains. Parked and dormant on two stands were glossy black Imperial interrogation droids. Secret computer ports stared gray and dead-like amphibious eyes. Some sort of torture center? Lieutenant Deegan asks. Looks like it, Wedge answered. Interrogation. This could yield a lot of information the Emperor didn't want us to have. Good thing you shut down the construction droid, Wedge, Deegan said. It's worth the delay. Wedge pursed his lips. Yeah, good thing. He looked at the cruel interrogation droids and the torture equipment. A part of him wished he had never found this place. The sculpture on Leia's crystal table jittered forward, stopped, then rose into the air. The figure was a fat man with spread palms and a grin wide enough to swallow an X-Wing fighter. The dealer had assured Leia it was a genuine Corellian sculpture, that it would make Han think fond memories of his own world just as Han's images of Alderaan did for her. Upon receiving the anniversary gift, Han thanked her profusely, but could barely control his laughter. He finally explained that the statue was a trademarked figurine stolen from a chain of cheap Corellian eating establishments. Keep concentrating, Leia, Luke whispered into the silence, leaning closer. He watched her intently. Her eyes were focused in the far distance, not seeing the sculpture at all. The statue continued to levitate, rising higher off the table, then suddenly it bumped forward to topple onto the floor. Leia heaved a sigh and slumped back in the self-conforming chair. Luke tried to cover his disappointment as he remembered his own training. Yoda had made him stand on his head while balancing rocks and other heavy objects. Luke had received other training from the twisted Joruus C'baoth, and he had learned the depths of the dark side from the resurrected Emperor himself. His sister's training had been much less rigorous and more haphazard as she continually rescheduled lessons to accommodate her increasing diplomatic duties. But Leia concerned him. He had been working with her for more than 7 years now, and she seemed to be blocked, having reached the limit of the powers she could master. Given her heritage as the daughter of Anakin Skywalker, Leia should have been easy to train. Luke wondered how he would manage to instruct a large group of students at his proposed Jedi Academy if he could not succeed with his own sister. Leia stood and picked up the fallen statue from the floor. Setting it back on the table, Luke watched her, keeping his face free of any downcast expression. Leia, what is it? He asked. She looked at him with her dark eyes and hesitated before answering. Just feeling sorry for myself, I guess. Han should have arrived on Kessel 2 days ago, but he hasn't bothered to send a message. That's no big surprise considering him. But Luke saw more wistfulness than sarcasm in her eyes. Sometimes it wears on me to not have my own children here. I've been with the twins for only a fraction of their lives. I can count on one hand the number of times I've visited the baby. I haven't had time to feel like a mother. The diplomatic chores won't give me a rest. Then she looked directly at him. And you're about to go off on your great Jedi hunt. I feel like I'm missing out on life. Luke reached out to touch her arm. You could become a very powerful Jedi if you would only devote some concentration to your work. To follow the Force, you must let your training be the focus of your life, and not become distracted by other things. Leia reacted more strongly than he had anticipated, drawing away. Maybe I'm afraid of that, Luke. When I look at you, I see a haunted expression in your eyes, as if a vital part of you's been burned away by the personal hells you've walked through. Trying to kill your own father, dueling with a clone of yourself, serving the dark side for the Emperor. If that's what it takes to be a powerful Jedi, maybe I don't want the job. She held up her hand to stop him from saying anything until she had finished. I am doing important work for the Council. I'm helping to rebuild a whole republic of 1,000 star systems. Maybe that is my life's work, not being a Jedi. And maybe, just maybe, I might want to fit being a mother in there too. Luke looked at her, unmoved. No one could read his expressions anymore. He was no longer innocent. If that is your destiny, Leia, it's a good thing I'll start training other Jedi soon. They stared at each other in an uncomfortable silence for a few moments. Luke looked away first, retreating from that line of conversation. But you still need to protect yourself from the dark side. Let's work a little more with shielding and your inner defenses, and then we'll call it a night. Leia nodded, but he could sense that her spirits had sunk further. He reached out with his fingers to touch her dark hair, drifting to the contours of her head. I'm going to try to probe your mind. I use different techniques, different touches. Try to resist me, or at least pinpoint where I am. Luke let his eyes fall half closed, then sent faint tendrils of thoughts into her mind, deftly touching the topography of her memory. At first she didn't react, but then he could feel her concentrating, building an invisible wall around his probe. Though slow, she succeeded in blocking him off. Good. Now I'm going to try different places. He moved his touch to a different center. Resist me if you can. As he kept probing deeper, Leia became better at fending him off. She parried his attempts with greater speed and stronger force as he guided her to put up barriers. He grew more pleased as he worked with her, touching random spots in her mind, trying to take her by surprise. He could feel her own delight with her improving abilities. Luke reached to the back of her mind, an area of deep, primal memories, but little conscious thought. He doubted he could get any defensive reaction there, but no attacker would be likely to strike at such places. Her thoughts were like a map laid out in front of him, and Luke touched inward at an isolated nub in her mind. He pushed, and suddenly felt as if a giant invisible palm had planted itself on his chest and shoved backward. Luke stumbled to keep his balance, taking 2 steps away from her. Leia's eyes went wide, and her mouth dropped open in surprise. Luke said, "What did you do?" In the same moment, Leia said, "What did I do?" Then both answered, "I don't know," simultaneously. Luke tried to reconstruct what he had done. "Let me try that again. Just relax." She seemed anything but relaxed as he probed her again, reaching to the back of her mind, finding the isolated nub among her instinctive centers. Touching it, he found himself knocked away again with physical force. "But I didn't do anything," Leia insisted. Luke allowed himself to smile. "Your reflexes did, Leia. When a medical droid taps your knee, your leg jerks whether you want it to or not. We may have just stumbled upon something a potential Jedi has that others don't. I want you to try it on me. Here, close your eyes and I'll give you an image of what I did to you." "Do you think I'll be able to do it?" Leia asked. "If it truly is instinctual, all you need to do is find the right spot." "I'll try." Her face wore a skeptical expression. "Do or do not. There is no try. That's what Yoda always said." "Oh, stop quoting him. You don't need to impress me." Leia touched her brother's temples, and he took a deep breath, using Jedi relaxation techniques to drop his guard. He had erected so much mental armor in the past 7 years that he hoped he could still let her inside. He felt the touch of her thoughts, delicate mental fingers tracing the contours of his brain. He directed her search toward the back, where primitive thoughts slept. "Can you—" Before he could finish his question, Leia stumbled backward into the self-conforming seat. "Wow, I found the nub, but when I touched it, you knocked me off my feet." Luke felt wonder tingle through him, and it was completely unconscious on my part. I wasn't aware of doing anything. Luke touched his lips as new thoughts raced through his mind. I need to try this on other people. If it's completely a reflex reaction, this could be a very useful test for finding people who have latent Jedi powers. Next morning, the Metropolitan shuttle skimmed over the rooftops of Imperial City, like a bus on the thermals rising from chasms between the tall buildings. The strip of new buildings erected by the construction droids looked like a gleaming stripe through the ancient city. Admiral Akbar piloted the shuttle himself, holding the controls in his articulated fin hands as he watched the skies with his widely set fish eyes. Behind him, strapped into their seats, rode Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa Solo. The bright dawn spread long shadows in the lower levels of the city. Akbar leaned forward to the comlink. "General Antilles, we are on approach. I can see the construction droid up ahead. Is everything cleared for our landing?" "Yes, sir." Wedge's voice sounded clearly from the speaker. "There's a good spot just to the right of the droid that should be perfect for landing." Akbar cocked his head to peer through the curved viewplate, then brought the Metropolitan shuttle in, aligning it with gaps in the buildings, descending to the unexplored street levels. Wedge came out to meet them after Akbar had settled the shuttle beside the powered-down construction droid. Akbar emerged first into the rubble-strewn clearing, tilting his domed head up to look at the strip of sunlight coming from high above. Luke and Leia stepped out side by side as the vehicle hummed into its standby/cooldown mode. "Hi, Wedge," Luke called. "Or should I say General Antilles?" Wedge grinned. "Wait until you see what the demolition crew found. I just might get promoted again." "I'm not sure you'd want to," Leia said. "Then you'd be stuck with diplomatic duties." Wedge motioned for them to follow. The construction droid blocked out the sun. Luke could hear teams scrambling up access ladders and automated lifts on the outer shell of the droid. Maintenance crews were taking advantage of the shutdown time to check the internal factories and resource processors, to modify some of the programming inside the droid's computer blueprint. The stripped carcass of a large beast lay in the rubble just outside the opening of the shielded room. Wedge gestured to it. "That thing attacked us last night, and my team killed it. Sometime when we were up in the construction droid's pilot lounge, napping and cleaning up, other scavengers came out and stripped the meat off its bones. Too bad. The xenobiologists might have wanted to classify it, but now there's not much left." Wedge ducked inside the breached metal walls of the shielded room. Luke could hear people shuffling and banging inside. He saw Leia wrinkle her nose at the strange smells wafting out. Luke's eyes took a moment to adjust to the glowing yellow illumination of the floating lights posted around the chamber. Something powerful had gone berserk in here. At first he saw the broken equipment scattered on the floor, wires torn out, smashed computer terminals. Long claw marks gashed the walls. A black spherical Imperial interrogation droid lay split open in one corner. He saw Leia's eyes fix on it, and he sensed a wave of revulsion pass through her. Several people from Wedge's team had wrestled a heavy metal grate back into place against one wall, and were now laser welding it into its channel. The grate had been horribly bent. "More excitement last night," Wedge said. The welders looked up from their work, waved to Wedge, then bent back to their beams. "The mate of that rat creature came back up through the tunnels, found its companion killed, and smashed everything it could." He frowned. "Ruined most of the old equipment here, but we might still be able to salvage something. The Emperor kept the place under tight security. Seemed to be some kind of deep interrogation facility." "Yes, indeed," Akbar said, striding through the wreckage. Broken circuit boards crunched under his wide feet. "We wouldn't want any of this to fall into the wrong hands." Luke's attention drifted over to a tangle of wires and flat sheet crystal readers on the floor. His forehead furrowed with concentration as he went to look more closely. "Is this what I think it is?" he mumbled. "What did you say, Luke?" Leia asked, following him. He didn't answer her as he bent over the equipment, pulling wires and cables and trying to sort through the mess. "It looks like there were 3 separate units here. They're probably all destroyed." But he felt a growing excitement within him. Maybe they'd be able to piece the components together. "What is it?" Leia asked again. Luke uncoiled one of the cables and found an intact sheet crystal reader at the end. It looked like a glassy silver paddle longer than his hand. "I've read about this in my research on the old Jedi Knights. The Emperor's hunter teams used it to seek out Jedi who were hiding during his great purge." He found a second intact sheet crystal paddle, then picked the control pack that looked the least damaged. With his cyborg hand, Luke brushed aside some of the dust, then jacked the cables into either side of the pack, holding the paddles, one in each hand. He flipped the power switch on the control pack and was gratified to see a warm flurry of lights as the unit went through its initiation diagnostics. The Emperor's teams used equipment like this as sort of a force detector, for his henchmen to read the auras of people they suspected of having Jedi talent. According to the records, the remnants of the Jedi Knights held this thing in great fear. But maybe we can use it to restore the Jedi. He grinned, and for a moment he felt like the fresh, excited farm boy he had been back on Tatooine. "Hold still, Leia. Let me test this on you." She stood back, alarmed. "But what does it do?" Both Wedge and Akbar had stepped over to watch. "Trust me," Luke said. He held the sheet crystal paddles at arm's length, bracketing Leia. When he tripped the scan switch, a thin slice of coppery light traced down Leia's body from head to toe. Suspended in air above the control pack, a smaller echo of the copper scan line reappeared in reverse motion, assimilating the data and constructing a tiny hologram of Leia. It looked different from the small hollow of Leia that R2-D2 had projected for Ben Kenobi. Instead, it was a wire-frame silhouette of her body, with color-coded lines tagged to readings that projected a column of numbers in the air. Surrounding the outline was a corona of flickering blue, faint but definite. "Can you understand anything from that, Luke?" Admiral Akbar said, peering closer. "Let's get another one for comparison." This time Luke pointed the paddles at Wedge, who flinched as the coppery scan line ran up and down his uniform. When his wire-frame hollow appeared beside Leia's, most of the color-coded details were similar, but his image showed no blue corona. "Now let's try you, Admiral." He extended the panels toward the Mon Calamarian, adjusting the control pack to take Akbar's alien physiology into account. When his scanned image appeared, it too lacked the blue aura. "Leia, would you do it to me, just so we can be more sure?" Leia handled the equipment reluctantly, as if uneasy to touch a device that had been used by those who designed the interrogation droid. But she operated the scanner easily, holding the sheet crystal paddles on either side of Luke. His image bore the blue corona. "This is very valuable," Luke said. "You don't need any particular skill with the Force to use this equipment. We can find people with Jedi potential just by scanning them. It'll be a great help in finding candidates for my academy. Maybe some good will come of this device after all these years." "Very good, Luke," Akbar said. Luke pursed his lips. "Wedge, I want to try something. Would you relax for a minute and let me do a mind touch on you?" Wedge said, then saw his team members looking at him. He straightened. "Whatever you say, Luke." Luke wasted no time, reaching out to touch Wedge's temples, running a mental probe over the surface of his mind, back to the primitive area, the surprising nub in the contour of thoughts. But when Luke touched it, nothing happened. Wedge probably didn't even know he was being probed. Luke pushed harder, but he triggered no reflexive counteraction, no uncontrolled push as Leia had given him. "What was that all about?" Wedge asked. "Did you do anything?" Luke smiled. "I just strengthened a theory of mine. We have gotten a lot closer to bringing back the Jedi Knights." 4. At least the ship didn't explode on impact. That was the first thing Han Solo thought as painful consciousness returned. He blinked his eyes, listened to the hissing of atmosphere steaming through breaches in Millennium Falcon's hull. Somehow they had survived a crash landing. He wondered what planet he was on. "Kessel!" His eyes widened as he saw red splashes across the control panels, his own blood. His leg felt as if it were on fire, and he tasted liquid tin in his mouth. As he coughed, more blood splashed out. Han had not managed to strap himself in before the crash. It was a good thing he had not stayed up in the gunwale. From his skewed vantage, he could see that the ship had spun on impact, with the top gunwale crushed beneath them. He hoped Chewbacca had fared better. Turning his head, Han felt as if shards of ground glass were rubbing his spine. In the co-pilot's chair, the Wookiee lay motionless, his pelt matted with discolored blood oozing from wounds hidden by his shaggy fur. "Chewie," he managed to croak. "Say something, okay?" Han heard the thud of a small explosive charge on the primary hatch. Then someone from outside managed to hotwire the ramp. The rest of the Falcon's air spurted into Kessel's thin atmosphere. "Great," he rumbled. With the shattering pain in his ribs, it had already been hard enough to breathe. Heavy footsteps marched up the ramp. Han wanted to pull out his blaster, at least knock a few enemies down in a fistfight, but he could barely raise his eyes, expecting to see an orderly column of white-armored stormtroopers. That would be an appropriate end to a day like this. Instead, the intruders wore a hodgepodge of armor. Some parts modified from prison guard uniforms, others plates adapted from stormtrooper equipment. None of it made any sense to Han, but his mind had already maxed out with things that should never have happened. A TIE fighter and an X-Wing fighting side by side? Against him? The boarding party wore oxygen masks fitted over their faces to let them breathe the thin atmosphere of Kessel. Their voices were muffled as they shouted orders to each other. One man, looking scarecrowish with impossibly long arms and neck, strode into the Falcon's cockpit. Han felt recognition stir inside him, but he couldn't pinpoint a name. The Scarecrow wore armbands from an Imperial prison, but at his side he carried a modified double blaster that was patently illegal on most planets. The Scarecrow turned wide-set, flinty eyes on Han. Han Solo, he said. Though the breath mask covered his lower face, Han could tell the man was grinning widely. You're gonna wish you never survived landing on Kessel. With a flash of memory, the Scarecrow's name came to Han. Skynix. That was it. But Skynix had been locked up in the Imperial Correction Facility, barely avoiding a death sentence. Questions had just begun forming in his mouth when Skynix brought an armored fist down on Han's head, sending him back into unconsciousness. Kessel. Spice. His thoughts mixed into nightmares as he fought to come back to himself. Han had always been proud to boast that the Falcon had made the Kessel Run in record time, but he rarely recounted the whole tale, that he had actually been fleeing Kessel with a full load of spice in his secret below-decks compartments, when Imperial tariff ships had tagged him. Han got the shipment, as always, from Maruth Duel, the frog-like man in charge of skimming black market spice from Imperial production quotas. Duel was some sort of official in the gigantic Imperial prison complex, from which came most of the spice mine laborers. The Empire maintained strict control over the spice output, but Duel managed to keep quite a little side market of his own. Han Solo and Chewbacca had run spice for him, whisking it past Imperial patrols and putting it into distribution channels run by gangsters such as Jabba the Hutt. But Maruth Duel had a habit of stringing along his helpers until he decided he could gain bigger favor by turning them over to the authorities. Han had never been able to prove it, but he suspected that Duel himself had tipped off the tariff ships on the Falcon's flight away from Kessel, providing the exact coordinates where Han planned to enter hyperspace. Han had been forced to jettison his entire cargo of glitterstim spice, worth a fortune, just before being boarded. When Han tried to circle back later and retrieve the floating cargo, the Imperials had given pursuit. During the chase, he had desperately skimmed closer to the gravity influence of the immense black hole cluster than the nav charts claimed was possible. One of the tariff ships had been lost in the swirling maelstrom of hot gases plunging into a bottomless singularity. But the Falcon had survived, breaking into hyperspace and fleeing to safety. Temporary safety. The lost cargo of spice alone had been worth 12,400 credits, and Jabba the Hutt had already paid for it in full. Jabba had not been pleased. The thought of all those months frozen in carbonite, motionless, hanging on Jabba's wall made him shiver. The cold was black around him, and he couldn't see. His teeth chattered together. "Cease your thermal convulsions," a raspy, metallic voice snapped. It sounded like a plasma saw cutting through rock. "The temperature in the medical center has been lowered to minimize surgical shock to your metabolism." Opening his eyes, Han stared up into the bullet-like face of a medical droid. Most of the metal was a primary green, but a black hooded attachment extended over its optical sensors. Segmented mechanical arms reached toward him, displaying a wide variety of out-of-date medical implements, all of them sharp. "I am the prison medical droid. I have not been programmed for anesthetics or the niceties of making you comfortable. If you fail to cooperate, your treatment will only be more unpleasant." Han rolled his eyes back. This was a far cry from traditional medical droids, who were programmed to specifically have the patient's comfort in mind. Han tried to move. Around him, the prison medical center was white and cold, with gleaming medical appliances and empty Bacta tanks mounted on the wall. Han vaguely sensed several guards standing near the doors. When he turned his head, the medical droid reached out with cold metal hands to clamp against his temples. "You must remain motionless. This will hurt a great deal. Now relax. Immediately." Out of sight on the other side of the room, Chewbacca let out a great roar of pain. Han was relieved to know the Wookiee was still alive. Before treatment, at least. Han winced as the medical droid began to work on him. Chewbacca shook him awake with a hairy, enthusiastic, and grateful hug. Han groaned and blinked his eyes, but the room was so dim he had to stare for a few minutes before anything came into focus. His entire body felt as if it had been beaten instead of healed. Chewbacca groaned and hugged him again. Take it easy, Chewie. You'll send me back to that medical droid, Han said. Instantly, the Wookiee released his grip. Han mentally assessed how he felt. He sat up, flexed his arms, then got to his feet. 2, no 3 of his ribs, as well as his left leg tingled with the maddening bee stings that indicated where bone knitters had repaired the fractures. Han remained weak, but replacement/nutrient solutions had probably brought him back up to nominal levels. Chewbacca also looked scruffy and haggard. Patches of fur had been shaved from his body, and Han could discern lumpy scars where medical droids had made quick patchwork with no finesse. After treatment, the 2 of them had been tossed into this dank place. Finally, Han took a deep whiff of the air inside the chamber. What died in here? He suddenly realized that wasn't just a joking comment. Chewbacca answered by pointing to the hulking form that occupied a third of the space in the cell. Han blinked again to be sure his vision was adjusting properly. The thing was huge and hideous, part crustacean, part arachnid, and judging from the rows of dagger teeth, entirely carnivorous. Its claw hands were as big as a human, was tall, and its jointed body armor was covered with scab-like bumps. The only good thing about it was that it was dead. The carcass reeked. The first time Han had been near a rancor, he had been blind from hibernation sickness after being thawed in Jabba's palace. Jabba fed the monster below his throne room with his enemies, or anyone else at random. Han had seen many more rancors on the planet Dathomir during his courtship of Princess Leia. One of the beasts had somewhat died here in the Imperial Correction Facility. The rancor had decayed as far as it was going to, and then mummified the rest of the way. The prison itself, from what Han knew of it, was a cross between a zoo and a correctional facility, because the different life forms had different degrees of sentience. The only factor in common was that they were all violent. Their cell was gigantic, as far as cells went, large enough to hold the rancor and give it room to maneuver. Brittle, moldy bones lay scattered around the floor, many of which had been gnawed and pulverized, as if in a desperate attempt by the starving rancor to find more food. Green and blue smears of slime oozed down the walls. Tiny dripping sounds were the only noises Han could hear. "How long have we been here, Chewie? Do you know?" Chewbacca didn't know. Han ran it over again in his mind. They'd come to Kessel. They'd identified themselves both by name and with a New Republic call sign. A fleet of ships had come out to attack them. TIE fighters and X-Wings and a motley bunch of other ships. Obviously the people in charge of Kessel were up to something, and they didn't want the New Republic to know about it. Then he remembered Scarecrow-like Skynix, who had boarded the crashed Falcon. Skynix had been a thief and an assassin, the primary point of contact between Moruth Duel and the spice smugglers. Skynix had wrangled a nominal post as a prison guard in the correction facility. But now he seemed to have changed jobs. Han heard the click and hum of the deactivation field around the cell doors, and then a grating whir as a hydraulic lift hauled the huge door upward. As the door raised, garish white light flooded into the room. Han clamped a hand over his eyes. He hadn't realized the cell was so dim. "Get ready, Chewie," Han whispered. If there weren't too many guards, they could rush them, slug their way out, and escape. But then he felt a twinge of pain from his recently broken ribs, and dizziness washed over him. Chewbacca leaned weakly against one of the damp walls of the Rancor's cell and groaned. Well, maybe if there's only one guard who has poor eyesight and is recovering from weeks' worth of dysentery. Never mind, Chewie. Let's see what they have to say. The skeletal figure standing in the door was obviously Skynix. As Han's eyes adjusted to the light, he could see 4 other guards behind Skynix, wearing not quite prison uniforms, patches of body armor to protect sensitive areas, but showing no rank or insignia. "So, Han Solo, I trust you appreciate our hospitality?" Skynix asked. Han smirked and looked behind him at the dank cell, the dead Rancor. "Yeah, you guys are really turning Kessel into a resort world, just like the planet Ithor." Skynix followed his gaze to the mummified monster. "Ah, yes. During the turmoil when we took over the prison, someone forgot to feed the Rancor. It was a pity. Months passed before we remembered him. A double pity, too, because by the time we thought of him, we had plenty of Imperial prisoners we needed to dispose of. That would have been fun to watch. Instead, we had to send them all into the spice mines." Skynix smiled for just an instant, then his face took on its flat, mechanical composure again. "I hope the medical droids helped you recover from your crash injuries. It's important you both are healthy enough to withstand interrogation. We want to know exactly why you came to spy on Kessel." It occurred to Han that for once he could actually tell the truth and be completely open about his mission. Ready when you are, Skynix. Somehow he was afraid the truth wouldn't be good enough in this case. The gangly man allowed another flash of a smile. So you do remember me, Solo. Good. Moroth Duel will want to talk to you immediately. Han raised his eyebrows. That meant Duel was still alive, still running things. But Han had no idea how the pieces fit together. I'd love to talk to old Maruth. It's been a long time. He was a good buddy of mine. Skynick snickered at that, then stopped. The other guards behind him also chuckled. Yes, Skynick said. I do believe I heard him mention your name. Several times. The lift took them out of the main cell block areas, along a tube to the outer corners of the correctional facility. They rocketed skyward along the angled metal tracks. Looking through the scratched, transparent walls of the elevator, Han could see that the prison itself was a massive tan and gray edifice made of plasteel and synthetic rock. The flat front face sloped backward at about a 45-degree angle. Elevator turrets glided along each of the corners. A glassed and mirrored substructure protruded from the slanted face, housing the administrative offices and prison personnel. In the racing elevator car, Skyninx watched both of them with flickers of amusement, keeping his modified double blaster trained on them. The two guards, armed with more conventional weapons, also stood tense and ready. Seeing this, Han felt ironically impressed. He didn't know what he had done to instill such fear in these people. Both Han and Chewbacca had been strapped into stun cuffs, a restraining fixture across the wrists that sent paralyzing jolts of electricity directly into the nervous system, proportional in strength to the amount of struggle a prisoner exerted. Han controlled himself well enough and received only an unpleasant tingle along his forearms. As usual, Chewbacca could not keep his temper in check and managed to stun himself into a stupor. When the elevator's doors opened, Skynex prodded the two prisoners forward. Han complied and walked easily ahead, trying to put a self-confident spring in his step. He had had his troubles with Maruth Duel, and he did not trust the man a bit, but as far as he knew, there was no powerful grudge between them. Skynings escorted them through administrative offices, many of which had been ransacked or burned. They went past a broad anteroom to a huge office faced by giant windows that looked out upon the barrens of Kessel. In the distance, Han could see the crumpled salt flats. Great jets from the atmosphere factory sent gouts of oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide into the pinkish sky, keeping the planet barely habitable. Powerful radiation shields in orbit filtered out a large percentage of the deadly X-rays and gamma rays pouring from the nearby maw. If not for the precious spice, no one would bother trying to live on Kessel. The original sign on the desk unit pronounced this to be the warden's headquarters, but someone had crossed out the previous ID tag and mounted a hand-lettered sign in basic, Duel's place. On the wall to the right of the desk unit hung a man captured in final throes of agony, frozen in carbonite. Duel had taken a lesson from Jabba, displaying some old nemesis for all to see. Han shivered just to look at the trophy. Next to the window, a barrel-shaped form stood silhouetted by the garish light. Han recognized Maruth Duel immediately. Duel was a Rybit, squat and soft-skinned. His bright green coloring and tan highlights looked like worm stripes up and down his cheeks, arms, and shoulders. His skin was dry, but so smooth it looked slimy. As always, Duel dressed in the skins of less fortunate reptiles. His waistcoat looked like something from ancient history vid. Duel sported a bright yellow cravat, which meant he was in mating readiness, though Han couldn't imagine where on the planet Duel would ever find a willing female of his own species. Duel turned around, displaying a much-changed face, jittered with nervous tics and paranoia. His Rybit eyes were overlarge, lantern-like, with vertical slits, but one of his eyes was now milky white, like a half-cooked egg. He wore a mechanical focusing device over his other eye, strapped onto his smooth head with brown leather straps. Duel fiddled with his mechanical eye, and the lenses clicked and whirred into place, like a camera unit. His Rybit fingers were long and wide at the end, showing signs of vestigial suction cups as he adjusted the focus and pressed his face close to Han's. The blind eye stared milkily off in another direction. After a long inspection, he finally hissed in recognition. "It is you, Han Solo." Han frowned. "Been hitting the spice too heavily, I see, Maruth. Always gets the eyesight first." "It wasn't spice that did this," Duel snapped, tapping the contraption on his eye. He drew in another long, sputtering breath that sounded like a carbonated drink spilled on hot coals. Why are you here, Solo? I want you to tell me, but maybe I want you to resist just a little bit so I can make this hurt. Chewbacca roared in anger. Han tried to spread out his hands, but the stun cuffs zapped him. Wait a minute, Maruth. You better explain a few things to me. I don't quite know. Duel didn't hear him, rubbing his splayed hands together and smiling with his squishy lips. The hardest part is going to be restraining myself from having you dismembered right here where I can watch. Han felt his heart pound. Can we be reasonable for a minute? We were business partners, Maruth, and I never crossed you. Han didn't mention his suspicions that Duel had crossed him in the last spice run. I apologize if I did something to upset you. Can we work it out? He remembered his conversation with the hitman Greedo in the Mos Eisley cantina. Once offended, Jabba the Hutt had never been interested in working anything out. He hoped Duel would be more reasonable. Maruth Duel stepped backward, fluttering his long-fingered hands. Work it out? What are you going to do, buy me a droid replacement for my eye? I hate droids. Because of you, Jabba tried to have me killed. I had to beg them to take only my eye. I had to beg them to take my eye. He jabbed at his boiled egg blind side. Skyninx shambled closer to Duel, lowering his voice. I think you're confusing him, rather than frightening him, Maruth. Maybe he really doesn't know what happened. Duel sat down at his desk and straightened his lizard-skin waistcoat, regaining his composure. When you dumped your load of spice, Jabba blamed it on me. He put out a contract on my life, all because of your cowardice. Chewbacca roared in outrage. Han barely kept his anger in check. Jabba put out a contract on me too, Duel. Greedo tried to assassinate me on Tatooine. Boba Fett captured me on Bespin, and I was trapped in carbonite, just like your friend there. He gestured to the gruesome trophy on the wall, and I got sent to Jabba anyway. Duel waved a hand of dismissal. Jabba's men had already infiltrated the spice mining operations, and he wanted to expose me, so his own people could procure the glitterstim directly. One of his hitmen fried my eye and half-blinded the other. He was about to do more, but Skyninx killed him. At the doorway, the Scarecrow smiled with pride. Jabba forced my hand, and I had to act. We staged the prison revolt. The warden himself was Jabba's man. But half the guards were on my side. I paid them well, you see. Luckily, the Empire was thrown into chaos right about the same time. We took Kessel for ourselves. There are a few other upstart slave lords on the other side of the planet, but they didn't last long. I've been stockpiling spice supplies and building up a massive defense fleet with everything I can scrape together. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to come here and take things away from me. Duel grabbed his head with his long fingers in a gesture of weariness. Everything was going just fine before you had to get Jabba angry at me. Everything was safe. I knew just how to play the game. Now I'm jumping at shadows, afraid every moment. Duel stared at Han with his mechanical eye. But ruining my life once isn't good enough for you, is it? You come back here broadcasting a message from the New Republic. Somehow I thought remnants of the Empire would try to grab the spice mines back first, but big governments are all the same. You are a spy, a particularly inept one. Did you think you could just fly into our space, look around, and go back to your Republic with all the information they need to come take us over? He slapped his palm on the desktop with a damp splat. We'll strike the first blow by killing their spy, and we'll be ready to blast them out of the sky the moment your attack ships come out of hyperspace. You haven't got a chance, Skyninx sneered. Han allowed himself to smile, then actually chuckled. You boys have it all wrong. Absolutely wrong. Chewbacca grunted his agreement. Skyninx scowled. Duel stared at Han in silence for a moment. We'll see about that. Duel reached into the pocket of his waistcoat and withdrew a small, ancient-looking key, which he inserted into one of the drawers of the former warden's desk. He fumbled with the lock, then opened the drawer. Reaching in, he pulled out an armored strongbox. He hefted the strongbox to the table, then dug in another pocket of his waistcoat to extract a second key. Han watched, his curiosity piqued, as Duel opened the strongbox and withdrew a smaller, sealed container. Duel meticulously slipped both keys back into his pockets before looking at Han. I'd like to spend time interrogating you thoroughly, but I want to know exactly when the New Republic plans to come in and take over, how many ships they are sending, what type of forces they will use. I'll get the information now, but I may have time to enjoy interrogating you later, just on general principle. Duel placed his webbed ribbit palm on the top of the sealed container. With a slight hum, a beam of light curled around his fingers in an ID scan. The small container burped as the airtight seal was broken. The lid slid away to reveal a padded interior compartment. The box was filled with slender, black-wrapped cylinders about half as long as a finger. Han recognized them immediately. Glitter stim, he said. Jewel looked at him. The most potent form of spice. With it, I'll be able to read the truth of what you say. Your errant thoughts will betray you. Han felt a sudden sense of relief. But what if I don't have any hidden thoughts to betray? Skyninx struck Han's head with the back of his hand, sending him reeling. Chewbacca tried to stagger forward, but the stun cuff silenced his bellows and made him sway dizzily, barely able to keep his balance. Duel selected one of the slim black cylinders and held it in his fingers. With a deft motion, he peeled off the opaque outer wrapper and drew a thin bundle of transparent glassy fibers. As Jewel held the inert glitter stim up to the light pouring through the broad viewing window, the light-sensitive spice began to scintillate and glow from within, ripening. Han watched until it was ready for Jewel to consume. He swallowed a dry lump in his throat. Jewel opened his mouth when the segment of glitter stim glowed a pearlescent blue. He extended his sharp, purplish tongue to wrap around the crystalline fibers, which he drew back into his mouth. The glitter stim crackled and fizzed. As Jewel flexed his lips, tiny sparks seeped out of the corners. Han stared as Jewel closed his blind eye and breathed deep, watery breaths. The spice would act on Jewel's mind, pump up his latent powers. The automatic focusing gears of Jewel's mechanical eye clicked and whirred, spinning around as it tried to make sense of the visions pouring through the Rybet's mind. Then Jewel turned to face Han and Chewbacca. Han winced as he felt tiny fingers clawing around in his brain, picking through the lobes of memory, images he had stored in his thoughts, searching, searching. He tried to shrink away, but knew he could keep no secrets from anyone pumped on Glitterstim. Skyninx chuckled, then immediately fell silent, as if afraid of directing Jewel's attention to himself, where his own brain could be picked. Han felt anger growing, outrage that Maruth Jewel could dissect the private moments he had with Leia, could observe the births of Han's 3 children. But the spice effects lasted only a few moments, and Jewel would be concerned mainly with learning why Han and Chewbacca had come to Kessel. I really was telling you the truth, Jewel, Han said quietly. We're on a peaceful mission to re-establish diplomatic contact with Kessel. The New Republic's trying to open up trade and welcome you. We came in peace, but you just declared war on yourself by shooting down their first ambassadors. Chewbacca growled. Skyninx stiffened, then took a few awkward steps forward. What is he talking about? Han raised his voice. Read the truth in my mind, Morith. The Rybet's mouth hung slack, and Han could see Glitterstim sparks sputtering around his cheeks. He felt the tiny probing fingers crawl deeper and deeper into his mind, scrabbling around. Jewel was frantically trying to find some proof of his suspicions as the spice enhancement faded away. But Jewel could find nothing. There was nothing to find. The only thing he did learn was the power of the Alliance forces that would be arrayed against him. A fleet that had succeeded in overthrowing the entire Empire would certainly be sufficient to destroy a ragtag outlaw operation on Kessel. No! Jewel wailed. He whirled to glare at Skyninx. What are we going to do? He's telling the truth. He can't be, Skyninx said. He's a... The spice doesn't lie. He's here for exactly the reasons he said, and we shot him down. We took him prisoner. The New Republic is going to come after us, and they'll wipe us out. Kill the 2 of them now, Skyninx said. If we work fast, we can cover everything up. Han felt sudden fear return. Now wait a minute. I'm sure we can fix this with a few careful messages. I am the ambassador, after all. Diplomatic credentials and everything. I wouldn't want a simple misunderstanding. No, Skyninx said, keeping his attention fixed on Jewel. We can't risk that. You know what Solo has done before. He knows you tipped off the Imperial tariff ships to go after him. Actually, Han hadn't been certain until that very moment. Now there's no need to panic, he said again. I can talk to the New Republic Senate. I know Mon Mothma personally, and my wife Leia is a cabinet member, and... His mind whirled, trying to think of how Leia would handle this. Many times he had watched her smooth diplomatic problems. She had a finesse with words, a way of approaching other people's concerns and stroking them, delicately maneuvering opposing sides into a compromise. But right now, Leia wasn't with him. Yes, I think I agree, Jewel said, tapping a finger against his swollen lips. Han let out a sigh of relief. I agree with Skyninx. I'll review the battle tapes, but I don't believe you transmitted any messages after coming out of hyperspace. One of our fighters shot off your subspace antenna dish. The New Republic has no way of knowing you arrived safely. With no evidence, they will conclude you got swallowed up by the maw. Duel began to pace in front of the large viewing window. We'll delete any mention of you from our records. Instruct all our mercenaries to forget about the attack. Yes, that'll be the safest alternative. You're making a big mistake, Han said. He could barely restrain his urge to yank at the stun cuffs. No, Duel replied, tapping his squishy-tipped fingers together. I don't think so. Chewbacca bellowed a loud string of guttural words. My best bet would be to kill you right away, Duel answered. Then he rubbed his fingers against his blind eye. But you still owe me for this, Solo. Even if you worked every day for 100 years, it would never repay me for the loss of my eye. You both are going down into the spice mines, the deepest and most distant tunnels. They've been needing quite a few replacements lately. Duel grinned with his wide, frog-like mouth. A final flicker of blue sparks rippled at the corner of his lips. No one will ever find you down there. 5. The former Imperial Information Center lay buried deep beneath the old palace, covered by layers of shielding walls and guarded by tight security at every entrance. To keep the temperatures within tolerable limits for the great data archives machines, vast heat exchanger systems and powerful cooling units filled the room with a background roar. Hunched over 14 consoles were lumpy, dull gray slicer droids, hardwired into the terminals as they meticulously hacked the security encryption codes and backup viruses set up in the Emperor's mainframes. The slicer droids had been working for a full year, ferreting out vital tidbits from the labyrinth's databases. Already they had exposed 23 Imperial spies in deep cover trying to sabotage the burgeoning New Republic. The hum of the cooling units and the motionlessness of the slicer droids blanketed the center with an echoing emptiness. Lonely and fidgety, the protocol droid C-3PO paced back and forth, his servo motors whirring as he viewed the room with his optical sensors for the 100th time. Haven't you found anything yet, R2? He said. Jacked into one of the information ports, R2-D2 bleeped an impatient negative and continued whirring as he tunneled through the overwhelming amounts of information. Don't forget to double-check everything, 3PO said, and began pacing again. And don't be afraid to follow unlikely leads. Master Luke would call them hunches. This is very important, R2. R2 hooted indignantly. And remember to check every planet from the Old Republic. The Empire didn't necessarily have time to update its information on all of them. This time, R2 did not bother to reply, but continued to work. A moment later, 3PO heard the outer doors open, and a shadowy figure moved toward them with silent grace. As always, Luke Skywalker wore his Jedi cloak, but this time the hood was draped casually over his shoulders. Luke walked with an eagerness in his step. 3PO was glad to see a resurgence of the excited boyishness that had so characterized young Luke when the droids first met him after they had been purchased from the Jawas on Tatooine. Of late, Luke's eyes had not been able to hide the haunted look and the barely contained power of a Jedi Master. Master Luke, how good of you to check on us! How's it going, 3PO? Find anything yet? R2 beeped an answer, which 3PO translated. R2 says he's going as fast as he can, but he wishes me to remind you that an enormous amount of data he must inspect. Well, I'll be leaving in a few hours to follow up on some earlier leads I uncovered by myself. I just wanted to make sure you two have everything you need before I take off. 3PO straightened in a gesture of surprise. Might I ask where you were going, Master Luke? R2 chittered, and Luke turned to him. Not this time, R2. It's more important that you stay here and continue the search. I can fly by myself. Luke turned to answer 3PO's question. I'm going to Bespin to check out somebody there, but first I want to go to an old outpost called Eol Shaw. I've got reason to believe that at least one lost Jedi descendant might be there. With a swish of his cloak, Luke turned to depart from the information center. I'll check back with you when I come home. The door slid shut behind him. 3PO spoke immediately to R2. Punch up the data on Eol Shaw. Let's see where Master Luke is going. R2 obliged, as if the idea had been in his own circuits. When the planetary statistics came up on the screen, accompanied by ancient two-dimensional images, 3PO raised his golden mechanical arms in horror. Earthquakes, geysers, volcanoes, and lava! Oh my! When Luke emerged from hyperspace, the star lines in the viewport funneled into points. Suddenly, brilliant pastel colors splashed across the universe. Magentas, oranges, and icicle blues of ionized gas in a vast galactic ocean known as the Cauldron Nebula. The automatic dimmers in the pilot's compartment muted the glare. Luke looked at the spectacle and smiled. Leaving the hyperspace node, he punched in the coordinates for Eel Shaw. His modified passenger shuttle arced through the wispy gas, leaving the nebula above him as the engines kicked in. The double wedge-shaped craft descended toward Eel Shaw. He had wanted to take his trusty old X-Wing, but that ship was a single-person craft, with room for only an astromech droid in the back. If Luke's hunches about Jedi descendants proved correct, he would be bringing 2 candidates back to Coruscant with him. According to outdated records, the settlement on Eel Shaw was established a century before by entrepreneurs who intended to use ramjet mining ships to plow through the Cauldron Nebula and scoop up valuable gases. The mine ship pilots would distill the gaseous harvest into pure, rare elements for sale to other outposts. Eel Shaw was the only habitable world close enough to support the commercial venture, but its days were numbered. A tandem moon orbited very close to the planet, spiraling in on a death plunge as gravity dragged it down. Within another 100 years, the moon would crash into the planet, smashing both into rubble. The nebula mining scheme had never paid off. The incompetent entrepreneurs had not counted on the true costs of ramjet ships and the unremarkable composition of the cauldron's gases. The outpost on Eel Shaw had been left to fend for itself. At about that time, the Emperor's new order had begun, and the old Republic had crumbled to pieces. The few survivors on Eel Shaw had been forgotten in the chaos. The outpost had been rediscovered 2 years ago by a New Republic sociologist who had visited them briefly, recorded his insights, and filed a report recommending immediate evacuation of the doomed colony, all of which was promptly forgotten in the already blossoming bureaucracy of the New Republic and the depredations of Grand Admiral Thrawn. The item that had attracted Luke's attention, though, was that a woman named Tyannia, an illegitimate descendant of a Jedi, had been one of the original colonists on Eel Shaw. Luke would have suspected the Jedi's bloodline had ended there, except for one small detail. According to the sociologist's report, the leader of the ragtag colonists, a man named Gantoris, was said to be able to sense impending earthquakes, and he had miraculously survived as a child when his playmates were killed in an avalanche. Somehow, Gantoris escaped injury while the others, a mere arm's length away on either side of him, had been crushed. Luke attributed many of these stories to exaggeration in retelling, for even someone with a great deal of Jedi potential could not control such things without training, as he himself knew, but still the clues and the circumstantial evidence led him to Eel Shaw. He had to follow every lead if he was to find enough candidates for his Jedi training center. Luke took the modified shuttle on a figure-8 trajectory around the looming moon and vectored in on the remnants of the outpost on Eel Shaw. After crossing the terminator where the planet's night fell into day, Luke looked out the viewport at the scabbed and uninviting surface of the planet. His hands worked the controls automatically. As he swooped low, he could see the decrepit and shored-up habitation modules that had been battered by natural disasters for decades. In the near distance, hardened mounds of lava sprawled around a volcanic cone from old eruptions. Curling smoke rose from the heart of the volcano, and glowing orange smudges showed where fresh lava seeped through cracks in its side. Luke took the shuttle past the battered settlement and beyond a stretch of cratered, jumbled terrain. The shuttle settled onto the rocky hardpan, and Luke exited through flip-up doors behind the passenger seats. The air of Eel Shaw smoldered in his nostrils, filled with acrid, sulphurous smoke and chemical vapors. The gigantic moon hulked on the horizon like a platter of beaten brass, casting its own shadows even in daylight. Murky clouds and volcanic ash hovered in the air like a hazy blanket. When Luke stepped away from the passenger shuttle, he could feel the ground hum beneath his boots. With senses heightened from the force, he could touch the incredible strain the close moon placed on Eel Shaw, squeezing and tearing it with tidal forces that grew worse each passing year as the moon spiraled closer. A hissing white noise permeated the air, as if the innumerable steam vents and fumaroles breathed out gasps of pain from the world. Pulling the dark cloak about him and securing the lightsaber at his belt, Luke strode across the rough terrain toward the settlement. Around him, small craters and deep pits dotted the ground, encircled by white and tan mineral deposits. Sounds of gurgling steam came from deep beneath them. Halfway to the settlement, Luke fell to his knees when a jolt went through the ground. The rocks bounced and the earth rumbled. Luke spread his arms to keep his balance. The tremors rose, then fell, then increased again before stopping abruptly. Suddenly, the random craters around him crackled, then belched towers of steam and scalding droplets of water. Geysers, all of them. He'd walked into a field of geysers, triggered by the earthquake to erupt simultaneously. Steam rolled over the ground like a dense fog. Luke pulled the hood over his head for protection and took shallow breaths as he trudged forward. The settlement was not far away. On all sides of him, the geyser field continued to gasp and howl, gradually lessening as the spumes declined in intensity. When Luke finally emerged from the steam, he saw two men staring at him from the doorway of a rusted and ancient prefab shelter. The outpost on Eel Shaw had been built from modified cargo containers and modular self-erecting shelters. By the looks of the hovels, though, the maintenance subsystems had failed decades before, leaving the forgotten people to eke out a crude existence. The rest of the settlement seemed deserted and quiet. The two men stopped their work shoring up a collapsed entranceway, but they didn't seem to know how to react to the presence of a stranger. Luke was probably the first new person they had seen since the sociologist had visited them 2 years earlier. "I have come to speak with Gantoris," Luke said. They looked at him with bleak expressions. Their clothes appeared worn and patched, sewn together from pieces of other garments. Luke's gaze held one of the two men. The other shied back into the shadows. "Are you Gantoris?" Luke asked softly. "No, my name is Wharton." He fumbled for words, and they came out in a rush. "Everyone is gone. There's been a rock slide in one of the crevices. It buried two of our youngest, who went out to spear bugdillos. Gantoris and the others are there, trying to dig them out." Luke felt a stab of urgency and grasped Wharton's arm. "Take me there. Maybe I can help." Wharton allowed himself to be nudged into motion, and he took Luke along a winding path through jagged rocks. The second man remained behind among the collapsing shelters. Luke and Wharton descended through switchbacks down the steep wall of a crack in the ground, a split wrenched apart by tidal forces. Down here the air seemed thicker, smellier, more claustrophobic. Wharton knew exactly where to find the other survivors in the maze of side channels and partial landslides. Luke saw them shoulder to shoulder in an elbow of the crevice, scrambling over newly fallen rock, working to haul boulders aside. Every one of the 30 people there wore the same implacable expression, as if their optimism had burned away, but they could not allow themselves to give up their duties. Two of the women bent over the rubble, calling into the cracks. One man worked with twice the effort of the others. His long black hair hung in a braid on the left side of his face. His eyebrows and eyelashes had been plucked away, leaving his broad face smooth and angular and flushed with his exertion. He shoved rocks aside, which the other people hauled away. They had already managed to clear some of the debris, but they had not yet uncovered the two victims. The dark-haired man paused to glance at Luke, failed to recognize him or understand his presence, then returned to his efforts. By the way Wharton and the others looked at him, Luke guessed the man must be Gantoris himself. Before Wharton had taken him to the base of the rockfall, Luke stopped, and with a quick glance took in the positioning of the boulders. He let his arms fall to his sides, rolled his eyes back in concentration, and reached out through the force, using the strength he found there to feel the boulders, to move them, and to keep other rocks from doing further damage. When Yoda had trained him to lift large stones, it had been merely a game, a training exercise. Now, 2 lives depended on it. He paid no attention to the astonished sounds as the colonists stepped back, ducking out of the way as Luke mentally hurled boulder after boulder from the top of the rock pile, tossing them into other parts of the crevice. He could feel life down in the shadowy depths. Somewhere. When the rocks began to show splashes of blood, and he exposed a pale arm, part of a shoulder hunched in the secret shadows of the avalanche, several people rushed forward. Luke made an extra effort to keep the unstable pile of rocks steady enough for the rescue operations. He continued to remove fallen boulders. "She's alive!" someone shouted, and several helpers rushed into the debris, brushing away stones and hauling free a young girl. Her face and legs were battered and bloody. One arm was obviously broken. She began weeping with pain and relief as the rescuers pulled her out. Luke knew she would be all right. Near the girl, however, the young boy had not been so lucky. The avalanche had crushed him instantly. The boy had been dead long before Luke arrived. Luke continued to work grimly until they had excavated the body. Amid sobs of grief, he released himself from his semi-trance and opened his eyes. Gantor stood directly in front of him. Barely suppressed anger seethed beneath his controlled expression. "Why are you here?" Gantoris asked. "Who are you?" Horton stepped up beside Luke. "I saw him walk out of the geyser field. All the geysers went off at once, and he just strode out of the steam." Horton blinked in awe as he looked at Luke. "He says he has come for you, Gantoris." "Yes, I know," Gantoris muttered to himself. Luke met the other man's eyes. "I am Luke Skywalker, a Jedi Knight. The Empire has fallen, and a new republic has taken its place." He drew a deep breath. "If you are Gantoris, and if you have the ability, I have come to teach you how to use the Force." Several of the others walked up, bearing the broken, ragdoll body of the dead boy. The man carrying the boy let his stony expression flicker for just an instant. The look on Gantoris's face seemed a frightening mixture of horror and eagerness. "I have dreamed of you, a dark man who offers me incredible secrets, then destroys me. I am lost if I go with you." Gantoris straightened. "You are a demon." Surprised, especially after his efforts to save the two children, Luke tried to placate him. "No, that isn't it." Other colonists gathered around the confrontation, finding a focus for their anger and suspicion. They looked at Luke, at this stranger who had arrived in time to usher in the death of one of their dwindling number. Luke glanced at the people around him and decided to gamble. He stared directly into Gantoris's eyes. "What can I do to prove my intentions to you? I am your guest, or your prisoner. What I want is your cooperation. Please listen to what I have to say." Gantoris reached out to take the body of the boy in his own arms. The man who'd been carrying him looked forlorn and lost as he stared at the bloodstains on his sleeves. Gantoris nodded back to Luke. "Take the dark man." Several people reached forward to grasp Luke's arms. He did not struggle. Bearing the dead boy, Gantoris led a slow procession out of the chasm. He turned once briefly to glare at Luke. "We will learn why you are here." 6. Leia stood in the private communications chamber. Heaving a sigh, she glanced again at the chronometer. The Canadian ambassador was late. He was probably doing it just to spite her. Out of deference to the ambassador, she had reset her clock to Canadian local time. Though Ambassador Fergan had suggested the transmission time himself, it seemed he couldn't be bothered to abide by it. Two-way mirrors were displayed empty corridors outside the communications chamber. At this late hour, most sensible people were deeply asleep in their own quarters. But no one had ever promised Leia Organa Solo that diplomatic duties kept regular hours. When such obligations crept into her schedule, Han usually grumbled at being awakened in the depths of the night, complaining that even pirates and smugglers kept their activities to more civilized time slots. But this evening, Leia's alarm had awakened her to empty and silent rooms. Han still had not called. A cleaning droid puttered along the corridor, polishing the walls and scouring the two-way mirrors. Leia watched its lamprey-like scrubbers do their work. With a burst of static from poorly tuned holonet transmitters, the image of Ambassador Fergan of Caradia formed in the center of the receiving dais. Maybe the poor transmission quality was deliberate. Yet another rude reaction. The chronometer told Leia that the ambassador had made his transmission a full 6 minutes past the time he himself had insisted upon. Fergan made no attempt to apologize for his tardiness, and Leia studiously avoided calling attention to it. Fergan was a barrel-chested humanoid with spindly arms and legs. The eyebrows on his squarish face flared upward like birds' wings. Despite the Emperor's known prejudice against non-human species, apparently the Canadians had been acceptable enough to secure the Emperor's business, since Palpatine had built his most important Imperial military training center on Caradia. "Princess Leia," Fergan said, "you needed to discuss certain planning details with me. Please be brief." He crossed his arms over his broad chest in clearly hostile body language. Leia tried not to let her exasperation show. "As a matter of protocol, I would prefer if you could address me as minister rather than princess. The planet on which I was a princess no longer exists." Leia worked hard to keep the scowl off her face. Fergan waved her comment aside as if it were of no consequence. "Very well then, minister. What did you wish to discuss?" Leia took a deep breath, quelling the hot temper rising behind her cool expression. I wanted to inform you that Mon Mothma and the other cabinet members of the New Republic will be hosting a formal reception in your honor when you reach Coruscant." Fergan bristled. "A frivolous reception? Am I supposed to give a warm and glowing speech? Make no mistake, I am coming to Coruscant on a pilgrimage to visit the home of the late Emperor Palpatine, not to be pampered by an upstart illegitimate band of terrorists. Our loyalty remains with the Empire." "Ambassador Fergan, there is no centralized empire." It took all her effort not to rise to the bait. Her dark eyes burned with obsidian fires, but she smiled instead at the ambassador. "Nevertheless, we will extend to you every courtesy in the confidence that your planet will find a way to adapt to political reality in the galaxy." The Coradian's holographic image shimmered. "Political realities change," she said. "It remains to be seen just how long your rebellion will last." Fergan's image fizzled into static as he cut the transmission. Leia sighed and rubbed her temples, trying to massage away the headache lurking behind her eyes. She left the communications chamber discouraged. What a way to end the day. Deep underground in the Imperial Information Center, all hours looked the same, but C-3PO's internal chronometer told him it was the middle of Coruscant's night. A pair of repair droids worked at dismantling one of the great air exchange systems that had burned out. The repair droids dropped tools and discarded pieces of metal shielding with reckless abandon, making the echoing chamber sound like a war zone. 3PO much preferred the humming loneliness of the previous day. Buried in their own universe of data networks, the hunched slicer droids worked undisturbed. R2-D2 slavishly continued his days-long search without pause. With a loud clatter, the repair droids dropped an entire three-bladed fan assembly. "I'm going to give those droids a piece of my mind," 3PO said. Before 3PO could march off, R2 jacked out of the data port and began chittering and whistling. In his excitement, the little astromech droid rocked back and forth, bleeping. "Oh," 3PO said. "You'd better let me check that, R2. It's probably another one of your false alarms." When data scrolled up on the screen, 3PO could see nothing that would have captured R2's interest. Until the other droid recompiled the information to emphasize his point. A name popped up beside every entry. Tymo. "Oh my! It does appear suspicious when you look at it that way. This Tymo person seems like a likely candidate indeed." 3PO straightened, suddenly at a loss. "But Master Luke isn't here, and he gave us no further instructions. Whom can we tell?" R2 bleeped and whistled a question. 3PO turned to him with offended dignity. "I will not wake Mistress Leia in the middle of the night. I'm a protocol droid, and there's a proper way to go about these things." He nodded in affirmation of his decision. "We will inform her first thing in the morning." The levitating breakfast tray brought itself to Leia's table on the park balcony high in the Imperial Towers. The sun gleamed on the city that stretched across the entire landmass of Coruscant. High in the air, flying creatures rode the morning thermals. Leia scowled down at the food the breakfast tray presented to her. None of it looked appetizing, but she knew she had to eat. She selected a small plate of assorted pastries and sent the breakfast tray on its way. Before it departed, the tray told her to have a pleasant day. She sighed and picked at her breakfast. She felt exhausted mentally as well as physically. She hated to feel so dependent, even on her own husband, but she never slept well while he was away. Han should have arrived on Kessel 3 days ago, and he was due back in 2 days. She didn't want to cling, but it disappointed her that he had not yet transmitted so much as a greeting. With diplomatic duties that kept her busy at all hours, they saw too little of each other even when they were both on the same planet. Well, the twins would be coming home in another 6 days. Han and Chewbacca would be back by then, and their entire lifestyle would change. A pair of 2-year-olds running around the palace would force Han and Leia to look differently at many of the things they took for granted. But why hadn't Han gotten in touch? It shouldn't have been so difficult to send a holonet communique from the Falcon's cockpit. She wasn't quite ready yet to admit she was worried about him. With a greeting signal from the archway of the park balcony, an older model protocol droid marched into view. "Excuse me, Minister Organa Solo. Someone wishes to see you. Are you accepting visitors?" Leia set down her breakfast pastry. Why not? It was probably some lobbyist wanting to complain to her in private, or a panicked minor functionary who needed her to make a decision on some uninteresting detail, or one of the other senators trying to hand off some of his own duties. Instead, with a flourish of her vermilion cape, Lando Calrissian walked through the arch. Good morning, Madam Minister. I hope I'm not disturbing your breakfast. He flashed a broad, disarming smile. Seeing him, Leia felt her mood immediately lighten. She stood up and met him near the archway. He gallantly kissed her hand, but she was not satisfied until she had given him a friendly hug. Lando, you're the last person I expected this morning. He followed her back to the table overlooking the skyline of Imperial City and pulled up a chair, sweeping his cape over its back. Without asking, Lando took one of her untouched pastries and began to munch on it. So what brings you to Coruscant? She asked. She realized how eager she was just to have a normal conversation, without diplomatic entanglements and hidden agendas. Lando brushed crumbs from his mustache. I just came to see how you were all doing in the big city. Where's Han? She grumbled. That seems to be a sore subject this morning. He and Chewie went off to Kessel, but I think they just used it as an excuse to go joyriding and remembering their glory years. Kessel can be a pretty rough place. Leia avoided his eyes. Han hasn't bothered to call in 6 days. That's not like him, Lando said. Oh, yes, it is, and you know it. I suppose we'll have words when he comes back day after tomorrow. Then she forced an artificial air of brightness. But let's not talk about that right now. How can you find time to trot around visiting people? A respectable man like yourself has so many responsibilities. Lando averted his gaze this time and began fidgeting. He stared at the expanses of gleaming new buildings visible through the metropolis. For the first time, Leia noticed a slight scruffiness to his appearance. His clothes seemed a bit ragged around the edges, the colors faded as if too much wear. He spread his hands and took another breakfast pastry. To tell you the truth, I'm, in between engagements right now. He gave her a lopsided grin, but she frowned back at him. What happened to your big mining operation on Niklon? Didn't the New Republic replace most of your destroyed machinery? Well, it was still a lot of work, and not paying off. Bad publicity after the Sluice Van attack, you know, and Niklon's a hellish place. You were there. I just needed a change. Leia crossed her arms and looked at him skeptically. All right, Lando. The appropriate excuses are logged and recorded. Now what really happened to Niklon? He squirmed. Well, I lost it in a sabacc game. She couldn't keep herself from laughing. So you're out of work? His expression of wounded pride was obviously faked. Leia considered for a moment. We could always reactivate your commission as a general in the New Republic. You and Wedge were a great team on Calamari. His eyes widened. Are you offering me a job? I can't imagine what you'd want me to do. Formal receptions, state dinners, plenty of wealthy backers wandering around, Leia said. The possibilities are endless. Just then, the old protocol droid shuffled through the arch again, but before he could announce his business, C-3PO and R2-D2 bustled around him, making a direct path to Leia. Princess Leia! 3PO could not contain his excitement. We found you! R2, tell the princess! Oh, General Carizian, what are you doing here? R2 launched into a series of electronic sounds, which 3PO dutifully translated. R2 was checking the records of various winners in different gambling establishments throughout the galaxy. We seem to have encountered a man whose extraordinary luck at the Ungolian blob races. 3PO handed a hard copy printout of the winning statistics to Leia, but she passed it on to Lando. You're better trained to understand this than I am. Lando took the pages of figures and stared at them. He didn't appear to know what he was looking for. 3PO added his own commentary. If it is displayed only as wins and losses, Mr. Tymo's record shows nothing out of the ordinary. But when I had R2 plot the magnitude of wins, you will note that when Mr. Tymo loses quite often in minor races, in every instant when he bets more than 100 credits on a particular blob, that blob wins the race. Lando tapped the sheet of numbers. He's right. This is pretty unusual. I've never seen the Ungolian blob races myself, and I'm no expert in the nuances, but I'm inclined to say that these odds are next to impossible. This is exactly the sort of thing Master Luke asked us to look for. 3PO moved his arms up and down, whirring the servo motors until they whined in protest. Do you think Mr. Tymo could be a potential Jedi for Master Luke's academy? Lando looked at Leia with questions in his eyes. He'd obviously not heard of Luke's recent speech, but Leia's eyes sparkled. Someone needs to check this out. If it's just a scam, we need a person who knows his way around gambling establishments. Lando, isn't that a job you could do? She knew his answer before she even asked the question. 7. The cracked and gasping wastelands of Kessel always made Maruth Duel hungry. Staring out the landscape window, Duel's mechanical eye focused to the far distance. Kessel's surface was whitish and powdery, with a few hardy transplanted weeds trying to survive in the crevices. Great plumes from the atmosphere factories gushed into the pinkish sky in a losing battle against the weak gravity. Unseen radiation from the maw crackled against the atmospheric shields. The garrison moon housing Kessel's defense fleet was just setting on the horizon. Duel turned from the window and went to an alcove in the former warden's office. Time for a snack. He withdrew a cage of fat and juicy flying insects, pressing his face close to the mesh so he could see better with his dim eyesight. The insects had 10 legs, iridescent body cases, and succulent abdomens. They panicked the moment he moved the cage. Duel wrapped spongy fingers on the mesh, stirring them up. The insects flew around the confined space in a frenzy. Somehow, terror released a hormone that made their meat sweeter. He licked his swollen, ribet lips. Opening the mesh door, Duel thrust his entire head into the cage. The insects fluttered around his eyes, his ears, his cheeks. Duel's sharp tongue shot out again and again, spearing the insects and slurping them into his mouth. He snapped up 3 more, then paused to swallow. Their squirming legs tickled the inside of his mouth. Giving a sigh of pleasure, Duel lapped up another pair. One insect flew directly into his open mouth, and Duel swallowed it whole. Someone knocked on his door and marched in before he could respond. Wearing the insect cage over his head, Duel turned around to see Skynix, his gangly arms and legs jittering. "I have a report, Moroth." Duel extricated his head from the insect cage, then sealed the opening. 3 bugs managed to escape and flew to the wide picture window, flinging themselves against the transparent steel. Duel decided to catch them later. "Yes, what is it?" "We have just finished overhauling the Millennium Falcon. All identifying marks are removed, replaced with fake serial numbers. We made a few other modifications in addition to the regular repairs it needed. With your permission, I'll have it flown up to the garrison moon where it will be incorporated into our space navy. Light freighters aren't the best warships, but with a good pilot they can still cause plenty of damage. And the Falcon is closer to a fighter than a freighter." Duel nodded. "Good, good. What about our work on the energy shield generators? I want them functional as soon as possible, just in case the New Republic comes after us. Our engineers on the moon base think they can reroute the circuits, so we won't need all the parts we're missing. Kessel will be impregnable before long." Duel's single eye lit up with eagerness. "Have Han Solo and his Wookiee gone into the mines yet?" Skynix tapped his fingertips together. "I've reserved an armored personnel transport and will make the delivery personally within the hour." He fingered his double blaster. "If they try anything, I want to be the one to deal with it." Duel smiled. "I look forward to them rotting in the dark." He waved his splayed hands. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Moving with his jerky walk, Skynix left the warden's chambers. Duel smiled at the thought of his revenge on Solo, but uneasiness tugged at him. The New Republic seemed far away and insignificant, but from his scan of Han's mind, he knew the magnitude of firepower that could be directed against him. Not since Duel had taken over the prison facilities from Kessel's upstart slave lords had he felt such impending doom. Under the old system it had been so much simpler. By blackmailing or paying off prison guards, Duel had managed to set himself up as a kingpin of spice smuggling right under the Empire's nose. He sold maps and access codes for Kessel's energy shield, fostering small-time spice operations on other parts of the planet. Hapless entrepreneurs would work their new mines, and sell the product in secret to Duel. Once the spice veins began to play out, Duel, acting as a loyal prison official, would discover the illicit operation and report it to his Imperial contact. When Imperial troops raided those illegal mines, Duel's hand-picked guards made certain that anyone who could point a finger at Duel never survived capture. The other helpless lackeys would be put to work in the primary mines. It was a win-win situation for Duel. During the prison revolt, Duel targeted his primary rivals and made the toughest guards go after the worst smugglers until they slaughtered each other. This left Maruth Duel in charge, with Skynix as his right-hand man. Duel had captured the warden, sending him to work in the spice mines until he was broken. Then, for the entertainment value, Duel had planted spice grubs in his body. As the grubs chewed up his insides, the warden had gone through marvelously theatrical convulsions, in the middle of which Duel encased him in carbonite, using freezing equipment that had once been used to prepare violent and dangerous prisoners for transport. Reminiscing always aroused him. Reaching into a drawer of his desk, Duel withdrew the bright yellow cravat that signified his readiness to mate. He secured it in place, then drew in a long, hissing breath as he refocused his mechanical eye and glanced at his reflection. Irresistible. Duel rubbed his palms along his ribs to straighten the lizard skin waistcoat, then strutted out of his office, down the corridor. He entered the secure wing, keying in the access code that only he knew, then he sucked in a deep breath. Flicking his tongue in and out, he could pick up the pheromones from the air. Inside their cubicle cells, the captive Rybet females huddled in the corners, trying to hide in the shadows. Duel's yellow cravat seemed very bright in the dimness. Alone on Kessel, Morith Duel had been frustrated for many years. But now that he ran the planet, he could afford to have dozens of female slaves shipped from his homeworld. Sometimes the females did not cooperate, but after years of working in the correctional facility, Duel had plenty of experience in dealing with unruly prisoners. Lately, his only difficulty had been in choosing among the females. As he sauntered down the narrow corridor, setting his mechanical eye to high focus and peering into the cells, Morith Duel's writhing lips formed a huge, lustful smile. Kessel's landscape rushed beneath the armored prisoner transport. Han Solo could see only a narrow strip through the window slits in the prisoner's compartment. He and Chewie had been strapped into their seats and linked to the resistance feedback electrodes that would knock them unconscious if they struggled too much. Chewbacca had even more trouble with the full body restraint than he had with the stun cuffs. Skynix hunched over the pilot controls, circling the transport away from the battlements of the Imperial Correction Facility. An armored guard sat in the co-pilot's seat, directing his blaster rifle toward Han and Chewie. "Hey, how about pointing out some of the landmarks, Skynix?" Han said. "What kind of tour is this, anyway?" "Shut up, Solo," Skynix said. "Why should I? I bought a full-price ticket." Skynix sent a powerful jolt through the restraining electrodes. Chewbacca roared. Han muttered, "There goes your tip, Skynix." The Scarecrow guided the transport around a huge open pit that plunged deep into the ground. Rusted girders and support structures stood like skeletal fingers propped up in the whitish barrens. It took Han a moment to realize this was a shaft bored into the crust by the giant atmosphere factories, chewing through the rocks and dissolving out oxygen and carbon dioxide to replenish the constantly fading air. After the huge factory had sucked out the viable breathing gases, it had left access to an entire network of underground tunnels for spice mining. Skynix set the prisoner transport down on the rocky ground and fitted a breath mask over his nose and mouth. He gave another mask to the guard. "What about us?" Han said. "You won't be out very long," Skynix said. "A little lightheadedness will do you good." Punching a button on the control panel, Skynix released the restraints. Han stretched his sore arms. Instantly, the guard snapped up his rifle, and Skynix whipped out his modified double blaster, both pointing the deadly barrels directly at Han. Han froze. "Just stretching. It's okay. Calm down." When Skynix opened the side door to the transport vehicle, Han felt his ears pop. Moist air flashed into white vapor, wafting in the rarefied atmosphere next to the open pit. Han felt oxygen being stolen from his lungs. Instinctively, he drew in a deep breath, but that helped little. He and Chewbacca stumbled out of the craft as Skynix and the guard prodded them. At the rim of the crater, they found an elevator cage on tracks that plunged deep into the pit. Skynix seemed to be moving with deliberate slowness. Unable to breathe, Han tried to hurry, stumbling into the elevator cage and gesturing Chewbacca after him. He gasped and wheezed. Black spots began to appear in front of his eyes. When he did manage to breathe an entire lungful of the thin air, the cold of Kessel bit into his chest. "A few years ago, we had the atmosphere factories running full tilts," Skynix said, his words muffled behind the face mask. Duel figured it was a frivolous waste of energy. The guard shut the wire mesh door, and Skynix operated the elevator controls. The cage descended at a rapid clip until the window of sky shrank to a small spot of blue light high above. They saw openings into the rock wall sealed off with steel doors. At each level, a ring of light encircled the pit, but many of the illuminators had either burned out or been broken. Chewbacca hung onto the bars of the elevator with his long, hairy arms, panting for air. His pink tongue protruded, turning purplish from lack of oxygen. Han, shivering and dizzy and starved for breath, slumped to the bottom of the elevator. When the elevator abruptly stopped, the jolt slammed Han's head into the mesh. As he looked down through the open cage floor, he saw the pit continuing immeasurably far below them. Get up, Skyning said, kicking him. No time to sleep. Come on, you'll get a breath of fresh air inside. With some help from Skynings, Han managed to haul himself to his feet. The smaller guard had much more difficulty manhandling Chewbacca forward. Opening the gate of the elevator, they had access to one of the sealed metal doors. Skynings cranked the hatch, and all four of them staggered into a small, tiled chamber. Han could barely see anymore. His ears buzzed. His eyesight was a mixture of black specks, roaring blood, and dim shadows of the objects around him. But as soon as Skynings sealed the door, glorious oxygen flooded the chamber. Before the captives could recover, the guard shoved the barrel of his blaster rifle under Chewbacca's chin, and Skynings had his own weapon against Han's head. Almost there, Skynings said. No funny stuff now. Han, happy just to be breathing again, couldn't dream of doing anything. At least not yet. On the other side of the airlock was a large muster room filled with lethargic-looking workers ready to begin their shift in the spice mines. The muster room had been blasted out of solid rock, and a tall bank of bunks ran along one side of the room. An empty eating section with long tables took up the central area. Cameras stared down at the activity from perches on the walls. Guards in hodgepodge stormtrooper uniforms waited behind screens in the control rooms. Other guards kept an eye on the people moving about in the muster area. All the workers looked pale and haggard, as if they had been underground and underfed for years. A burly man strode up to meet them, keeping his eyes fixed on Skynex. The man had a lumpy face, a lumpy chin covered with bristly black stubble, and lumpy arms as if his massive muscles had been attached at all the wrong places. You brought me 2 more, the man said. Only 2? That's not enough. He reached out to grab Chewbacca's hairy arm. Chewbacca roared and flinched away, but the lumpy man didn't notice. Well, the Wookiee's worth 3 men, but I don't know about the other one. This doesn't cover half the people I've lost. Skynix glowered at him. So stop losing people, he said with a voice of ice, then nudged Han. This is Boss Roke. He's in charge of breaking you. He gets extra points with Mora's duel to make your life miserable. He doesn't seem to be doing a very good job of keeping track of his workers, Han said. Roke flashed him with a withering glare. Something's taking my men down in the deep tunnels. I've had 2 more missing since yesterday. They vanished without a trace. No locators, nothing. Han shrugged. It's hard to get good help these days. Skynings pulled out his double blaster and shoved it in Han's face again, but he spoke to Boss Roke. Get thermal suits for these 2. We'll watch them while they get into uniform. Roke snapped his fingers, and 2 guards went rummaging through some cubicles. The human won't be difficult, but the Wookiee, we don't carry much in that size. In the end, the guard found a large misshapen suit that had once been worn by some alien creature that had 3 arms, but it fit Chewbacca well enough after they sealed off the 3rd arm. The empty sleeve and glove dangled down his chest. A heater pack between the shoulder blades powered the whole thing to keep them warm down in the frigid mine tunnels. Han was relieved to see a small breath mask attached to the suit. Skynix backed toward the elevator. The guard had already entered the airlock chamber. One last time, as if he felt he hadn't used enough tiresome threats for one afternoon, Skynix pointed the double blaster at Han. Next time, maybe Morath will let me use this. If you clean up your room without being told, and if you eat all your vegetables, Han taunted, then he might let you have a special treat. Shift Alpha, ready for work detail. Boss Roke bellowed into the muster room, and dozens of weary people shuffled to squares painted on the floor. Roke pointed to 2 empty squares. You 2, positions 18 and 19, now. What, no new employee orientation? Han asked. With a sadistic grin on his face, Boss Roke shoved him toward the squares. It's on-the-job training. At some unspoken signal, the workers mounted breath masks on their faces. Seeing this, Han and Chewbacca followed suit. A big metal door on the far side of the wall slid open to reveal an illuminated chamber 100 meters long, in which floated a centipede-like mine transport of little cars linked together by magnetic attractors. A high-pitched tone pinged through hidden speakers, and the workers took their seats on one of the floating mine cars. As people climbed aboard, the separate sections of the car swayed back and forth. Chewbacca grunted a question. Han looked around, blinking. I don't know any more about this than you do, buddy. Now that Skynix had departed, he no longer needed to continue his blustering. Fear started to trickle into his limbs. Boss Roke took a seat in the pilot car. Other guards were stationed evenly throughout the open tram. All the guards wore infrared goggles. Every one of the prisoners sat motionless. Behind them, the metal door slammed shut. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Now what? Han mumbled to himself. All the lights went out. Han and Chewbacca plunged into an absolute suffocating blackness like a blanket of tar. What the? Han drew a sudden deep breath. The blackness was palpable. He couldn't see a thing. Beside him, Chewbacca groaned in alarm. He heard the other workers moving, shuffling. Han's ears strained as his imagination tried to understand what was going on. He heard a clunking, sliding sound. "Hold on, Chewie," he said. A metal door at the opposite end of the chamber opened up. The sound of its movement along rough metal tracks echoed in the enclosed space. Wind rushed around their ears as the air spilled outward into the mine tunnels of Kessel. In a sudden panic, Han pushed his breath mask tighter against his face just as he felt the atmosphere grow thin. The fleeing air took with it whatever heat had remained, making his exposed skin tingle with cold. The mine cars lurched on their repulsor lifts, picking up speed. Acceleration slammed Han into his hard, uncomfortable seat. He could hear the air roaring past his head, feel the tunnel walls around him. The transport whipped around a curve, and Han grabbed the cold metal railing to keep himself from flying out of his seat. The metal cars whisked along, tilting downward, then lurching sideways. He had no idea how Boss Roke could possibly see where he was going, unless the whole system was computer-controlled. Behind them, just after they had slammed under an echoing archway, a heavy metal door slammed shut with a sound like an avalanche of scrap metal. Han couldn't understand why the spice miners didn't string up at least some cheap illuminators as guideposts along the tunnels. But then it came to him like a slap in the face. The realization that since Glitterstim spice was photoactive, made potent in the presence of light, it obviously had to be mined in total darkness or else it would be ruined. Total darkness. Han and Chewbacca would spend their days at hard labor in the mines without ever being able to see each other or where they were or what they were doing. Han had to blink his eyes just to make sure they were open instead of closed. Not that it made any difference. A shiver went down his back. Boss Roke had said that some unknown thing deep in the mines was preying on helpless workers, snatching them unawares. How could anybody run from a carnivorous attacker while surrounded by complete darkness? The quality of the sound changed off and on. As Han's mind grew accustomed to processing information through his ears, it became obvious whenever the rushing mine car passed side tunnels, because of the sudden hole in the wind. Breathing through the mask, he could smell nothing other than flat, recycled air. The mine car wobbled from side to side, rocking as somebody moved about in the seats, climbing over the individual cars. The person slowly clambered over one seat back, then another, approaching their position. Han thought he heard someone breathing, straining, growing nearer. "You there, number 14, sit down," a guard shouted. Number 14? Han thought. How could the guard possibly see which one had been moving about? Then he remembered the infrared goggles. The guards could probably see everyone, bright silhouettes against the backdrop of darkness. The car stopped jostling for a few moments, but then the rocking started again. The mysterious person kept moving toward them. Somebody heaved himself over the seat to the empty spot right behind Han and Chewbacca. "Hey, I told you to sit down," the guard shouted. "This is my new seat," a voice said. "That's your new seat," the guard said, strangely repeating the words before he fell silent. Han forced himself not to speak. Since he couldn't see anything himself, the intruder must just be shifting about, unable to tell where he was going. Or could he have his own set of infrared goggles? Had Skynix or Morris Duel hired some assassin to get rid of Han and Chewbacca while no one was watching? A quick slash from a vibrator knife? A shove that knocked him out of the floating transport, abandoning him in the empty labyrinth of tunnels? In the darkness, Han would never find his way back. He wondered if he would starve, freeze, or suffocate first. He didn't want to find out. He heard the faint, echoed breathing of someone speaking behind a breath mask, leaning closer. Beside him, Chewbacca bristled in anticipation. "Are you really from the outside?" the voice asked. "I haven't been above ground for years." It seemed hopeful, soft and tenor, but muffled behind the breath mask and the rushing wind. Han couldn't tell if it was the voice of an aged man, a deep-voiced woman, or a quiet and meek clerk from the former imperial prison. Han's mind pictured a skeletal old man with long, scraggly hair, tattered beard, and ragged clothes. Yeah, we're from out there. A lot of things have changed. I'm Kip Duran. After a moment's hesitation, Han introduced himself in Chewbacca. Suspecting some kind of trap, he decided not to give too much information. Kip Duran seemed to sense this and talked about himself without asking too many prying questions. You'll get to know everybody here. That's just the way of it. I've lived most of my life on Kessel. My parents were political prisoners, exiled on this planet when the Emperor started cracking down on civil unrest. My brother Zeth was taken off to the Imperial Military Training Center in Coradia, and we never heard another word from him. I got stuck here in the spice mines. I always thought they'd come back and haul me to Coradia too, but I guess they forgot. Han tried to imagine Kip's life going from bad to worse. How come you're still down in the mines? During the prison revolt, they didn't much care who ended up here. Now, most of the workers are the old Imperial prison guards. Nobody thought to let me out when they changed everything up top. I've never been important enough. Kip made a sound that must have been a bitter laugh. People say I have good luck in all sorts of things, but my luck's never been good enough to let me have a normal life. He paused, as if gathering hope. In that moment, Han wished he could see the stranger's face. Is it really true the Empire has fallen? 7 years ago, Kip, Han said, the Emperor was blown up with his Death Star. We've been fighting battles ever since, but the New Republic's trying to keep everything together. Chewie and I came here as ambassadors to reestablish contact with Kessel. He paused. Obviously, the people of Kessel weren't interested. Han snapped his attention to the front as he heard something happen to the cars ahead. The front car split off. He could hear it echo with a diminishing swoosh down one of the side tunnels. A few moments later, another two cars separated themselves and went down another side tunnel, as their sounds diminished in the hollow distance. The rest of the floating minecart continued down the main tunnel. They're separating the mining teams, Kip said. I wanted to be with you. Tell me everything. Kip, Han said with a sigh, it looks like we'll have plenty of time to give you the details. The audio hum of the mine cars' repulsor lifts deepened. Han felt the breeze on his face dwindle as they slowed. His hands and face were numb, his ears tingled with the cold, but the rest of his body seemed comfortably warm in the heated thermal suit. The guard who had shouted at Kip spoke when the floating car stopped. Everybody out. Link up. March to the work area. The remaining cars swayed as the prisoners climbed off and stood in silence on the crumpled ground. Their equipment grated against each other in the darkness, and their boots scuffed the dirt. A pandemonium of little sounds echoed in the claustrophobic tunnel, making the blackness press in even more heavily. Where are we going? Han asked. Kip grabbed a loop on Han's belt. Just hold the person in front of you. Believe me, you don't want to get lost down here. I believe you, Han said. Chewbacca made his own noise of agreement. When the work detail had lined up, the front guard began to march them along. Han took small, shuffling steps to keep from stumbling over rubble on the floor, but he still tripped into Chewbacca several times. They turned to pass through another tunnel entrance. Han heard a faint thump and a yowl of pain from the Wookiee. Watch your head there, buddy, he said. He heard the rustle of fur inside a thermal suit as Chewbacca bent down to pass through the arch. Here's the rail, the guard said. Stop here, take your time, and go down. What's a rail? Han asked. Once you touch it, you'll figure it out. Kip answered. The noises he heard made no sense to Han. He couldn't determine what was actually happening. He discerned sliding sounds of fabric, bitten back outcries of surprise or fear. When Chewbacca shuffled up, he voiced a guttural complaint, shaking his entire body in refusal. The guard lashed out with something hard that struck Chewbacca. The Wookiee roared in pain and swung his arm trying to hit the guard, but apparently smacked only the rock wall instead. Chewbacca grew more upset, flailing right and left. Han had to duck to keep from being flattened. Chewie, calm down! Stop it! The Wookiee slowly regained control of himself at the sound of Han's voice. Do what I tell you, the guard shouted. It's okay, Kip added his own encouragement. We do this every day. I'll go first, Chewie, Han said. Whatever it is. Down there, the guard snapped. Han bent over, fumbled with his hands, and felt a big hole in the floor like a trap door to lower levels, with piled rubble all around it. His fingers found a cold metal railing about the size of a typical steel girder, polished smooth and plunging downward, like a slide or a metal banister. You want me to ride that? Han asked. Where does it go? Don't worry, Kip said again. It's the best way down. You've got to be kidding. Then he heard Chewbacca laughing, a nasal, chuffing sound. That made up Han's mind for him. He sat down on the metal rail and wrapped his legs around it, placing his hands behind his hips and gripping the rail as best as he could. The slippery fabric of the thermal suit immediately started him sliding. The darkness grabbed at him as he picked up speed. Han imagined sharp stalactites just centimeters above his head, waiting to take off the top of his skull if he sat up at the wrong moment. He continued to accelerate. "I don't like this," he said. Suddenly the rail disappeared beneath him, and he tumbled onto a mound of powdery sand. Another 2 workers scrambled forward to yank him clear of the end of the rail. He brushed dust off his thermal suit, though he couldn't see the dirt anyway. A few moments later, Chewbacca came down with a long, echoing howl, and shortly after that came Kip Duran and the guard. "Line up again," the guard said. Chewbacca grunted and huffed a few words. Han snorted. "Don't tell me it was fun." The guard marched them ahead. When the ground dropped out from under them, they splashed into a shallow lake. The pressure of the water pushed against the legs of Han's suit. The captive miners sloshed ahead, holding on to each other in their blindness. The water had a sour, brackish smell, and Han's stomach clenched, anticipating a drop-off that would plunge him in over his head. Chewbacca whined, but kept his comments to himself. Under the water, something soft and finger-like poked against Han's legs. Other contacts nudged at his feet, prodding and coiling around his calves. "Hey!" He thrashed about with his feet. The ghostly touching things swarmed about him. Han pictured soft, blind grubs, hungry in the darkness. Their mouths would be filled with fangs, waiting for something to eat, something helpless in the dark, as he was. He splashed again to drive them away. "Don't call attention to yourself," Kip Duran said in a low voice. "That will only bring more of them." Han forced himself not to overreact, to walk with gliding, even strides. None of the other prisoners cried out. Apparently, no one had been eaten alive yet. Those small probing fingers or suckers or mouths continued to play around his legs. His throat felt very dry. He wanted to drop to his knees when they finally reached the tunnel on the other side of the subterranean lake. Behind them, dripping water and tiny splashing sounds echoed in the grotto. An unknown time later, they arrived at the actual spice mining area. The guard withdrew an apparatus from his pack, making shuffling and clinking noises as he did so. Unseen, he set it up along the walls of the tunnel. "We have to go deep to get the good spice deposits," Kip said. "Down here, the glitter stem is fresh and fibrous instead of old and powdery like in the higher mines. The spice veins are laid in crisscross patterns along the walls of the tunnel, never going much below the surface of the rock." Before Han could say anything else, a high-pitched, teeth-jarring hum pounded against the tunnel. Chewbacca roared in pain. Then a skin of rock along the inner tunnel sloughed off. The guard had used an acoustic disruptor that penetrated only a few inches into the rock, crumbling it down. "Get to it," he said. Kneeling on the rubble-strewn floor, Kip showed Han and Chewbacca how to sort through the crushed rock, feeling with cold, numb fingers through the broken pebbles and debris to pluck out strands of glitter stem, like tufts of hair or asbestos fiber. Han's hands felt raw from the work and the biting cold, but none of the other prisoners complained. They all seemed beaten. He could hear them breathing and gasping as they continued to exert themselves. Han stuffed fragments of glitter stem into the gathering pouch at his hip. He felt a sinking feeling, like a knife twisting inside him. He could be at this job for a long, long time. After the team finished sifting through the rubble, the guard moved them farther down the tunnel, then activated his acoustic disruptor to bring down another section of the wall. As they huddled in the tunnel, picking at broken rock, Han could only think of his aching knees, his burning fingers, of how nice it would be to be back with Leia again. No one had told him how long a shift was. Not that he had any way of telling time in the darkness. He grew hungry. He grew thirsty. He kept working. During a lull, Han felt a tingle go up his spine. He looked, knowing he could see nothing in the dark, but his ears, now attuned as his primary sense, picked up a distant rustling, 1,000 whispering voices growing louder, picking up speed like a hydro locomotive bulleting down a tube. A pearly glow seemed to seep out of the air. "What?" "Shh," Kip answered. The prisoners had stopped working. A faint glittering dazzle, like a dense cloud of faint fireflies, shot through the tunnel, humming and chittering. Han ducked. Around him, he heard the others also falling flat on the debris-covered floor. The glowing thing shot down the hollow tube, rolling and roiling. Once it passed them and went beyond the point where they had mined spice from the walls, the glowing thing suddenly curved right and plunged straight into the solid rock, vanishing like a fish falling back into a dark pool. Behind them, along the curving lengths of the tunnel, tiny blue sparks flickered from the exposed spice that had been activated by the light source whizzing past. The blue sparks sputtered and flickered and quickly faded. Han's eyes ached from the sudden barrage of light, a light that was probably too dim for him to have seen under normal circumstances, but his eyes had been yearning in blackness for hours now. "What was that?" he shouted. He heard Kip panting beside him. "Nobody knows. It's about the 15th one I've seen over the years. We call them bogies. They've never hurt anybody, or so we think, but nobody knows what's grabbing those people down in the deep mines." The guard himself seemed shaken, and Han could hear a quaver in his voice. "That's enough. End of shift. Let's make our way back to the cars." That sounded like a good idea to Han. When the string of mine cars returned to the long holding grotto and the metal door closed behind them, Han heard the sound of weapons being drawn. All workers were ordered to strip out of their thermal suits. Han could understand the precautions. With a brief mental boost from stolen glitterstim, a prisoner might be able to stage an escape. Although Han had been to the barren surface of Kessel and wondered where an escapee might go. When the standard lights finally came back on, the blinding glare was enough to make Han crouch over, as if someone had punched him in the gut. He shielded his eyes. He felt a hand take him and lead him into the muster room. "It's okay, Han. Just follow me. Let your eyes get used to it. There's no hurry." But Han was in a hurry to see what Kip Durham looked like. He kept blinking away tears and forcing his pupils to contract enough that he could make sense out of the brilliant images showering around him. But when he finally discerned Kip's form, he blinked again, this time in surprise. "You're just a kid." Han saw a dark, tousled-headed teen who looked as if he'd cropped his own hair with a blunt object. He had wide eyes surrounded by dark rims, and his skin was pale from years of living in the darkness of the spice mines. Kip was wiry and tough-looking. He stared at Han with hope and a little intimidation. "Don't worry," Kip said. "I do the best I can." Kip reminded him of the brash and wide-eyed young Luke Skywalker Han had first met in the Mos Eisley Cantina. But Kip seemed tougher than Luke had been, not quite so naive. With the rough life Kip had had, growing up on Kessel and locked in the spice mines without anyone to watch over him, it was no wonder the kid had a hard streak in him. At the moment, Han couldn't decide which he hated more, the Empire, for inflicting such hardships on Kip and his family, or Morith Duel for perpetuating them, or himself, for getting Chewie and him into this mess in the first place. 8. Night on Eel Shaw offered little rest. Falling darkness fought against the shimmering orange glow from the nearby volcano, the pastel blaze of the Cauldron Nebula, and the looming spotlight of the too close moon. Hissing blasts from the geyser field broke the quiet at irregular intervals. Luke sat alone in the cramped storage module Gantoris had given him for sleeping accommodations. Never intended as a living area, the module had few comforts. A basin of filmy water and a cloth-covered mound of dirt for a bed. Gantoris took a perverse pleasure in telling Luke that it had been one of the dead boy's favorite places to play. Either the refugees blamed Luke for not being able to save both children, or perhaps Gantoris just wanted to keep him off balance. Luke had his lightsaber and all the powers he had learned from Jedi training should he decide to escape, but that was not the reason he had come to Eel Shaw. Cupping his chin in his hands, he stared out at the hostile night. He needed to convince Gantoris to listen to him, to see the need for rebuilding the Jedi Knights. But why would someone from an isolated colony with no conception of galactic politics bother to care? If Gantoris was indeed a descendant of the long-ago Tyannia, Luke had to make him care. When the other people drifted to their quarters for the evening, Orton brought him a steamed bugdillo to eat. Luke poked at the glossy black shell of the crustacean, splitting open the cracks in its multiplied, segmented body to get at the pinkish meat. That afternoon, a boy had been killed trying to spear these small creatures. At any time, Luke could leave the battered module, walk to the passenger shuttle on the far side of the geyser field, and retrieve his own rations. But he didn't want to leave. Not until Gantoris agreed to come with him. Luke ate the sour-tasting meat, chewing in silence. "Come with me." Gantoris stood silhouetted in the square doorway of Luke's quarters. Luke blinked and came out of his trance, refreshed and surprised to see the gray morning light shining through cracks in the module. Without a word, he stood up and stepped outside. Gantoris wore the faded uniform of a trader captain. It fit him poorly, but he carried himself with pride. The uniform must have been passed down from generation to generation as the hopeful colonists waited for the ramjet gas miners to return and make their settlement a booming town. "Where are we going?" Luke asked. Gantoris handed him a woven pouch, then slung a similar one over his own shoulder. "To get food." Tossing his thick black braid behind him, he marched toward the geyser field. Luke followed across the rugged terrain, sidestepping the lime-encrusted network of geysers and steam vents. The planet of Eel Shaw hummed with the tidal strain, like fading vibrations from a struck gong. Gantoris moved with outward confidence, but Luke sensed trepidation and uncertainty in him. Luke decided this might be a good time to talk about the Force and its powers. "You must have learned something about the Order of Jedi Knights," he began. "For 1,000 generations they served the Old Republic as guardians and keepers of order. I believe one of your own ancestors, Tyannia, was the daughter of a Jedi. That is why I've come to you. She was among the people who established this colony on Eel Shaw. The Emperor hunted down and killed all the Jedi Knights his assassins could find, but I don't believe he could have traced every descendant, every bloodline. Now the Empire has fallen, and the New Republic needs to reestablish the Jedi Knights." He paused. "I want you to be one of them." He gripped Gantoris' shoulder. The other man flinched and pushed Luke's hand away. Luke's voice took on a more pleading tone. "I want to show you the powers of the Force, the infinite doors it can open. With this new strength, you'll be able to help hold the entire galaxy together. I promise we'll take your people and move them to a safe planet, one that will seem like a paradise after Eel Shaw." Luke realized he was proselytizing. Gantoris looked at him with dark, unfathomable eyes. "Empires and republics mean nothing to me. What have they cared for us before? My universe is here, on this world." He stopped in front of the wide opening to a geyser and peered into its depths. The creeping stink of rotten eggs wafted into the morning air. From his hip pouch, Gantoris withdrew a battered old datapad and consulted a column of numbers that looked to be some sort of timetable. "Here, we will go inside the geyser and harvest." Luke blinked. "Harvest what?" Without answering, Gantoris lowered himself over the lip of the geyser hole. Luke shrugged off his Jedi cloak and left it beside the geyser rim, then followed the other man underground. Was Gantoris just trying to see if Luke would follow him down into the belly of the geyser? The shaft was a narrow, winding chimney through porous rock, a pipeline to gush superheated water. Colorful mineral deposits sparkled white and tan and blue, powdery in his hand. Luke found plenty of footholds as he followed Gantoris into the honeycomb passages. The rock felt warm and slimy. Acrid vapors rising from below stung his eyes. Gantoris worked his way into a side crevice. Luke asked, "What do you want me to do?" In answer, Gantoris wedged himself deeper into a crack and shrugged the woven pouch off his shoulder. "Look in the dark pockets, the ones protected from the scalding water." Gantoris dug his fingers into a crevice, felt around, and pulled out a handful of rubbery tendrils. "With the heat and mineral deposits, the lichens have a rich growing ground. It takes a great deal of processing, but we can make something edible out of this. On our world, we don't have many choices. My people must take what we can find." Luke likewise removed his pouch and began to search in the cracks, probing with his prosthetic hand. What if something poisonous lurked in the crevices to sting him? He could read ominous intentions from Gantoris, but couldn't pinpoint him. Was Gantoris looking for a simple way to kill the dark man from his dreams? On his third try, Luke found a mass of spongy growth and yanked it out. Gantoris looked over his shoulder at Luke. "It would be better if we split up. If you stay by me, you will find only my leavings. I can never feed our people that way." Gantoris' voice changed to a mocking tone, and his forehead crinkled, raising his shaven eyebrows. "Unless your Force can miraculously create a banquet." Keeping his handholds, Luke edged over to another crack as Gantoris worked deeper into his own fissure, turning a jagged corner. A flurry of uneasiness shot through him, but Luke began to search among the crevices. The lichen wasn't difficult to find, and Luke quickly filled his pouch, crawling through narrow openings. Perhaps Gantoris had expected him to get lost among the fissures, but even disoriented underground, Luke could always retrace his path. He had heard nothing from the other man, and deciding that he had fulfilled his obligation, Luke began to work his way back to where they'd split up. When he reached the joined passage, Luke saw that Gantoris was no longer there. He crawled deeper into the fissure, looking for the other man, all the while expecting a trap, but confident he could deal with it. He would have to impress Gantoris with his Jedi abilities. The passage ended in a blocked wall of eroded stone. The smells of sulphurous smoke grew stronger, engendering a deep sense of claustrophobia in him. Luke recalled the two children buried under the avalanche, bright blood splashed on the bottoms of fallen rocks. The ground around him hummed with barely contained murderous energy. What if another earthquake happened while he was wedged in the narrow cracks underground? Gantoris was nowhere in sight. "Gantoris!" he called, but heard no answer. Looking up the shaft of daylight poking through from the surface, Luke finally saw the man's silhouette nearly at the top. Gantoris scrambled up the jagged walls, climbing as fast as he could manage, leaving Luke behind. He was fleeing something. Luke sensed rather than heard the buildup of pressure deep within the planet, the water table heated against magma crouching near the surface, coming to a boil, rising up, finding the most direct way to escape. Gantoris had carried his own timetable. The geysers must erupt at regular intervals. He intended to trap Luke underground, where he would be cooked to the bone by curtains of superheated steam. Luke grabbed for a handhold and hauled himself up, scrambling with his boot for a place to rest his foot. He clambered up the bumps and corners of the chimney leading up. The heat increased around him, making it difficult to breathe. He gasped and blinked burning tears out of his eyes. Steam curled upward, as if seeping out of the very rocks. His foot slipped and he nearly plunged downward, but his prosthetic hand flashed out, grabbing onto an outcropping and refusing to let go. When he finally regained his balance, the outcropping crumbled to pieces. Luke had lost precious seconds. The light above shone brighter, urging him on. He held onto another corner, crawled up another few feet, reached out again. Briefly, he saw a shadowed head peer down into the geyser chimney, watching him. Gantoris. But he offered no help. Luke clawed his way up, ignoring his torn flight suit, climbing as fast as his limbs could carry him. Then he ran out of time. He heard the explosion deep beneath him, the rumbling roar of a plume of boiling water rushing to the surface. Luke braced himself and knew he had one chance. He had done this in Cloud City on Bespin and during his training with Yoda and other times. As the jet of steam and deadly water blasted toward him, Luke gathered his strength, his concentration, and sprang straight up, hurling his body out of the geyser shaft. He used the force as a springboard to throw himself high and free, just as if he were lifting an inanimate object. Luke shot out of the geyser chimney, flailing his arms as he dropped to the rugged ground. He tucked his shoulder and rolled, striking with enough force to knock the breath from him. A second after he hit the ground, a wall of steam and superheated water belched from the geyser. Luke shielded his exposed flesh from the scalded droplets and waited for the blast to dwindle. The geyser eruption lasted several minutes. When Luke finally crawled to his knees, he saw Gantoris and the other people of Eelshall walking toward him, their faces grim as usual. They had set him up, trapped him, tried to kill him. But the anger faded quickly. Hadn't Luke challenged Gantoris to test him, to let him prove his intentions? Luke gathered his drenched Jedi cloak from the geyser rim and waited for them. Gantoris crossed his arms over his chest and nodded. His face looked wide and bleak without eyebrows or eyelashes. "You passed my first test, Dark Man." Luke sensed both eagerness and terror from the man. "Now come and face your last trial." As the people stepped forward to take him again, Luke did not resist. He had decided to take whatever risks proved necessary to rebuild the Jedi Knights. He hoped the risks would be worth it. It was like a religious procession. With Gantoris in the lead, the people of Eelshall began a long march up the slope to the cracks of lava. Luke walked straight and proud, determined not to show fear, though the people had already proved their murderous intentions. Despite his Jedi training, he was in very real danger. The oppressive moon hung overhead like a gigantic fist. Spires of lava rock jutted out of the hillside like rotten teeth. Gantoris did not slow his pace when the slope took a steep turn, but he stopped when he reached a sheltered opening in the volcano wall. Overhead, a pall of smoke and ash hung in the air. "Follow me inside," Gantoris told Luke. The others filed past, continuing along the rugged path. Luke stepped after him. He needed to earn Gantoris's respect, if not trust. In this circumstance, Gantoris was making all the rules. Gantor strode confidently down the narrow passage into the dense shadows. A lava tube blasted through the side of the cone to ease pressure from an ancient eruption. Up ahead, a fiery orange glow lit their way. Luke felt growing anticipation mixed with dread with each step they took. The lava tube spread out, revealing a boiling lake of fire. Though the fissure opened to the sky, and other openings let in gusting cross drafts, the chamber felt like the blast of an oven. Luke ducked his head, trying to shield his face with the damp Jedi hood, but Gantora seemed unaffected. Squinting through noxious gases belching from the lava, Luke watched the other people arrive on the far side of the chamber, lining up and waiting. All faces turned toward him. Gantoris had to raise his voice over the growling sounds of the churning magma. "Walk across the fire, dark man. If you reach the other side safely, I will allow you to teach me whatever you wish." Without waiting for a reply, Gantoris disappeared back into the darkness of the lava tube. Luke stared after him for a moment, wondering if Gantoris could be serious. But then he noticed dark objects in the blaze of bright lava, hard stepping stones of denser rock that did not melt but made a precarious path across the lake of fire. Was Gantoris testing his courage? What did the man want, and what did his dreams of a demonic dark man portend? Luke swallowed, but his throat was dry as parchment. He stepped to the edge of the shimmering lava. The stones beckoned, but common sense warned him to go back, to return to his shuttle and fly away. He could find other candidates for his Jedi Academy. 3PO and R2 must have uncovered some leads by now, and he himself had another possibility on Bespin. Luke hadn't even tested Gantoris yet. Why should he risk his life for someone who might or might not actually have Jedi potential? Because he had to. Forming a new order of Jedi Knights would be difficult, and if he flinched from the first test of his own powers, how could he consider himself worthy of attempting such a task? Impossible heat swirled around him. Stepping to the edge of the fire, Luke looked at the broken sky above him. Then he set his foot down on the first stepping stone. It supported his weight. Luke looked ahead, fixing his gaze on the opposite side. The gathered people kept watching. Lava bubbled around him, belching noxious gases into the air. He tried to breathe in shallow gasps. He took another step. The other side seemed very far away. Blinking irritated tears from his eyes, he counted the stones ahead of him. 14 more. Luke stepped to the next one. Gantoris appeared on the far side, joining the other refugees of Eel Shawl. Luke didn't expect them to cheer him on, but they remained too eerily silent. Another step. Around him the lava gurgled like the belly of a giant beast. A hungry beast. Luke moved to another step, then another. A tendril of euphoria began to rise within him. This wasn't as difficult as he had feared. He would be able to pass this test. With reckless courage and speed, he strode to the halfway point. Then the lava began to bubble and hiss more forcefully, gushing as something stirred below. The volcanic chamber throbbed with a sound that drummed from just below his range of hearing, but enough to vibrate his teeth. He felt his stomach plunge with apprehension. He tensed, waiting to see what horror awaited him. Something lived within the lava of the lake. Something moved. Suddenly, a serpent-like creature burst above the surface, hissing like rocket fuel caught on fire. The fireworm had a triangular head and pointed ear tufts. Crystalline scales armored every inch of its body. Its wide eyes were jewels glowing with a fire of their own. Insulated air intakes sucked in the hot atmosphere, filling bladders deep within the creature's core and making it rise to the surface of the lava pool, huge and fierce. The silicone armor plates glittered like mirrors in the firelight. Luke kept his precarious balance on the stepping stone, avoiding sudden death on the molten rock, then leaped to the next rock. As the fireworm rose and coiled above him, he knew he could never outrun the monster. He stopped and found secure footing. Instinctively, he drew his lightsaber, igniting it with a snap hiss. The green glow of his blade fought against the fiery orange of the lava chamber. On the far side of the lava lake, the gathered people of Eel Shaw watched in silence, unmoving. The fireworm glared down at Luke with its viper head. It opened a vast metallic mouth and spewed congealing lava at the wall. Armored intakes continued to suck air, raising coils of the behemoth's body to the surface. Luke held up his lightsaber, but it seemed pitifully small to fight a lava dragon. With an ultrasonic bellow, the fireworm dove beneath the magma again, splashing molten rock into the air. Luke danced from stepping stone to stepping stone, trying to avoid the deadly firefall. Globs of lava set his Jedi cloak on fire, but Luke managed to yank it over his shoulders and toss it into the bubbling pool, where it burst into bright flames. He held his lightsaber in front of him. His eyes widened. He reached out with his Jedi senses, trying to second guess the creature. His every nerve was tuned, ready to respond, but he saw only the restless surface of the lava. "Where are you?" he whispered. The fireworm's head exploded out of the lava on the other side, rearing up to strike. It plunged down, opening its huge mouth to reveal fangs, like stalactites. Luke whirled, bringing up his lightsaber and dancing back to the previous stepping stone. As the fireworm struck, Luke slashed with his humming green blade, but when the lightsaber smashed against the mirrored armor plates, the glowing green edge refracted into 1,000 components, splitting and ricocheting around the chamber. Sparks showered all around him. The energy blade that could supposedly slice through anything broke only one small silicone armor plate. On the other side of the chamber, the people of Eel Shaw ducked to escape the flying shards of green power. Splintered rock fell into the magma lake. Luke knew he could not use a lightsaber against the monster again. The fireworm yowled in surprise more than pain, then dove for refuge under the lava. Luke crouched, desperately trying to figure out what he should do next. He turned, ready to run to the other side where the people waited for him. The fireworm would return any minute. He didn't know how much time he would have. Suddenly, the creature launched itself out of the lava, roaring and hissing and making sounds too horrible for Luke to describe. He turned, lightsaber in hand and ready to die in battle, but now the monster had no interest in him at all. Gouts of acrid smoke poured from the chink in the silicone armor, where lava ate its way into the fireworm's body core. The creature writhed and tossed, spewing lava into the air. Molten rock devoured the fireworm's internal organs like acid, killing it from the inside out. Burning within, the fireworm thrashed in agony. Spraying lava as flames and foul smoke boiled out of the tiny breach in its armor. When the fiery rock burned through the fireworm's inflated air bladders, the creature exploded. Splatters of hardening lava rained down. Luke managed to deflect most of the burning chunks with the force, but some scorched his back and shoulder. The fireworm's death throes turned waves in the molten rock, then gradually subsided. Luke raised his eyes, blinking in disbelief. The people of Eel Shaw still waited for him. Most of the stepping stones had been washed away in the turmoil. Nothing but impassable lava remained between him and Gantoris. He could not finish his journey. Giddy with terror and a backwash of possibilities from the force, Luke stared at the impassable river of flames between him and his goal. He thought of the potential for his proposed academy, for the return of the Jedi Knights. The New Republic needed him. He had to complete his promise. He would gather candidates to teach the ways to the Force. He would. Without a doubt in his mind, still throbbing with the Force after his battle with the fireworm, he closed his eyes. Luke walked across the lake of fire. He would not think about it. The lava refused to touch his feet. Only the force burned bright around him. One step after another, he strode across the flaming rock, letting himself see nothing but his goal until he stood again on solid ground on the far side of the lake of fire, with Gantoris and his people. When he reached safety, he nearly collapsed with relief, but he could not allow himself to show a change of expression. He tried not to think about what he had just done. Gantoris stood before him, an expression of awe on his broad face. The others backed away, but Gantoris remained motionless. He swallowed as he met Luke's gaze. "I will abide by my promise." He drew a deep breath. "Teach me how to use this mysterious power within me." Without a thought, Luke reached forward with trembling hands and touched Gantoris' head. He sent mental fingers inward, probing to the back of the other man's mind, searching until he found the mysterious nub in Gantoris' subconscious and pushed. The strength of his reflexive reaction knocked Luke backwards so that he had to catch his balance before tumbling into the lava. Gantoris did indeed have the Jedi potential, enough to make him a formidable candidate for the Jedi Academy. Luke allowed himself a sigh of relief. The terror and the testing had been worth it. He took Gantoris' hand, then looked at the gathered survivors of the abandoned colony. "We will find a new home for your people, but first you will come with me to Coruscant." 9. Lando Calrissian's ship, the Lady Luck, received clearance from a board-sounding traffic controller to land in the spaceport of Umgul. As the ship coasted through the misty atmosphere, Lando was amazed at the number of private ships, space yachts, and luxurious ground skimmers bustling around the landing center. Lando cruised with the other traffic over flatlands surrounding a broad river on his way to Umgul City. Fleets of sail barges drifted over the sluggish river. Looking down, he could see flashing lights and gyrating bodies that spoke of wild parties on the barge decks. A moist planet, but cool, Umgul was frequently blanketed by dense fog and low-hanging clouds. Even now, in the middle of the day, wisps of mist drifted up from the river and spread across the lowlands. Though unremarkable in resources and strategic importance, Umgul had earned galactic fame as a sports center, home of the renowned Umgulian blob races. The Lady Luck followed her designated vector to a spaceport carved into limestone bluffs, rising above the river. Accompanied on either side by two tiny person pleasure skimmers, Lando brought his ship through a cavern mouth. He barely managed to avoid hitting a blue zeppelin full of tourists. Inside, hairy attendants wearing bright orange vests directed the Lady Luck into her parking stall by waving handheld laser beacons. Lando turned to the two droids next to him in the pilot's compartment. "Are you boys about ready to have fun?" R2 beeped something Lando could not understand, but 3PO straightened in indignation. "We are not here to have fun, General Calrissian. We are here to assist Master Luke." "I'm here as a private citizen going to the blob races." Lando jabbed a finger at him. Being in close quarters with 3PO for only a day had already been enough for the prissy droid to get on his nerves. "You are my protocol droid, and you'd better play the part, or I'll have you run a complete diagnostic of all the sewage control systems on Umgul City." "I understand clearly, sir." As the Lady Luck's ramp tongued out, Lando stepped into the chaos of the Umgulian reception center. Voices blurred by background noise made perpetual announcements over the intercom systems. Roars from departing vehicles echoed in the grotto. Acrid smells of exhaust fumes and engine fueling ports stung Lando's nostrils. Nevertheless, he held his head high and strode down the ramp, swirling his cape and beckoning the two droids to follow. "3PO, can you understand any of these announcements? Figure out where we're supposed to go." 3PO scanned the data walls that listed services offered by Umgul City. Text scrolled out in several languages. 4 stubby vendors rushed over to the new visitor, pushing trinkets and souvenirs at Lando. The scruffy-looking hucksters were Ugnaughts, the ugly little maintenance creatures that filled the lower levels of Cloud City. "Why not bring a baby blob home for the kids, sir?" The Ugnaught thrust out a greenish, oozing mass that looked like a fist-sized wad of phlegm. "How about some blob candy, sir? Best in the city. My secondary mate makes it at home." The gelatinous blob candy looked identical to the baby blob the first Ugnaught had offered. "Good luck charm," said a third Ugnaught. "Works for all religions." Lando waved them away. "3PO, where are we going?" "Adjusting for local time, sir, I believe there's an important blob race beginning in less than 1 standard hour. The Umgulian mass transit systems will take us directly to the blob arena. I believe the mass transit accesses." The 4 Ugnaught souvenir vendors began falling over each other, offering to guide the fine gentlemen to the arena. "Immediately to our left." 3PO gestured to a brightly painted tunnel entrance. "Come on," Lando said, and without looking back, walked over to the mass transit entrance. The disappointed Ugnaughts hurried off to hunt for other customers. The mass transit trip was like a roller coaster ride without wheels. A slim, tube-like car shot through the tunnel up to the top of the bluff, splashing through high-rising fog and rushing over woodlands where trees crammed in notches in the weathered limestone. The ground was a crazy quilt of bright signs describing tourist attractions, eating establishments, pawn shops, and high-interest, no-questions-asked gambling loans. At the great entry kiosks to the blob arena, streams of people and other creatures pushed in, paying their credits and obtaining seat assignments. Lando paid for himself, but argued with the ticket-taking computer over whether his 2 droids were companions, and thus needed to buy tickets, or subservient information processing attendants. Lando won the argument, though 3PO seemed insulted at being classed as little more than an appliance. The blob racing stadium was a vast sinkhole that had collapsed into the top of the bluff, a circular pit in the rocky ground. The Umgulian stadium management had carved thousands of seats, stalls, pits, and sockets out of the sloping rocky walls to accommodate all manner of bodily configurations. Giant whirring fans had been mounted around the rim of the sinkhole, generating a hefty breeze to shove back the encroaching fog that pushed in from all sides, driving it into the open air where it dissipated. After pushing his way along the crowded halls, Lando found his seat, pleased to see it had a good view of the entire blobstacle course below. The odds panel in front of his seat listed information about the 14 blob challengers for the day's first heat and also counted down the 20 minutes remaining before the next race would begin. A grin spread across Lando's face as he took in the smells of treats and condiments, saw whirring robotic drink dispensers drifting through the stands. He was enjoying this already. It brought back plenty of old memories. As Baron Administrator of Bespin's Cloud City, Lando had spent much of his time in the high-class casinos, watching the tourists and high rollers. He had never seen blob racing before, but the excitement in the air made his heart beat faster. 3PO fidgeted, looking at the crowd. A white ursine creature nearly knocked him over as it pushed its way to a seat farther down the mezzanine. Lando couldn't forget the primary reason why he was here, though. Mounted to R2's body core was the power pack of the Imperial Jedi detecting device, and Lando kept the sheet crystal detector pads secured to his own side. Okay, R2, let's see if we can find our friend Tymo. Jack into the stadium computer and see if he's bought a ticket or placed a bet. If so, let's find out where he's seated. The announcer's voice echoed around the arena. Sentient beings of all genders, welcome to the galaxy-renowned blob races of Umgol. Before we begin this afternoon's first heat, we'd like to call your attention to next week's special gala, Blob Derby, to be hosted in honor of a visiting dignitary, the Duchess Mistal from our sister planet Dargol. We hope you'll all attend. The apathetic reaction from the crowd told Lando just how many visiting dignitaries Umgol must host throughout the year. For this afternoon's event, we'll be running 14 thoroughbred racing blobs through a 12-point blobstacle course that has been thoroughly inspected and certified by the Galactic Racing Commission. All data on the age, mass, and viscosity of our racing blobs is available at the terminal in front of your seat. Lando smiled grimly at that. Umgol City claimed to run clean blob races, and cheating was a capital offense. What does he mean by thoroughbred racing blobs? He asked. 3PO heard him. This species of blob has several variants that are used for different purposes throughout the system. Some upper-class people actually keep them as pets. Others have seen certain medicinal value in blob treatment, such as letting a blob ooze across one's back for massage therapy, or soaking one's aching feet in the warm gelatinous mass. But these are racers? Yes, sir. Bred for speed and fluidity. The announcer finished reading several standard disclaimers. At this point, we officially declare all betting substations to be closed. The odds computer will post final probability tables, which are now available at your terminals. We shall begin the race in just a moment. Please enjoy a refreshment compatible with your biochemistry while you wait. Hearing a ratcheting sound, Lando directed his attention to the rear of the playing field. Conveyor mechanisms raised the blob platforms to a high ramp, stopping in front of a gate that held the oozing blobs back from the launching slide. The 14 separate chutes in the steep, lubricated ramp were designed to boost a blob's momentum at the starting signal. On your mark, the announcer said. Lando could sense a blanketing hush through the stadium as the spectators craned forward, staring at the chutes and waiting for the blobs to emerge. A loud electronic tone reverberated through the air, like a bullet hitting a brass bell, and suddenly the gates flew open. The ramps tilted forward, spilling the multicolored blobs down the lubricated chutes. 14 syrupy masses tumbled and oozed pell-mell down the slides, striking the low walls and slithering as fast as they could to the bottom of the ramp. The blobs showed a range of colors, primarily grayish-green, but laced with bright hues. Variated strands of vermilion stood out on each one, turquoise on another, lime green on a third. Each blob had a holographic number imprinted in its protoplasm. The numbers somehow stayed upright, no matter which way the blob oriented itself. With the chutes equally lubricated, all 14 blobs struck the bottom of the ramp at about the same time. When the low walls no longer separated the tracks, the frantic blobs began to make their way helter-skelter around each other, gushing forward into the blobstacle course. One contender, Blob 11, a dark green specimen laced with a striking amethyst pattern, burst onto the flat of the track with pseudopods already extended, as if trying to scramble away the moment it hit the bottom of the ramp. It squirted forward, clenching itself together and oozing its body core ahead. The amethyst blob had pulled a small lead by the time it hit the first obstacle. a tall metal screen with a wide mesh. Blob 11 hurled itself onto the mesh grid with its full body and began to push its entire self through, dribbling in 100 tiny segments out the other side, where it flowed its gelatinous mass back together again. It managed to push itself halfway through before the next blob struck a different part of the screen. Lando decided to cheer for the amethyst blob, though he had no money riding on the race. He still liked to root for winners. The second blob took a different tactic, concentrating its body into a narrow streamer that spouted through one of the mesh holes, pouring its mass to the other side. The amethyst blob finished reassembling itself on the bottom of the grid, took no time to rest, and pushed onward. By this time, all the other blobs were struggling to get through the first obstacle. The amethyst blob frantically mushed ahead, increasing its lead as if fleeing in terror. "Go!" Lando shouted. The second major obstacle proved more formidable. A tall rat line made of chain links led up to another steep, lubricated slide that dropped into a sharp, banked curve. Blob 11 reached the bottom of the rat line and extended a pseudopod up to the first loop of chain, wrapping the jelly-like tendril onto the flexible rung, and extending another pseudopod again and again until it flowed like a tentacled amoeba, desperately hauling its amorphous form upward faster than gravity could slurp it back down. The amethyst blob slipped, and a large segment of its body mass drooled downward, barely connected to the main core by a thin stream of mucus. According to the official rules posted in front of Lando's seat, the entire body mass of a blob had to get to the finishing circle. It could not leave portions of itself behind. The second and third blobs reached the bottom of the rat line, also trying to scramble up. The amethyst blob hovered on the rat line, sagging as it worked to siphon its precariously balanced appendage back into the main core. The chain links began to work through the soft organic material, but the blob moved faster, finally drawing itself up, and hooked over another loop of chain. Behind it, the next two blobs managed to ascend to the second level of chain loops. Back at the first blobstacle, the last of the blobs squeezed through the mesh and began creeping at top speed toward the rat line. Blob 11 reached the top of the rat lines and, coiling its mass, shot onto the steep grease slide, rolling and spinning and tumbling. Its holographic number remained upright all the while. The blob reached a high banked curve at the bottom of the slide, rebounded, and gushed toward the next blobstacle. The crowd was roaring and shouting now. Lando felt exhilaration burst through him. He decided he'd have to return to Umgo when he had more time to relax, to make a few real bets. "Excuse me, sir, but are we expressing enthusiasm for Blob 11? "Yes, 3PO. "Thank you, sir. I just wanted to be certain." The droid paused, then amplified his voice. "Go, number 11!" The second and third blobs reached the top of the rat line simultaneously, and both leaped onto the lubricated slide, squirting down at an alarming rate. Many of the spectators jumped out of their seats and screamed with excitement. The two blobs tumbled next to each other, grappling with pseudopods and rolling. The steep, banked curve rose up in front of them like a wall. "Oh, I can't watch," 3PO said. "They're going to crash." The two blobs both struck the corner at the same instant and splattered into each other, forming one giant ball. The crowd roared with absolute delight. "Total fusion!" the announcer cried. The spectators continued to cheer. The two blobs had combined into one much larger mass, and they seemed to be working at cross purposes, trying to lumber over the side of the track and out of the way of other oncoming blobs. Meanwhile, the amethyst blob increased its lead. "Those two are out of the race," Lando muttered. R2 returned, bleeping with excitement. "Excuse me, sir," 3PO said, "but R2 has located our man Tymo. He's indeed come to the races and placed a very large bet. We have his seating assignment. We can go see him now if you wish." Lando was startled to be interrupted during the race. Then he jumped to his feet. "We found him already?" "Yes, sir, and as I said, he has placed a very large bet, if you take my meaning, sir." "Let me guess," Lando said. "I'm Blob 11, right?" "Correct, sir." "Looks like he's done it again," Lando said. "Let's go." They pushed past other spectators who had not bothered to take seats, then emerged into the flagstone halls. Lando allowed R2 to lead, puttering down near empty interior corridors. Lando was reluctant, wanting to see the outcome of the competition. "Hurry up, R2." The little droid hummed downhill toward a lower level of the Sinkhole Stadium. Through a graffiti-scrawled archway, they passed into the section of least expensive seats filled with desperate-looking people, the ones who had staked everything on guessing the winner of just one race. Somehow, Lando hadn't expected a winner as lucky as Tymo to be in the low-rent section. Maybe he was trying to keep a low profile. Though support pillars and debris screens crowded the view this far down in the crater, Lando could see that Blob 11 had increased its lead substantially, a full obstacle ahead of the remaining 9 blobs. Farther back on the track, 2 blobs lay motionless and rubbery in a bed of desiccant, too slow to cross the deadly obstacle before they suffered terminal dehydration. The surviving blobs worked at stringing themselves through a sequence of metal rings dangling on ropes, each swaying and trying to extend a pseudopod to the next ring before the pendulum motion stretched it to the breaking point. The amethyst blob had already crossed the desiccant trap and the rings and was now oozing precariously over a long bed of sharp spikes that continuously poked through its outer membrane. Tireless, Blob 11 threw itself forward with wild abandon, not heeding the spears jabbing through its body. R2 whistled, and 3PO pointed to a man 3 benches down. General Calrissian, R2 says this is the man we want. Lando squinted at Tymo. Young and attractive, but with a fidgety, furtive look. He had a disreputable air. Though his blob was winning by a wide margin, he did not seem elated. The other people around him cheered or wailed, depending on where they had cast their bets, but Tymo just sat and waited, as if he already knew the outcome. Blob 11 dragged the last of itself off the bed of nails, tugging to remove a few clinging strands from the spike points. The nails had slowed it to a crawl just in front of the next obstacle, a slowly turning propeller blade with razor edges. The amethyst blob poised itself, but seemed too panicked to plan the rest of the way through the spinning blades. It squirted forward, elongating to gain speed, then shoved its body into the gap between the whirring fan blades. About a quarter of the blob made it through before the sharp edges squashed it, bisecting it. Mucus squirted but clung in one long liquid thread on the propeller blade. One segment of the blob waited safely on the other side of the blobstacle. The remaining 3/4 hunched, then lunged the next gap in the blades. This time, half of its mass passed successfully through, and the second segment oozed forward to rejoin the first small mass. The rest of Blob 11 made it through with only a nick in its posterior portion, but as the fan blades spun around again, droplets of slime on the edges congealed into a small lump and dropped off, rolling to safety, where all the portions conjoined once more. The crowd cheered. Some of the losers in the lower levels began throwing drink containers against the guard mesh in front of them. Blue sparks flickered from the electrified wires. Tymo hunched forward in his seat, keeping one hand in his pocket. Lando wondered if he carried some kind of weapon. Tymo looked around, blinking his eyes in alarm as if he suspected he was being watched. Lando winced, knowing that his fine clothes and rich cape made him another painfully person out of place in the lower levels. Tymo noticed Lando and the 2 droids, tensed, then forced himself to watch the end of the race. Blob 11 approached the final blobstacle, hauling pseudopods over the rungs of a ladder as it dripped down. It seemed burned to exhaustion, but still it pushed on as if demons were chasing it. Its bright amethyst tracings had faded to mere speckles. Reaching the top of the ladder, the blob descended into an array of wide funnels that had exit holes of varying sizes, many of which were sealed shut. The amethyst blob thrust extensions of itself into various funnels, poking around until it found one with a large enough hole to the bottom. Behind, the nearest other blob began negotiating the bed of nails in front of the whirling propeller. Choosing an acceptable funnel, Blob 11 dumped itself into the cone and pushed. A pasty stream ribboned out the narrow end, rolling and piling on the ground as the blob recollected itself. The thin strand of blob went on, coming out in spurts near the end until finally the tail plopped out of the tunnel. Blob 11's entire body shimmered as it trembled with exhaustion. It charged for the finishing line and looked as if it intended to keep going. The crowd continued to cheer, but the race was clearly over. Lando watched Tymo. The other man adjusted something in his pocket. Blob 11 came to a sudden halt in the finishing circle. Blob wranglers in coveralls rushed onto the track with wide shovels and a levitating barrow to scoop up the exhausted thing and return it to the blob pens for rehydration and a long rest. The audience then began to root for which blobs would place in show. Tymo slid out of his seat and flicked a quick glance from side to side, but Lando had already stepped behind a support pillar. Tymo jostled the spectators still watching the rest of the race, making his way toward one of the cashiering stations where other winners had already queued up. Most of the winners jumped up and down, chattering with shared excitement. Even the more reserved ones wore broad grins. Taimo, though, showed only a metallic, unreadable expression. He seemed very nervous. Lando and the two droids eased themselves into the line, butting through the crowd. Taimo kept glancing back, but he did not see them again. Over the loudspeakers, the announcer listed the order of winners in the blob race. Lando pulled the cable jacks to the sheet crystal Jedi detectors out of his sleeves and plugged them into the power pack on R2's body. He slid the flat paddles into the palms of his hands, ready for a chance when he could scan Taimo to confirm whether or not he had the bluish aura of a possible trainee for Luke's academy. 3PO seemed very excited. "Why don't we just go up to him and tell him the good news, General Calrissian?" "Because something's fishy here," he said, "and I want to make sure before we get ourselves in too deep." "Fishy?" 3PO asked, then looked around as if to locate any aquatic spectators at the blob races. "His turn is next at the terminal. When he keys in his betting chit, it'll take a minute to process and cash in his winnings. He's effectively trapped until the transaction is done, unless he wants to throw away a lot of credits." Of course, Lando remembered, cheating was punishable by death on Umgal, and Taimo might be happy enough just to get away with his life. What had he been hiding in his pocket? As Taimo stepped up to the terminal and inserted his chit, the announcer broke through the background noise to remind everyone once again in next week's races in honor of the visiting Duchess from Dargul. Taimo flinched visibly, but keyed in his ID code and inserted his account card to collect his winnings. "Come on," Lando said, stepping out of line and moving toward the cashiering station. He flicked the power switch on the scanning pack. Its warm-up hum vanished in the background noise. Taimo looked intently at the display on the cashiering station, punching in his access code and transferring his winnings as quickly as he could. Lando stepped up beside him and swept either side of the man with the detector battles, before Taimo realized what was happening. Taimo looked up, saw Lando holding something that might have been a weapon, saw the two droids that might have been armed mechanical bodyguards, and panicked just as the terminal ejected his account card and called for the next customer. Taimo snatched his card and fled, scattering a pack of Ugnaughts as he ran into the crowded stands. "Hey, Taimo, stop!" yelled Lando. The man was swallowed up in the surge of spectators exiting the stands after the race. "Sir, aren't we going to follow him?" 3PO asked. Other spectators had turned to stare. The next winner, grinning and oblivious, stepped up to the cashiering station. "No," Lando shook his head. "We got a reading for now. Let's check it out." In a shadowed corner, not caring if anyone saw what they were doing, since nobody would understand it anyway, Lando watched the power pack of the Imperial detector reconstruct a holographic aura mapping of Taimo. As Lando had unfortunately expected, Taimo's reading showed a perfectly normal outline, no bluish haze of Jedi potential, nothing at all out of the ordinary. "He's a fraud." 3PO seemed disappointed. "Can you be certain, sir? I should point out that many people were standing around, and they could have disturbed the readings. He also scanned them very quickly and none too closely. Remember, too, that the detector itself is extremely old and may not be completely reliable." Lando gave the protocol droid a skeptical frown, but 3PO's arguments did have some merit. He should take the trouble to make sure. Besides, Lando was enjoying himself in Umgal so far. "All right, we'll check him out a little further." Relieved that the New Republic would pick up the tab, Lando relaxed in his spacious hotel accommodations. From the dispenser, he ordered a cold punch-like drink popular in Umgal, and went to the balcony to watch thick evening mists curl around the streets. He sipped the drink, unable to remove his perplexed frown or smooth his creased forehead. "Could I get you anything else, sir, or shall I power down for the time being?" 3PO asked. "Please do," he said, realizing how nice it would be to keep the protocol droid quiet for a while. "But leave the circuit open in case R2 tries to get back in touch." "Certainly, sir." Posing as a maintenance droid, R2 had gone poking around the blob stables to see if he could uncover anything out of the ordinary. The little astromech droid had tuned his communication frequency to Lando's comlink so he could send a message. Now, with 3PO quiet, Lando could finally think. He went over to the room's courtesy terminal and punched in a request for information. The screen automatically displayed a complete schedule for the next 3 weeks of blob racing, but Lando selected another menu. The Umgalian Racing Commission was fanatical about being forthcoming with all information relating to the races and the blobs themselves. A sample of protoplasm was taken from each blob before and after any race, then subjected to rigorous analysis, the results of which were available to the public. With help from the information assistant built into the terminal, Lando was able to collate the before and after tests for all of Taimo's high-stake winners. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he suspected some drug used to urge the blobs to greater speed, some incentive that would affect only the winners. Run a correlation, Lando said. Is there anything unusual about these particular winners? Something found in these blobs, but not in the others? Time will bet only once in a while, and if his manipulation was subtle enough, Lando could imagine that the Ungolian Racing Commission might have missed a tiny modification. But Lando knew that one variable tied these particular winners together apart from the other blobs. Since hundreds of people bet and won on each race, the Commission would have no reason to look at only these particular races, where Time had cashed in. One minor anomaly found in all cases, the information assistant said. What is it? Faint traces of carbon, silicon, and carbon in the post-trace chemical tests of each winner in this subset. This wasn't noticed before? Lando asked. Dismissed as irrelevant. Probable explanation. Minor environmental contaminants from the blobsticles themselves. And these same traces show up on every one of these winners? Yes. Do they show up on any of the other blob tests, winners or losers in any race? Checking. After a pause, the terminal answered, No, sir. Lando looked at the test results. The amounts of contaminant were absolutely trivial, nothing that should have any effect. Speculation on what might have caused this? None, the terminal answered. Thanks a lot, Lando said. You're welcome. 3PO sat bolt upright, startled out of his recharging state. General Crarizian, R2 has just contacted me. 3PO bumped the comlink with his golden finger and bleeping noise burst through the speaker. Mr. Tymo has appeared at the blob corrals, disguised as a blob wrangler. R2 has verified his identification. What could he be doing there? Let's go, Lando said. I didn't expect him to try again so soon, but now we've got him, whatever he's doing. Lando grabbed his cape and slung it over his shoulders before he swept out of the room. 3PO raised his hands in alarm, but shuffled off as fast as he could, his motivators whirring. The two ran through the dark and misty streets of Umgul City. Around them, blockish limestone dwellings rose high, stacked upon each other like cracker boxes, lacquered to a high gloss with moisture sealants. Streetlights hung at the street intersections, shedding a pearly halo into the mist. Workers climbed on scaffolds, tearing down old banners that advertised the visit of one dignitary and putting up new ones welcoming the Duchess Mistel to Umgul City. Lando sprinted up the cobblestone streets with 3PO scurrying stiffly behind. Steep thoroughfares climbed the bluffs. Ahead and adjacent to the sinkhole arena, they could see a large lighted structure where the blobs were kept and monitored. Lando ducked through a service entrance to the blob corrals and 3PO followed. Strange smells, damp and musty, filled the air. Cleanup droids chugged through the halls, while others checked temperature controls for the blob pens. The lights had been dimmed for the evening, encouraging the blobs to rest. 3PO, do you know where we're going? I believe I can locate R2, sir, 3PO said, and turned in slow circles before he pointed the way. Down another level, they reached a shadowy chamber cut into the limestone. The lights inside had been set to their lowest illumination, and moisture generators kept the room damp and clammy. R2 is in here, General Carizian. Okay, be quiet. Let's see what's going on. Do you really think Mr. Tymo could be cheating, sir, even with the threat of capital punishment? Lando frowned at him. No, I'm sure he has a perfectly legitimate reason to be wearing a blob wrangler's uniform, slipping into a blob corral late at night, and skulking around in the darkness. What a relief, sir. I'm glad to hear he may yet be a Jedi candidate. Shut up, 3PO. They crept through the entrance into a room lined with blob pens. Banks of about 20 small enclosures blocked his line of sight in the shadowy room. Within each pen, a gelatinous blob burbled and vibrated as it rested. From the far side of the room came a rattling noise, a blob pen being eased open. Lando crept silently down the rows of blob enclosures, letting his eyes adjust to the dimness. In the shadows of the far row of pens, Lando spotted a human form. He recognized Tymo's build, his furtive movements, his lanky dark hair. Tymo hunched over a cage, reaching inside, doing something to the blob in front of him. Lando leaned close to 3PO and breathed words in the faintest of whispers, knowing he would not be overheard in the general stirring of the blobs. Enhance your obstacle sensors so you can make out what he's doing and record everything for later playback. We may need proof if we're going to get this guy. Before the droid could answer, Lando clamped his hand over 3PO's mouth to keep him silent. 3PO nodded and turned to stare at the man in the shadows. With a whirring sound, R2-D2 puttered down the walkway between the pens. Timo looked up, startled, but R2 carried a cleaning attachment and scrubbed the floor under the pens. He whirred right by Timo, ignoring the man just as a cleaning droid would do. Lando nodded in admiration for the little astromech. Timo turned back to his work, shaken by R2's appearance and apparently wanting to be out of there as soon as possible. Sir, 3PO cried, he just implanted a small object in the protoplasm of that blob. Timo whirled and grabbed at one of the pockets of his jumpsuit. Lando didn't need greater illumination to recognize a blaster being drawn. Thanks a lot, 3PO, he said as he tackled the droid. An instant later, a blaster bolt sparked off the wall near where they had been standing a moment before. Come on. He scrambled to his feet and ran over to where Timo had been hiding, ducking to take advantage of the cover the blob pens offered. Another blaster bolt ricocheted through the dimness, missing them by a wide margin. R2, 3PO wailed, sound the alarms, call the guards, alert the corral owner, anybody! Timo shot at them again, and 3PO gasped as sparks erupted close to his head. Oh dear! Inside the corral, the blobs awakened and stirred, rearing up against the bars of their pens. He heard Timo crash into the corner of a cage. They reached the pen where Timo had been meddling. Lando kept his head low. 3PO, see if you can tell what he planted in that blob. Do you really think that's wise right at the moment, sir? Do it! Lando had his own blaster drawn, scanning the shadows for Timo's form. Ratcheting alarms rang out. Good work, R2, Lando mumbled. Seeing a hunched, moving form, Lando risked a shot and stunned, but missed. An indignant series of electronic noises told him he had almost deactivated R2. Sorry about that. By firing his blaster, Lando had given away his position. Timo shot back, but his energy bolt spanged off the wall. Lando fired again, and as the stun beam expanded outward, he saw several blobs in its path curl up and condense sideways. A shootout at the blob corral, Lando said to himself. Just the way I wanted to spend my vacation. 3PO stood next to the pen, trying to determine exactly what Timo had been doing. The blob itself, riled by the disturbance, reared up against the bars, leaning into the cage door. Dim light glinted off 3PO's polished body, offering a clear target, but this time when Timo fired, his blaster bolt incinerated the lock on the pen. With the pressing weight of the blob, the door flung open, and the entire gelatinous mass dumped onto 3PO's head, oozing down his body. The droid's muffled cries of panic came through the wet protoplasm. Seeing Timo's form move through the shadows, Lando sprinted after him. The other man made for the archway exit as fast as he could move in the murkiness. Timo! Hold it right there! Timo turned to glance in Lando's direction, then put on a burst of reckless speed. At that moment, R2 scuttled out of the shadows, placing himself directly in the running man's path. Timo crashed into the droid, somersaulted into the air, and landed on his back. Lando pounced, grabbing Timo's blaster arm and yanking it behind his back until the weapon dropped free. Good job, R2. Timo thrashed and struggled as the alarms continued to sound. Get away from me! I won't let you take me back to her! Help me! Help! 3PO cried. He waved his arms, frantically trying to wipe blob material from his outer shell. Guard droids and human security officers scrambled into the grotto. Lights flared on as somebody upped the illumination. Timo fought more frantically. Over here, Lando called. The guard droids took possession of Timo, clamping the restraining arms around him. Another reached out to grasp Lando, and he suddenly realized he had no good reason to be in the blob corral either. What in the bleeping miasma is going on here? A deep voice roared. A hirsute man, who looked as if he had dressed hurriedly, strode into the corral area. And shut off those blasted alarms. They're upsetting my blobs, and they're giving me a headache. Over here, Mr. Fondane, one of the human guards answered. The man came over to see Timo struggling in the guard droid's straitjacket grasp. Lando caught his attention. I've uncovered a possible sabotage to the races, sir. This man here has been tinkering with the blobs. The man gave Timo an acid glance, then turned back to Lando. I'm Sleesh Fondine, owner of these stables. You'd better tell me who you are and why you're here. Lando realized with some surprise that he had nothing to hide. I'm General Calrissian, a representative of the New Republic. I've been investigating this man, Timo, as part of an entirely different mission, but I believe you'll be very interested to study his track record of wins. Timo glared at Lando. You'll never take me back to her. I couldn't stand that. You don't know who she is. I'll die first. Sleesh Fondine shushed him with a wave of his hand. That can be arranged, if what the general says is true. On Umgul, cheaters are executed. The alarm sirens finally fell silent. Will somebody please help me? 3PO cried. Fondine saw the droid struggling with the dripping greenish mass and rushed over to assist him. Brushing the protoplasm back up into the main mass, Fondine shushed and cooed the blob. Easy now. He spoke to 3PO as well. Stop struggling. The blob is as afraid of you as you are of it. Just be calm. He lowered his voice. They can sense fear, you know. 3PO tried to remain still as Fondine gently coerced the blob to reincorporate back toward its pen. 3PO suddenly grew excited again. Sir, I've just found a near microscopic electronic object inside this blob's protoplasm. Magnifying. It appears to be a micromotivator. Lando suddenly understood what Tymo had been doing. A micromotivator implanted in the blob could send out a powerful internal stimulus, provoke a frantic flight response in any creature. If tuned properly, the micromotivator could give a blob the speed boon of absolute terror. The gadget was so tiny that Tymo could self-destruct it after the blob had successfully won a race, leaving only minuscule traces of a few component elements in the blob tissue, and no one would ever know. Slish Fondine glared daggers at Tymo. That is vile blasphemy against the whole spirit of blob racing. Tymo squirmed. I had to have the money. I had to get off planet before she gets here. In exasperation, Lando said, Who are you talking about? Who is she? He freed himself from the guard droid's grip. Tymo's eyes goggled at Lando's question. Didn't she send you to get me? I saw you spying on me at the races. You tried to catch me, but I escaped. I'll never go back to her. Who? Both Lando and Slish Fondine bellowed in unison. The Duchess Mistal, of course. She clings to me every second. She blows in my ear. She won't let me out of her sight. I couldn't stand it any more. I had to get away. Lando and Fondine looked at each other without comprehension, but R2 trundled up, chittering an explanation. 3PO, extricated from the blob mass, stepped forward to translate. R2 has run a check. The Duchess Mistal of Dargul has posted a 1,000,000 credit reward for the safe return of her lost consort. Apparently, he ran away from her. The man's official name is Dak, but his description precisely matches that of Mr. Tymo here. Tymo hung his head in misery. Fondine crossed his arms over his chest. Well, what have you got to say for yourself? Yes, I'm Dak. He heaved a huge sigh. The Duchess Mistal reached her age of marriage 2 years ago and decided to find the perfect consort. She advertised across the galaxy for likely candidates, and she received millions of applicants. I was one of them. Who wouldn't want the job? She was rich and young and beautiful. All the consort would have to do is live in total opulence and be doted upon by the Duchess. Tears sprang to Tymo's eyes. My particular talent was electronic wizardry. I built those micromotivators from scratch. When I applied for the consort position, I knew my odds were small, but I succeeded in hacking into the central computer in Palace Dargul, sabotaging the other applicants, planting an algorithm so the computer would spit out my name as a perfect choice. Slish Fondine looked nauseated at the mere concept of cheating in such a heinous manner. The Duchess and I were married, and everything seemed exactly as I had expected, at first. But the Duchess was convinced I was her perfect match, fated to be with her forever. Every waking moment of the day she refused to let me move more than arm's length away from her. She would wake me up at all hours of the night, find me during her meal breaks. She would trap me in the gardens, in the libraries. Tymo's eyes grew wild, shining with panic. I thought she would get tired of me, or at least used to having me around, but it went on for more than a year. I couldn't sleep. I jumped at shadows. I was a wreck, and that made her feel sorry for me, so she clung even tighter. And I couldn't leave. On Dargul, they mate for life. Life! She'll never give up searching, and she'll never take a mate as long as I live. Tymo looked as if a scream hovered on his lips. I'll never be free of her. I had to escape. Well, it looks like you've finally found a way out, Slish Fondine said in an angry voice. As an admitted scam artist, you'll be promptly executed under the laws of Umgul. To Lando's surprise, Tymo didn't even try to defend himself. He seemed resigned to his fate. But Lando wasn't so sure about the idea. Let's think about this a minute, Mr. Fondine. Did you say there's a 1,000,000 credit reward for his safe return to the Duchess, R2? R2 chirped an affirmative.
Now, Mr. Fondine, think of what a wonderful gift of state this would be for the upcoming visit of the Duchess, returning her consort in time to ease her loneliness. Timon groaned in misery. On the other hand, if you were to execute him, knowing he's her missing consort, things could get very unpleasant between Umgal and your sister planet. Might even be cause for war. Fondine's face darkened with the possibilities, but his honor had been so offended that the choice was not clear to him. He sighed. We will leave it up to the prisoner himself. Timon or Dak, or whatever your name is, do you wish to be executed or return to the Duchess Mistal? Timon swallowed hard. How long do I have to think about it? It's not a trick question, Lando said. Timon sighed. Can I at least be allowed to rest until she gets here? I'm going to need all my strength. The Lady Luck cruised out of the huge grotto of Umgal's spaceport, rising above the mists into the sky. Sleesh Fondine had insisted, out of fairness, that he would transfer half the Duchess's reward into Lando's account when she arrived. No longer penniless, Lando would have seed money to invest in some new operation, some other scheme that could excite him. He had tried the molten metal mines on Nyklon and the Tabana gas mines on Bespin. He wondered what he might find next. Though he had tried his best to track down a worthy candidate for Luke's Jedi Academy, he hated to return empty-handed to Coruscant, but he knew there would be others. 3PO remained uncharacteristically silent as the Lady Luck burst into hyperspace, heading home.
10. Images of starships whirled through space like pinpoints of fire around Coruscant. The holographic map of the system showed the locations of all vessels in range and plotted approved approach orbits on a huge spherical grid. Data terminals spewed information on vessel sizes and landing requirements, keeping track of anyone reporting impaired control. A scattering of red danger zones marked debris clouds of wrecked ships that had not yet been removed from the battle over Coruscant. Dozens of space traffic controllers stood at their stations over the 3D map of the planet, pointing at images with light pens and drawing safe approach vectors or prioritizing landing patterns. One of the war-damaged spaceports on the western end of Imperial City had just been brought back online in the last week, and much of the shuttle traffic was being rerouted there to ease the burden on landing platforms around the Imperial Palace. Leia Organa Solo stood beside one of the traffic controllers. Seeing how busy the woman was directing space traffic, Leia tried not to ask too many questions, but she found it difficult to wait. There's something. The traffic controller reached up with the light pen to indicate a squarish violet icon used for small starship, type unknown. Could that be the one you're waiting for, Minister Organa Solo? Just popped out of hyperspace, unable to determine previous vector. Leia felt a surge of excitement. Yes, that's the one. Have they requested clearance yet? The traffic controller touched a receiver implant at her temple. Coming in now. The pilot sends only her name. Sounds like some kind of code. Winter? Leia smiled. No, that's her real name. Give her clearance to land on the top north side platform of the Imperial Palace. My authorization. She drew in a deep breath, feeling her heart pound faster. I'll go meet her personally. She turned and took 2 quick steps away before she remembered to thank the traffic controller for her help. Come on, 3PO, Leia said as she bustled past him. The protocol droid snapped to attention, then hurried after her with a stiff-legged gait. He had returned to Coruscant with R2 and Lando 3 days earlier and spent 4 hours in a luxurious lubricant and scrubber bath. Now he gleamed like new, with all traces of blob mucus removed from his finish. Leia heard 3PO's motivators humming as he followed. She ignored him, lost in her own conflicting thoughts. Han should have been back from Kessel 2 days ago, but still she had heard no word from him. He'd probably fallen in with some of his own smuggling buddies. Had too much to drink, gambled far into the late hours, and completely forgotten about his other obligations. It was a good thing Chewbacca had sworn a blood oath to protect him, because Han was going to have to face her when he got back, and he was going to need a Wookiee protection. How dare he forget something like this? For now, Leia would welcome her twin children home. Alone. Standing on the top deck of the palace, Leia craned her neck and searched the hazy skies. Coruscant's auroras shimmered through the twilight, eclipsed by the complex matrix of the great orbiting shipyards. 3PO, tell me the minute you see them coming. The breeze tossed loose strands of hair in front of her eyes. Yes, Mistress Leia, I'm searching. In an imitation of a human gesture, 3PO cupped two golden hands around his optical sensors as if it would help him focus better. Don't you think it would be wiser for us to step back slightly from the edge? Leia held her breath. Her children were coming home. They had not set foot on Coruscant for nearly 2 years, but now they would be back to stay. She could be a real mother to them, at last. Just after their birth, the twins had been sequestered on a secret planet uncovered by Luke and Admiral Akbar. It was a world unrecorded on any chart, but habitable and protected. Luke and Akbar had established a heavily guarded base there, leaving Leia's trusted servant Winter behind to watch over the Jedi children. She suspected Luke had given the children a bit more than just Winter for protection, though. During their protective isolation, Leia had managed to visit Jason, Jaina, and Anakin every few months, usually with Han in tow. At a prearranged time, Winter would pop out of hyperspace in a long-distance shuttle. Without ever knowing their destination, Leia and Han would climb aboard the shuttle, be sealed in the back passenger compartment, and Winter would take them to the protected planet. The New Republic Senate was appalled at Leia's mysterious movements, but Luke and Akbar had silenced their objections. Leia hoped she'd be able to find the time to visit her baby boy, little Anakin, now that she had the twins to watch over. It would be a tragedy if she had to be even less of a mother to the baby than she had been to these two. There it is, Mistress Leia, 3PO pointed up at a flickering point of light that grew brighter every second. A shuttle is coming down. She felt a spasm of anxiety mixed with a thrill of excitement. The shuttle approached, winking red and green lights in the twilight sky. It circled the former Imperial Palace, then activated its repulsor lifts to come down with a gentle sigh on the landing platform. Angular and bug-like, the shuttle bore no markings, no indication of its planet of origin. With a hiss of equalizing pressure, the hatch of the shuttle's passenger compartment split open, gently extending a ramp. Leia bit her lip and took a step forward, squinting into the sharp shadows. The shuttle blocked most of the breeze, leaving the area still and silent. The young twins stepped out side by side and waited at the top of the ramp. Leia stared at Jason and Jaina, both self-composed and dark-haired, with wide, avid eyes, and small faces that looked like the ghosts of Han and Leia. After a second's hesitation, Leia ran up the ramp, gathering the children in her arms. Both Jason and Jaina hugged their mother. "Welcome home," she said, whispering. She sensed fear and reservation in them. Leia realized with a pang that she was a virtual stranger to them. Winter had been their nanny for as long as they could remember. Leia had been just a visitor whenever she could find time in her duties, but she would make it up to them. She promised herself that much. All the outstanding obligations rose up in her mind, haunting her with the specter of duty. She still had to deal with the Canadian ambassador and 1,000 other delicate tasks to hold the New Republic together. Dozens of planetary systems were on the verge of joining the Republic if a skilled representative, Leia herself, showed good faith by making a visit of state. If Mon Mothma summoned Leia to help ratify a treaty or to take her place at a state dinner, how could Leia refuse? The fate of the galaxy hung in the balance, clearly dependent on what she did. How could mere children take precedence over that? And what kind of a mother did it make her even to think about it? "Where's Daddy?" Jason asked. Anger went through Leia like a spear of ice. "He's not here right now." Winter finally worked her way back from the pilot compartment. Leia looked up at her friend and confidant, and warm memories washed over her. Winter had had snow-white hair for as long as Leia could remember, a serene face that rarely allowed even a twinge of anger to show through. Noticing Han's absence, Winter raised her eyebrows, filling her face with questions, but she remained silent. "Where's baby Anakin?" Jaina asked. "He has to stay with me for a while longer," Winter said, nudging the two children down the ramp. "Come now, we'll take you to your new home." The two children dutifully marched ahead, with Leia following close beside them. 3PO didn't seem to know what he was expected to do during the reunion, so he just followed, waving his hands and making flustered exclamations. "How long do we stay here?" Jason asked. "Where's our room?" Jaina asked. Leia smiled at the questions and took a deep breath before answering them. From now on, she had a feeling she'd be hearing a lot of questions. When Leia finally kissed the twins goodnight, 3PO couldn't decide whether mother or twins looked more exhausted. Leia pushed loose dark hair away from her eyes as she stood at the doorway to their room and blew another kiss. After adjusting his servo motors to allow a little more flexibility in his joints, 3PO hunkered down between the twins' beds. He had already taken care of important details such as providing fresh cups of water for the children and installing small night lights in the dark corners. You two be good for 3PO, Leia said. He'll stay here until you go to sleep. You've had exciting things happen today, and we'll do a lot more tomorrow. I'm so glad to have you back. Leia flashed a heartfelt smile at them, showing joy even through the weariness on her face. I'm certain I can handle this, Mistress Leia, 3PO said. I've reviewed most of the available child psychology databases, except for those recommended by the Emperor, of course. Leia's answering look seemed to carry a bit of skepticism, which puzzled 3PO. Don't want to go to sleep, Jason said, sitting up in bed. Leia still smiled. But you need your rest. Maybe 3PO will tell you a bedtime story if you're good. She waved once more, then faded back into the main living area. The children had indeed had a busy day. After their journey with Winter, they had been taken on a quick tour of the Imperial Palace, then shown their new quarters. Even with her duties as Minister of State, Leia had managed to redecorate the twins' bedchamber in warm, soothing colors. 3PO would have offered his own assistance in the project, but at the time he had been with Lando Calrissian at the Blob races. Thinking back, 3PO would have preferred the decorating chores. Several times during the tour, Leia was interrupted by insistent calls, documents that needed to be authorized, brief conversations that could not be delayed. Each time, Leia looked guilty, as if realizing this was an indication of things to come. The twins, though filled with excitement and wonder of the new things around them, grew cranky as they became tired. They had been overwhelmed by too much strangeness in one day, given a new home, and told to sleep in an unfamiliar room. According to the information 3PO had recently uploaded, it was perfectly normal for the children to cause minor difficulties. Don't want a bedtime story, Jason said, crossing his small hands over his chest and looking defiantly at 3PO. No story, Jaina echoed. Of course you do, 3PO insisted. I've scoured the collected works of children's literature on thousands of planetary systems. I've selected what I believe will be a truly enjoyable story. It is called The Lost Little Bantha Cub, a classic that has been popular for generations with children of your age. He had been looking forward to telling this story, recalling how much he'd enjoyed telling the Ewoks of his adventures with Master Luke and Captain Solo. He had even selected some very exciting sound effects for appropriate points in the Bantha Cub story. 3PO had never actually been close to a live bantha during his time on Tatooine, but bantha riders, the Tusken Raiders, had dismantled him during their first attack on Master Luke. He supposed that gave him some small claim to expertise. Don't want a story, Jason repeated. Both children had unruly dark hair and the deep brown eyes of their mother. Right now, the young boy had a determined and stubborn look on his face that 3PO had often seen on Han Solo. 3PO realized that the issue at hand had very little to do with the actual story. According to his new information on young children, the twins were right now feeling displaced and helpless. With so many things out of their control, they needed to exert their power to insist on some tiny spot of stability. Jason needed to see that he could have some effect on his surroundings. Right now, the boy was very upset. Jaina, picking up on her brother's distress, seemed on the verge of tears. Very well, Master Jason. I will tell you the story some other time. 3PO knew just the trick to keep the twins happy and let them drift off to sleep. He was, after all, fluent in over 6 million forms of communication. He could sing lullabies in any number of languages, any number of styles. He selected a few that were guaranteed to please the twins. Jason and Jaina would be asleep in no time. He began to sing. Now what are they crying about? Leia said, sitting up sharply and looking toward the bedroom. Maybe I should go and see. Winter reached out to touch her wrist, stopping her. It'll be all right. They're tired. They're frightened. They're anxious. Bear with them, and since you're new to them, they'll be testing your limits every moment, finding out how they can manipulate you. Don't teach them that you'll come running every time they make a sound. Children learn those sorts of things very quickly. Leia sighed and looked at her personal servant. For years, Winter had advised her in many things, and she was usually right. Looks like I'm the one who needs to learn things quickly. Every part of it is a learning process. You must balance your love for them with their need for stability. That's what parenting is all about. Leia scowled as hidden concern began to drown out her happiness at having the children back with her. I might be doing this all by myself. Winter's gaze seemed incisive, and she asked the question that had been on her mind for hours. Where is Han? He's not here. That's where he is. Not wanting Winter to see her flustered outrage, Leia stood up and turned her back. Over and over she had imagined possibilities of Han hurt, lost, attacked. but she found it safer to believe other possibilities. He's flying around in the Falcon with Chewbacca. He should have been back 2 days ago. He knew when the twins were coming home, but he couldn't bother to be here. It's bad enough we'd have practically non-existent as parents for the first 2 years of their lives, but he can't even spare the time to greet Jason and Jaina when they finally come home. Han had felt the razor of Leia's words many times, and her tongue had grown more precise with years of diplomatic practice. A small part of her was glad he was not here to bear the brunt of her anger. But then again, if he had been here, she would not have had cause for such anger. Where did he go? Leia waved her hand, trying to sound casual. Off to Kessel to see if he could convince any of the old spice miners to join the New Republic. He hasn't bothered to call since he left. Winter gazed at her, not blinking. Winter's intense periods of thought always unsettled Leia. Let me tell you this, Leia. I think I'm right. If there were anyone else on a mission like this, 2 days overdue, and no contact for a week or so, you would be concerned. Very concerned. With Han, you are making an assumption that he is just being irresponsible. What if something happened to him? That's crazy. She turned away again to keep Winter from seeing that the same worries had been plaguing her. Winter's grave expression did not change. According to the reports I have seen, Kessel is relatively hostile territory. Not only the spice mines, but the Imperial Correction Facility, with some powerful defenses in place to keep prisoners from escaping. The entire system has been out of contact with us for some time. Winter paused, as if accessing other memories. When Mara Jade and Talon Card unified some of the smugglers 2 years ago, Jade noted that Kessel might cause certain problems. Shouldn't you check with a diplomatic contact there to make certain nothing has happened to the Millennium Falcon? Leia blinked her eyes, annoyed at Winter's suggestion, though she had thought of it herself dozens of times. Seems like overreacting, doesn't it? Winter regarded her calmly. Or are you just unwilling to show your concern because it would embarrass you? The private communications chamber looked different in the bustle of a bright morning on Coruscant. The last time Leia had stood inside the room had been to contact the infuriating Canadian ambassador in the dead of night. Now, as she looked out the mirrored walls, Leia watched minor functionaries hurrying to daily assignments, administrative and service personnel who'd probably worked in Imperial City for years, caring little for what overall government ruled the galaxy. Not long ago, Leia thought, the Alliance had been made up of the bravest and most dedicated fighters, those willing to die for their ideals. How could the New Republic degenerate into bureaucracy so quickly? She thought of heroes she had known, like Jack Porkins and Biggs Darklighter, who had died to destroy the first Death Star. She hoped their spirits still remained somewhere in the new government. At the Transmission Council, Winter made a small noise to attract Leia's attention. This has been difficult, Leia, but I think I have a contact. The entire city of Cassandra seems to be abandoned, but I have been able to obtain communication codes for the Imperial Correction Facility. With further inquiries, I have tracked down a person who seems to be at least nominally in charge of what passes for a government there. His name is Morath Duel, originally in the administration of the prison. Somehow he is now overseeing the spice mining operations. There seems to be a bit of chaos there. My first contact was with the garrison station on Kessel's moon. Everyone seems quite alarmed at being contacted by the New Republic. I was bounced to several others before Morath Duel finally agreed to speak with us. He is waiting for you now. Go ahead, Leia said. Winter checked her board, then initiated contact. Leia stepped into the transmission field. A small hologram of a frog-like creature appeared above the dais. Static caused by poor transmission equipment on the Kessel end smeared Duel's coloring into yellowish green. His archaic waistcoat and bright yellow cravat made him look like a comical figure. You must be Minister Organa Solo, Duel said. He spread his hands toward her image in a placating gesture. She noticed that he wore some sort of mechanical contraption, a focusing mechanism perhaps, over one of his lantern-like eyes. I am extremely pleased to hear from a representative of the New Republic, and I apologize for any difficulty in getting in touch with me. We've had some social turmoil over the past couple of years, and I'm afraid we have not yet managed to quell all disturbances. His fleshy amphibian lips stretched upward in what must have been meant as a smile. A long, sharp tongue flicked out as he spoke, but Duel talked so quickly that Leia could not get a word in edgewise. In her years of diplomatic service, Leia had learned not to count too much on reading body language from non-humans. But could this be a sign of nervousness? Now then, Minister, how can I help you? Believe me, we have been considering sending a representative to establish relations with the new republic. I would like to extend an invitation for you to send an ambassador to our world, in the interests of maintaining harmony. On Kessel, we like to think of the new republic as our friends. Duel stopped talking abruptly, as if he realized he had said too much. Leia frowned inwardly, but controlled her expression. Morris Duel was saying exactly what she wanted to hear, giving perfect political answers without her having asked the questions. Odd. What was he thinking? Actually, Mr. Duel, I'm afraid I don't know your proper title. How do you wish to be addressed? Duel stared with his one eye and fiddled with mechanical lenses, as if he had never considered the question before. Commissioner Duel will do nicely, I think. Commissioner Duel, I welcome your offer of openness and cooperation, and I hope you've not already acted prematurely. One of our representatives went to Kessel more than a week ago, but we have heard nothing from him. He was due to return 3 days ago. I'm contacting you to see if we could verify that he indeed arrived safely. Duel raised his long-fingered hands to his cheeks. A representative, you say? Here? I am aware of no such arrival. Leia kept her face placid, though her heart grew cold. Could you check to see if his ship, the Millennium Falcon, arrived? We had some difficulty tracking down a person in charge just moments ago. Perhaps you reported to someone other than yourself. Duel sounded doubtful. Well, of course I can check. He punched at a data terminal unseen beyond the fringe of the transmission field. Almost immediately. Too fast, Leia thought. Duel straightened. No, I'm sorry, Minister. We have no record of a ship called the Millennium Falcon ever arriving in Kessel space. Who was piloting the ship? His name is Han Solo. He's my husband. Duel straightened in shock. I'm terribly sorry to hear that. Is he a good pilot? As you may know, the black hole cluster near Kessel makes for extremely hazardous flying conditions, even in hyperspace. The Maw is one of the wonders of the galaxy, but if he was to take a wrong path through the cluster, I hope nothing happened to him. Leia leaned deeper into the transmission field. Han is a very good pilot, Commissioner Duel. I'll muster a search team at once, Minister. Believe me, Kessel will offer whatever assistance we can in this matter. We'll scour the surface of the planet and the moon, and we'll search space for any disabled ship. I will inform you immediately of any progress we make. Duel reached forward for the controls of his holotransmitter, then paused. And of course, we look forward to formally receiving any other ambassador you choose to send. I hope the next time we speak will be under happier circumstances, Minister Organa Solo. As Morris Duel's image fizzled into static, Leia let her stony expression fall into a scowl of confusion and suspicion. Winter looked up from her controls. I detected no outright contradictions of fact, but I am not convinced of the total truth of what he was saying. Leia's gaze focused on something far away. Anxiety twisted her insides, and she felt very foolish for being angry with Han. Something is definitely wrong here. 11. When Han Solo's temper finally snapped, he hauled off with a roundhouse punch that knocked the guard backward. Han leaped on the man, punching him again and again in the chest and stomach, cracking his knuckles on the scuffed stormtrooper armor. The other guards in the muster room scrambled toward him, knocking Han to the floor. Behind the transparent steel observation cubicles, shift monitors sounded the alarm and summoned assistance. The door slid open from the communal areas, and 4 more guards charged in, drawing their weapons. Chewbacca let out a thunderous Wookiee roar and waded through the other guards, yanking them off Han's back. His life debt to his partner took precedence over common sense. Han continued to swing, yelling incoherently at his captors. Chewbacca smashed 2 of the guards' heads together and dropped their limp bodies. The reinforcements looked up at the Wookiee, and they goggled as they saw the wall of fur and muscle in front of them. They drew their weapons. Young Kip Duran bent low and dove into the knees of the closest armed guard, knocking him to the floor. Kip scrambled out of the way, yanking at boots and legs, tripping 2 more men. With nothing to lose, other prisoners joined in the brawl, indiscriminately punching anything nearby, guards or other prisoners. Many of the captive spice miners were themselves former prison guards, who had been on the wrong side during Morris Duel's rebellion, and the other prisoners hated them. With a whoop of energy, blue arcs of a blaster set on stun lanced out and knocked Chewbacca flat on his back, where he coughed and groaned and tried to raise himself on his elbows. The alarms kept ringing, a throbbing sound that increased the chaos in the muster room. More guards rushed out of the communal area. Blue stun bolts rippled through the air, mowing down the rioting prisoners and taking out other guards at the same time. Enough! Boss Roke shouted into a microphone on his collar. The voice exploded through the muster room speakers. Stop it, or we'll stun you all and then dissect you to learn what's wrong with your brains. One more stun bolt was fired, dropping two struggling workers to the floor like sacks of gelatin. Han yanked himself free of the guards and rubbed his split knuckles. Anger continued to seethe through his mind, and he had to work double time to calm himself so he wouldn't get shot. Everybody to the bunks, now, Boss Roke said. His lip curled. Bluish-black stubble looked like a smear of dirty oil on his chin. His lumpy body seemed coiled and dangerous. Kip Duron lifted himself up, but as he caught Han's gaze, he flashed a smile. No matter what their punishment would be, Kip had enjoyed lashing out. Two very uneasy guards hauled Chewbacca to his feet, draping his hairy arms over their shoulders. Another guard, wearing a battered old stormtrooper helmet, trained his gun on the Wookiee. Chewbacca's arms and legs twitched as if still trying to struggle, but the stun bolt had thrown his nerve impulses into turmoil. The guards tossed him into one of the holding cells and activated the door before Chewbacca could engage his muscular control. He sagged to the ground in a flurry of musk-brown hair. His eyes dark with anger, Han moved with taut readiness. He followed Kip to the line of metal bunks. The guards brushed themselves off and glared at him. Han climbed into his uncomfortable sleeping pallet. Around him, the metal rods holding the mattresses and bunks apart seemed like another cage. Kip climbed to the upper bunk and leaned down. "What was that all about?" he said. "What set you off?" One of the guards rapped a stun stick against the side of the bunk. "Keep your head inside." Kip's face popped back into his own area, but Han could still hear him moving. "Just touchy, I guess," Han rumbled. He felt a hollow sorrow inside. "I just realized that today's the day my kids are coming home. I wasn't there to be with them." Before Kip could acknowledge, Boss Roke flicked on the sleep-generating field that pulsed around the bunks and set Han, still resisting, on an endless plunge into dull nightmares. Standing outside the doorway of the spice processing annex, Morth Duel fitted an infrared attachment into place over his mechanical eye. He hissed in his own uneasiness, flicking his tongue in and out to taste the air to keep himself safe. The recent transmission from Solo's woman made him very nervous about what the New Republic might do to him. In the warm darkness of the spice processing rooms, he could relax. Looking at the blind and helpless workers that did his bidding hour after hour made him feel stronger, more in control. The heavy metal door thudded into place, sealing out the light. The secondary entrance slid open to a womb-like vault that glowed in his IR attachment, warm and red from the body heat of the workers. Duel took a deep breath, sniffing the musty dankness of the gathered life forms. He looked at the blurry orange images crouched over the processing line. They stirred, silently afraid of his presence. That made Duel feel good. He strode in among them, inspecting their work. Hundreds of blind larvae, pale and worm-like with large, sightless eyes, fumbled with four slender arms to handle the delicate spice crystals. They wrapped the fibrous segments in opaque paper and loaded them into special protective cases, which would then be ferried up to the shipyard and transfer base on Kessel's moon. With the larvae working comfortably in the total darkness necessary for spice processing, Duel's operation ran much more smoothly than it had under Imperial control. The brief telepathic boost offered by Glitterstim spice had made the substance a valuable commodity tightly controlled by the Empire. Other planets had a weaker form of spice, sometimes known as the mineral ryle, but Kessel was the only place where Glitterstim could be found. The Empire had kept an iron fist around Kessel's spice production, keeping the Glitterstim for espionage and interrogation purposes, as well as checks on loyalty and the granting of security clearances. But there had always been a vast demand on the invisible market, lovers wanting to share an ephemeral telepathic link, creative artists seeking inspiration, investors trying to obtain inside information, scam operators wanting to dupe rich clients. Many smugglers delivered the spice to Jabba the Hutt and other gangster distributors. But the Empire no longer controlled spice production. Duel had expected to have no further problems. Until Solo came back. Jewel had been waiting for the call from Coruscant for days. He had rehearsed his answers over and over, knowing exactly what he should say. Perhaps he had rehearsed too much, coming up with snap answers that might make Minister Organa Solo suspicious. Skyninks told Jewel he was overreacting, that they just needed to play their part. Solo and the Wookiee had been safely exiled to the spice mines. No one would ever find them. But there was always a chance something could go wrong. Maybe it would be best if he just ordered Solo killed and got rid of all the risks. Jewel walked along the rows of larval workers. His vision in the blurry infrared was not much worse than the normal eyesight from his mechanical eye. The caterpillar-like larvae bowed in silence, working slavishly. Jewel had taken them from the egg sac and raised them here, centering their existence on processing spice. He was a god to them. As Jewel passed, one of the largest males reared up in a defensive posture, waving his frail arms as if to ward off Jewel from his territory. To his shock, Jewel noticed that the male larva had nearly reached maturity. Had time gone by so quickly? This one would soon shed his skin and emerge as a strong adult. Jewel would have to kill him well before that. The last thing he needed right now was competition, even if it did mean killing one of his own children. Boss Roke stood in the muster room with hands on his hips, giving the workers a lumpy, appraising smile. We lost another team yesterday, a guard and 4 workers down in the deep new tunnels. He waited for that to sink in, but most of the prisoners had already noticed the missing workers. The samples brought up earlier showed that this could be one of the richest strikes of spice we've found, and I'm not going to let incompetence and superstition cheat me out of a big payoff. I need some volunteers to go down with me to the lower tunnels and check it out, and if I don't get volunteers, I'll pick them anyway. Boss Roke waited. Don't all volunteer at once. He scanned the room. Watching him, Han knew that because of his part in the brawl the day before, he would be one of those picked. But he didn't mind. Not if his suspicions were correct. Rather than give Roke the satisfaction of coercing him, Han stepped forward. I'll volunteer. Beats another day of getting dirt under my fingernails. Roke looked up at him in surprise, then narrowed his eyes in suspicion. I'll go along too. Kip Duran stepped beside Han. Han felt a happy warmth swell up inside him, but he pushed it back. He didn't want to explain anything, not just yet. Chewbacca yowled in surprise, then grunted a question about Han's sanity. What did he say? Boss Roke asked. He's volunteering too, Han said. Chewie let out an uncomfortable snort of denial, but made no further argument. One more volunteer, Roke said, then scanned the room. You, Chlor. He pointed to a former prison worker who had done a lot of damage in Han's brawl. I'm taking 1 guard and you 4. Suit up. Let's go. Roke didn't waste any time. By now, Han had grown used to pulling on his thermal suit and adjusting the breath mask. He switched on the power pack to start warmth pulsating through his suit. Chewbacca looked ridiculous, with his suit's empty third sleeve limp and taped flat against his torso. Kip and Chewbacca kept staring at Han, wondering what he had in mind. Han moved his hands slightly to quell their questions for the time being. Of course he had a plan. One of the other guards, looking fidgety and uncomfortable, shifted a blaster rifle from shoulder to shoulder. Let's go, Boss Roke said, and clapped his hands. The 4 volunteers and the second guard lined up at the opening to the long metal chamber that housed the floating mine cars. They entered, and Boss Roke disengaged 3 cars from the long train. Roke and the guard sat up front, while the others crammed into the remaining 2 cars. Hey, how about some of those infrared goggles? Han called. If there really is something out there, we'll need to be able to see where to run. Roke contemptuously put his own goggles over his eyes. You're expendable. He activated the guidance system on the front car's controls. The lights went out, and the opposite door groaned open, flooding the compartment with cold, thin air. So much for that idea, Han said, then scrambled to put his breath mask in place. The unenthusiastic prisoner, Chlor, groaned in dismay. Then the floating cars lurched into motion, gaining speed until they bulleted through the tunnels. The air whooshed as the car sped close to crumbling rock tubes from which generations of spice miners had peeled glitterstim deposits. When the wind of their passage drowned out other noises, Kip leaned closer to Han, speaking through his breath mask. Okay, so tell me what we got ourselves into. Han shrugged. I have an idea, and if I'm right, we can all get out of this mess. Chewbacca made a skeptical sound, but ended in a question. Think about it, Chewie. People have been disappearing off and on from the same place. What if they found a way to escape?
They've been working new tunnels, going to unexplored areas looking for spice. Then suddenly a bunch of them don't come back. You and I know there are plenty of abandoned shafts from the illicit miners that slip through Imperial security. This planet is honeycombed with entrances to the spice tunnels. Han paused, hoping they'd already figured it out. Roke's team usually have one guard and 5 blind prisoners. What if they came around the corner and suddenly found an opening to the surface, letting them see again? They could overpower the guard and make their way to freedom. Once Roke discovers the way out, though, he'll block it up and we won't have another chance. If we're ever going to get out, if I'm ever going to get back and see Leia and the kids, I've got to try. I thought maybe this desperate gamble would be worth it. Sounds like a good chance, Kip said. I've been down here so long, I'm willing to try anything. Chewbacca agreed, but with somewhat less enthusiasm. They plunged down and down, whipping around sharp corners. Several times Han thought the rocky walls brushed within a handbreadth of his head, and he tried to crouch down inside the car. He didn't want to imagine what would happen if Chewbacca's head struck an outcropping at the speed they were going. In the black spice mines, Han rapidly lost all conception of time. He had no idea how long they traveled, how far they went, or how fast the floating cars moved through the tunnels. Boss Roke brought the vehicle to a stop and called for the prisoners to dismount. The guard noisily unshouldered his blaster rifle. Han paid extra attention to the small noises he heard, building the best mental picture possible of where Boss Roke and the guard were standing at all times. That was something he would need to know if he had to make a quick escape. But they had gone down so deep now, he could not imagine finding a passage to the surface. "Follow me," Boss Roke said. "I want one prisoner up in front ahead of me and the guard taking the rear." Han heard a shove and a gasp, then someone stumbled forward. Was it Kip? No. From the unpleasant groan, he determined that the point man would be Clore, the former prisoner worker. Boss Roke rustled in his pack, withdrawing some piece of equipment. Han heard an electronic clicking and pinging sound. It was some sort of detector. Han strained his ears, listening to the tones change as Roke moved the scanner from side to side. "Spice all around us," Roke said, "just as we thought, and the concentration seems even higher up ahead. Move forward." Clore stumbled into the blackness, followed by Boss Roke. Han walked blindly. He felt Kip taking hold of his waist, and he heard Chewbacca's breath echoing behind his breath mask. As they went farther, the tunnels grew colder and colder. Han's naked fingers crackled when he bent them. He turned up the heat in his suit, but the warmth comforted him little. The electronic clicks from Roke's detector grew louder. "Concentration increasing," he said. "These are some of the densest, freshest veins of spice we've ever uncovered. There'll be a lot more work for you prisoners to do." The detector clicked, and they shuffled ahead. Other than their own noises, the spice tunnel seemed a mouth of silence. Han thought he heard a sudden scuttling noise farther down the passage. Something massive that moved, stopped, moved again, then slowly began to come back as if stalking. Up front, Clore muttered to himself, but Han heard Boss Roke shove him onward. "The reading gets stronger right up around the corner." Boss Roke's gravelly voice carried a childlike hint of excitement. "I'm going to have to recalibrate this sensor." Han heard the distant skittering sound again, but it seemed farther ahead. It wasn't a noise that anyone in their party had made. It sounded like sharp metal points ticking against glass. The tenor of shuffling human footsteps changed as they turned the corner. "Spice readings off the scale!" Boss Roke cried. Suddenly, Clore screamed. "Hey!" Roke said. Clore screamed again, but the sound came from much deeper in the tunnel, as if something had yanked him away and fled, carrying him to a secret lair. "Where are—" Roke said, then he too gave a startled shout. Han heard booted feet turning around, running back. Han nudged Kip aside, back the way they had come. "Watch yourself." Boss Roke stumbled into Han, then fell backward. Han reeled against the rocky wall, but kept his balance. Roke clawed at the floor, desperate to flee. "Turn around!" Han shouted to Kip, giving the young man a push toward the floating cars. "What is it?" he yelled to Boss Roke. He heard the pointy, ticking sound again, moving closer, skittering like many sharp legs that ended in stiletto claws. Roke screamed, then gave an oof as the air was knocked out of him. Han heard the thud as the man hit the ground, but Roke clambered to his feet again, or at least to his knees, crawling forward. As Han started to run, Roke grabbed his leg and held on. Han tried to jerk free, shouting, "Stop it! We've got to get out of here!" But before Roke could let go, something behind him, something very large and very, very close, grabbed Roke and yanked him backward, breaking his grip. Roke's fingernails were like claws as he tried to grasp the slick fabric of Han's thermal suit, but with a quick whisking sound, he was dragged away down the tunnel, still gurgling and crying out. In the darkness, Han could see nothing at all. "Run!" Han shouted. Chewbacca roared, then plowed like a demolition vehicle into the guard behind him. Kip followed the Wookiee and leaped over the fallen man, but Han stumbled on him, sprawling flat on the broken, rocky floor. Nobody could see anything. The guard scrambled to his knees and started thrashing and pummeling as if Han were the enemy. But Han, blinded and desperate, grabbed for something else. He snatched at the infrared goggles on the guard's face and pulled them free. The walls were closing in around him, the screams and sounds of panic fleeing and the tick-tick noise of the approaching monstrous thing made claustrophobic thunder around him. The fallen guard's wails of sudden blindness and dismay was muffled by his breath mask. He clutched at Han, but Han knocked the breath mask free. The escaping oxygen made a whistling sound. The guard had to release Han to replace his mask. Han scrambled forward. He had to see. They needed to find the floating car so they could get away. "Run, Chewie! Straight ahead! Make sure Kip goes with you!" He slapped the goggles over his head. He heard the scuttling, thumping sounds of the sharp, scampering legs again. Had an army of the things come to attack, or was it just one very large specimen with many legs? Looking through the goggles, he could see the bright blob of the fallen guard's infrared signature, and the fleeing, brilliant shapes of Kip and Chewbacca. He heard the thunder of hard, pointed legs coming back up the tunnel, stampeding down on them. The guard moved, clambered to his feet, and began stumbling behind Han, but the man could not see. He weaved back and forth and struck the wall, smacking his head on a hard outcropping. Running, monstrous feet came closer, like a patter of meteorites pelting the side of a ship. The guard screamed. Han turned around to watch him, but he saw nothing else in the blackness of the tunnel. No shape, no signature, no body heat from any creature. Nothing that was alive. The guard suddenly froze, as if a giant invisible hand had grabbed him from behind. Then Han saw, to his horror, the silhouette of a long, spindly leg reaching around in front of the guard's waist, and another one clipped over his shoulder, totally black, like the cutout from the infrared form of the guard. The man struggled and wailed. The guard yanked at something, his blaster rifle. Han gasped as a brilliant lance erupted in the pitch darkness, striking against the multi-legged thing, illuminating it for the shaved splinter of a heartbeat. Han saw what seemed to be a writhing mass of sharp twigs, a rat's nest of spindly legs and claws and fangs intermingled with eyes. Many, many eyes. Then the creature absorbed all the light, plunging the tunnels back into opaque blankness. The guard was lifted high in the air and turned around. Other shadows of the icicle legs wrapped around him. The glowing rectangle of the thermal suit's battery pack burned brilliantly in the infrared, but one of the sharp claws thrust into it like a stinger. Sparks flew into the darkness, leaving glimmers in front of Han's eyes. As Han ran backward, stumbling and tripping, he saw the man's infrared outline grow dim as he became as cold as his surroundings. The creature, whatever it was, must be draining or feeding on energy, on body heat or anything it could find in the cold, empty tunnels. "Keep running!" Han yelled, now that he could see the forms ahead. He made out a dim glow of warmth still radiating from the floating mine transport. "The car's right in front of you, Chewie. Get on it!" The Wookiee bumped into the metal side of the vehicle and dragged himself to a stop. Chewbacca reached over and grabbed Kip, hauling him into the seat of the car. Then Han heard the clacking, scrambling footsteps behind him again, charging down the tunnel. He was the next one in line. He dashed ahead, gasping, tripping on debris and bumping into walls he could not see. His blood had turned to ice water. Chewbacca fumbled along the control panel of the floating minecar, trying to distinguish the buttons in the dark. Han kept running. The sounds of the sharp legs grew louder, rumbling. Han risked a glance over his shoulder. Though he could hear the thing charging at top speed after him, he could see nothing in the darkness. Nothing at all. He reached the floating car and leaped in. "Just punch return, Chewie! Hit anything!" Chewbacca hit the start button, and the car pivoted on its axis to move back in the direction they had come. The galloping sounds of the ice-picked leg creature skidded faster and faster. The floating minecar picked up speed, but the creature kept coming behind it. Han still couldn't see it with the infrared goggles. With a loud spang, something struck the back car, rocking it sideways and slamming against the sidewall of the tunnel. Sparks flew as it scraped along the rocks, but the vehicle continued to accelerate. Han heard a hollow roar behind them, and then they left the noises farther and farther away. The creatures ceased chasing them. The darkness rolled ahead like a great, black vacuum. Han knew they were automatically heading back to the muster room. Chewbacca groaned and roared at him. Kip sat panting in terror. "What did you see?" Kip asked. "I don't know," Han said. "Nothing like I've ever seen before." Chewbacca chuffed in anger and annoyance and immense relief, and Han sighed. "I agree. This wasn't one of my smarter ideas."
12. Luke Skywalker showed Gantoris the wonders of the universe. He took his passenger into orbit in the modified shuttle, letting the man look down on the doomed planet of Eel Shaw. The too-close moon hung above the world like a raised fist against a curtain of stars. Igniting the shuttle's sublight engines, Luke soared into the blazing wonder of the Cauldron Nebula as Gantoris stared out the viewports into the chaotic glowing gases. Then they plunged down the endless other-dimensional hole through hyperspace, short-cutting across the galaxy. To Bespin. During the uneventful trip, Luke began telling Gantoris about the Force, about the training the candidates would undergo at the proposed Jedi Academy. Now that he had agreed to come along, Gantoris seemed willing and even eager to understand the strange echoes and feelings that had touched his mind throughout his life. The hum of the shuttle's powerful engines and the giddy, abstract swirls of hyperspace were conducive to beginning a few exercises for awakening Gantoris' potential. Luke was surprised at the man's powers of concentration, and how he could close his eyes and sink into his mind undistracted. Luke had been an impatient young man during his own Jedi training. Gantoris had had a much harsher upbringing, making him grim and enduring. Reach out and feel your mind, feel your body, feel the universe surrounding you. The Force stretches around and through everything. Everything is a part of everything else. Luke paid close attention to what he asked Gantoris to do. Obi-Wan Kenobi had spent some time training Luke, and Yoda had spent much more. But Luke had also undergone the abortive training of Joruus C'baoth, as well as learning the powers of the dark side during his time with the resurrected Emperor. Luke could not forget that Obi-Wan's training had also transformed Anakin Skywalker into Darth Vader. Would it be worth bringing back the Jedi Knights if the price was the creation of another Vader? Gantoris' ominous dreams of a dark man who would show him power and then destroy him made Luke very uneasy. By the time Luke brought the shuttle out of hyperspace on an approach to Bespin, he thought Gantoris might be overwhelmed with new sights. But the stern man gawked off the viewports like a child, awed by the roiling gas planet where Lando Calrissian had once run Cloud City. The sight of the swirling planet suddenly brought back some of the greatest horrors in Luke's life. He squeezed his eyes shut as he felt the sting of those memories. Gantoris, in the passenger compartment behind him, bent forward. "Is something wrong? I just sensed a strong flow of emotions from you." Luke blinked. "You could detect that?" Gantoris shrugged. "Now that you've taught me how to feel and how to listen, it came through very clearly. What's disturbing you? Are we in danger?" Luke opened his eyes and looked out at Bespin again. He thought of his friend Han Solo kidnapped and frozen in carbonite for delivery to Jabba the Hutt. He thought of the duel with Darth Vader on the catwalks of Cloud City that had cost Luke his hand. And worst of all, he recalled Vader's deep voice pronouncing his terrible message. "Luke, I am your father." Luke shuddered, but he turned to look back into Gantoris' dark eyes. "I have powerful memories of this place." Gantoris kept his silence, asking no further questions. Airborne mining installations rode Bespin's wind currents, floating automated refineries, storage tanks bobbing above the clouds, and facilities to scoop valuable gases from the cloud banks. Not all of these floating installations had proved profitable, though. The drifting colossus of Tabanopolis hung empty, a creaking ghost town in the sky. Luke tracked the derelict floating city on his navigation screens. The construction hovered over the dark clouds as the storm gathered. The city tilted due to malfunctioning repulsor lift generators. "Is that where we're going?" Gantoris said. The roof decks and sides of Tabanopolis had been picked over by scavengers hauling away scrap metal. It looked like a skeleton of its former self, with buckled plates and twisted support girders in a broad hemisphere.
Dented ballast tanks hung below. Numerous antennae and weather vanes protruded from the joints. "We're going to wait for someone here," Luke answered. He brought the shuttle down on a primary landing deck that looked sturdy enough to support a ship. The crisscross structural beams were covered with scaled plating, but in some spots the seams had bent upward, popping their welds. Luke emerged from the shuttle, and Gantoris joined him. The other man's long, dark hair whipped around him like a mane, no longer braided, but he stood proudly in his hand-me-down pilot's cut-up. His black eyes glittered with wonder. The high wind gusting through the carcass of Tabanopolis made a moaning sound. The swaying metal groaned as rusted joints rubbed against each other. The wind had a bitter chemical tang from trace gases wafting to higher altitudes. Black, bird-like creatures with triangular heads clustered in the open gaps of buildings, nesting on stripped girders. As Luke and Gantoris moved forward, the flying creatures stirred and rustled leathery wings. Their mouths snapped open and closed with croaking sounds. Below and around Tabanopolis, the clouds had turned the smoky gray of impending thunderstorms. Flashes of lightning rippled through the cloud bank below. "What now?" Gantoris asked. Luke sighed and gathered some inflatable blankets and a sleep roll from the passenger shuttle storage compartment. "We've spent 2 days cooped up in the ship. I have no way of knowing when Streen might come back, and I think we could try and get a good rest." "Streen?" Gantoris asked. "The man we're waiting for." The storm came through that night and rinsed off the exposed surfaces of Tabanopolis, causing fresh blooms of rust and patina on the construction alloys. Luke and Gantoris had found shelter in the decaying buildings of Tabanopolis, resting on the slanted floor because of the derelict city's tilt. Awash in a Jedi trance more restful than sleep, Luke paid little attention to his surroundings, but kept a small window open in his mind, ready to flick him back to wakefulness. Gantoris surprised him. "Luke, I think someone's coming. I can sense it." Luke became instantly awake and sat up from under the sheltered metal alcove, looking out at the washed-clean swirls of clouds. It took his mind only a moment to locate the approaching presence of a human, but he was impressed that Gantoris had been able to sense the distant stranger at all. "I was practicing," Gantoris said, "reaching out and looking with my mind. There isn't much around to distract me." "Good work." Luke tried to keep the pleased expression from his face, but failed. "This is the man we've been waiting for." He used his sense to focus on a black shape approaching across a skyscape of rising gases. Luke saw an amazing cluster of lashed-together platforms and bulbous tanks held aloft by balloons and maneuvered with propellers that struck out at all angles. The hodgepodge vehicle drifted toward them, riding the winds. Luke smiled at the bizarre construction, while Gantoris stared in awe. They could make out the silhouette of a single man standing at the helm as buffeting breezes rippled trim sails at the sides of the main platform. Streen, the gas prospector, was returning home. Luke and Gantoris made their way down to the landing platform to wait for him. As the collection of gas tanks, balloons, and flat walkways approached, Streen finally noticed them. At the controls of his contraption, he swerved and circled around the ruined city, as if frightened and reluctant to land. But somehow, seeing only the two of them waiting, he regained his nerve and rode the breezes in. Streen did not land his vehicle, merely bringing it to the edge of the landing platform and lashing it to support mounts on the rail. Luke held on the fiber chains and helped Streen secure his vessel. No one spoke. Streen kept surreptitiously slipping glances in their direction. Luke sized him up. Streen was approaching old age, bearded, with brown hair so intermingled with strands of gray that it had turned to a creamy color. His skin bore a leathery look, as if the rough winds and harsh open air had sucked something essential out of his flesh. The prospector was clad in a well-worn jumpsuit studded with pockets, many of which bulged with hidden contents. As Streen stepped onto the landing area, 4 of the black, bird-like creatures fluttered up from roosts among the platforms, venting stacks, and gas tanks of Streen's vessel, returning to the jungle of construction frames in the floating city. "Tabanopolis hasn't been inhabited for years," Streen said. "Why have you come here?" Luke stood tall and faced the man. "We have come to see you." Gantoris stood patiently beside Luke Skywalker, feeling odd to be in a different position now. He had joined the Jedi to learn from him, swept up by his visions of a restored order of Jedi Knights and the powers they could tap through the Force. This time, Gantoris listened as Skywalker began to tell Streen of his plans for an academy, of his need for potential candidates who might have a talent for using the Force. He watched the skepticism on Streen's face, similar to what he himself must have shown at first. But unless Streen had suffered the same dark dreams or premonitions, this hermit on Bespin should be a far more open-minded listener than Gantoris himself had been. Streen hunkered on the corroded surface of the landing platform and squinted into the sky before looking back to Skywalker. But why me? Why did you come here? Skywalker turned instead to Gantoris. There are many valuable substances dissolved in Bespin's atmosphere at various layers. The floating cities are huge mining operations that remain in place as they draw gas from below the cloud layers. But Streen is a cloud prospector. At certain times, some storm or a deep atmospheric upheaval will make a cloud of volatiles belch up, waiting to be siphoned off. Streen goes out on the winds with his tanks, looking for the treasure. Bespin has computerized satellites to detect these outbursts and to dispatch company men, but Streen always gets there first. He somehow knows an upheaval is going to happen before it does. He is there waiting with his empty tanks to siphon off whatever comes bubbling up and sell it back to the independent refineries. Skywalker squatted next to the hermit. Tell me, Streen, how do you know when a gas layer is going to rise? Where do you get your information? Streen blinked and fidgeted. Now he looked even more frightened than when he had first seen the strangers waiting on the landing platform. No, I can't explain it. Skywalker smiled. Everyone can use the Force to some extent, but a few have a stronger innate talent. When I form my Jedi Academy, I want to work most closely with those who already have the talent but don't know how to use it. Gantoris is one of my candidates. I think you should become another one. Come with us, Gantoris added. If Skywalker is right, think of all the things we could accomplish. How can you be so sure about me? Streen asked. I always thought it was just luck. Let me touch your forehead, Skywalker said. When Streen did not move away, Skywalker tentatively reached forward with his fingers, brushing the man's temples. Gantoris couldn't figure out what Skywalker was doing until he remembered the tests Luke had performed on him down in the lava chamber. Skywalker's face looked blank and lost in concentration for a moment. Then suddenly he jerked backward as if his body had been burned. Now I'm sure, Streen, you do have the talent. There is nothing to fear. But Streen still looked nervous. I came out to this place because I need to be alone. I'm not comfortable around people. I feel them pressing in around me. I like people. I'm lonely, but it's very difficult for me. It's all I can do to be around them just while I deliver my cargo. Then I have to run away. 7 or 8 years ago, when the Empire took over Cloud City, everything got much worse. The people were agitated. Their thoughts were full of chaos. He looked up at Skywalker in dismay. I haven't spent much time with people for 8 years. Gantoris could sense the man's emotions winding toward panic, and just when Gantoris felt certain Streen would refuse, Skywalker held up a hand. Wait, he said. Why not just watch us train for a while? Maybe you'll see what I'm talking about. As if pleased at having an option that did not require him to make an immediate decision, Streen nodded. He looked toward his floating platforms and gas tanks with a palpable stab of regret, as if wishing he had never come back to Tabananopolis. Gantoris could feel an echo of the other man's emotions, the yearning for freedom that Bespin's clouds offered, the solace of being alone. Show me your new Jedi exercises, Master. Teach me other things. Skywalker seemed to flinch at being called Master, and Gantoris wondered what he had done wrong. Was not Luke Skywalker a Jedi Master? How else should he be called? Skywalker brushed aside the comment. He pointed to the thicket of girders and rusted metal bars in which flocks of the leathery black creatures made their homes, chittering and moving about in the afternoon. Far below, the clouds thickened into what could become another storm. Those flying creatures, Skywalker said. We will use them. Streen stiffened. His face grew dark and ruddy. Hey, don't disturb my rocks. Then he lowered his eyes, turning away as if embarrassed by his outbursts. They've been my only companions all these years. We won't harm them, Skywalker said. Just watch. He lowered his voice to speak as an instructor to Gantoris. This city is a complex mechanism. Every girder, every metal plate, every life form from those rocks to the air-borne algae sacs and everything around us. Each has its own position in the Force. Size matters not. Tiny insects or entire floating cities. Each is an integral part of the universe. You must feel it. Sense it. He nodded to the derelict structures around them. I want you to look at this city. Imagine how the pieces fit together. Find the girders with your mind. Tell me what you can sense and how one thing touches another. When you think you've found the intersection where a rock and girder touch, I want you to reach out and push with your mind. Make a little vibration. Skywalker curled his forefinger around his thumb and stretched forward as he nodded toward a lone rock sitting on the end of a weather vane. He flicked out his finger as if to shoo away a gnat, and Gantoris heard a distant ping. Startled into the air, the rock flapped its wings and cried out in alarm. Gantoris chuckled and, eager to try, flicked his own finger in imitation of what the Jedi had just done. He imagined seeing a whole flock of the rocks take flight, but nothing happened. It's not that easy, Skywalker said. You aren't concentrating. Think. Feel yourself doing it. Envision your success. Then reach out with your mind. More serious this time, Gantoris pursed his lips and squinted, looking for his target. He saw a delicate, many-branched antenna on which 5 rocks sat. He pictured the antenna, knowing his target, and stared. He took a deep breath and pushed. He still didn't quite know what he was doing, but he felt something happening in his mind, something working, some outside force, linking him and the antenna. He watched as the antenna slowly swayed. The rocks stirred but remained on their perches. Anyone else watching might have assumed the wind had shifted at that moment, but Gantoris knew he had done it. Good attempt. You have the right idea, but now close your eyes, Skywalker said. You're letting your sight blind you. You know where the antenna is. You know where the rocks are. You can sense their place in the Force. You don't need to see with your eyes. Tighten your focus. Feel it. Know what you want to do. Skeptical, Gantoris closed his eyes, but as he concentrated, he could indeed see vague outlines of what he had just looked at. Tiny after-images imprinted on the Force with tendrils reaching out and connecting them to everything else. He reached out with his fingers to make the flicking gesture again, but hesitated. He realized he did not need that either. Flicking the fingers was simply an example for Skywalker to make his point. Whatever actions he made, waving his hands or muttering spells, were just so much mumbo-jumbo. Understanding the Force was what allowed him to do what he needed. Pleased with his sudden insight, Gantoris kept his eyes closed and folded his arms. He flicked out an imaginary finger, feeling the metal, picturing his fingernails striking the hard surface. In his head, he heard the hollow bong as it struck, then opened his eyes to watch the 5 rocks burst into flight, cawing at each other as if casting blame. Good, Skywalker said. I'm impressed. I thought this was going to be much more difficult. Still grinning, he looked at Streen, who had been watching them in silence. Would you like to try it? You have the potential. I could show you how. Streen balked. No, I don't think I could do that. It isn't as difficult as it looks, Gantoris said. You'll feel a different strength come into you. I don't want to, Streen said again, defensively. Then he lowered his eyes and patted his pockets, as if looking for something he didn't expect to find. Gantoris thought he was just making distracted movements. The old man swallowed, then turned back to Skywalker. If you teach me how to use this sense I have, can you also teach me how to switch it off? I want to learn how not to feel the people around me, not to be bombarded by their moods and prying thoughts and sour ideas. I'm tired of having only rocks for company. I'd very much like to be part of the human race again. Skywalker clapped him on the shoulder. In his dark jumpsuit, he looked like a benevolent god. That much I can show you. Luke watched the stream cut loose the fiber chains holding his floating hodgepodge ship to the Tabanaopolis docking area. Standing on the docking platform, he gave his ship an unnecessary shove out into the breezes. The empty barge of platforms and balloons, propellers, and gas storage tanks drifted out to be caught up by swirling air currents. Streen had emptied the pockets in his jumpsuit and now looked at Luke. I know I'm not coming back. That old life is over. The 3 of them climbed aboard Luke's passenger shuttle and made ready to depart Bespin. Luke felt a glowing satisfaction, not just to be leaving the gas planet that held so many dark memories, but to have both passenger seats filled, to have 2 new candidates for his Jedi Academy. He raised the shuttle off the landing platform, then began a steep climb toward orbit. Below them, in the opposite direction, Streen's abandoned platform continued drifting on its own, widening the gap between it and the derelict city. Streen looked out the passenger window, staring with a bleak sadness that struck Luke's heart with pity. Below, the ghost town of Tabanopolis was truly empty again. Then Luke watched something amazing happen. The city came alive with movement, swarming as tiny black figures took to the air. Thousands and thousands of rocks that had made their home a stream suddenly took flight, departing the abandoned metropolis in a huge flock that kept coming and coming and coming, spreading out among the clouds in a farewell salute to Streen. Looking out the window and watching this, Streen smiled.